and the members only tab. We'll make sure that it's only for super fans. Baki jo content aa raha hai, everything that has been happening is going to continue happening. So if you don't want to become a member, that's absolutely fine. None of the content that you see on our channel will change. But for everyone else, you'll get to see never seen before content. You'll get early access to a lot of our announcements. You'll get behind the scenes. You'll get stuff that we would have normally either cut out of our edit or that was too long or was too spicy to leave into the final edit.
Is it too spicy? No?
You'll get to see a lot of stuff that we haven't shared before.
We have two duelists on our team, okay? So you're gonna drop a bunch, you're gonna drop a bunch, everybody's gonna fray out Kelly, Lurk, like, sir.
Not just of this season, we have पिछले 3 season का content that is also there. So we're also going to be posting a lot of throwback content. The reason being, we want you to feel more connected to our team. We want you all to see what we see. We want you all to get a behind the scenes look into what it's like being at Global Esports as someone who is at Global Esports, not just watching our matches on stage, not just coming to our watch parties. All of that, you guys are already doing amazing. Thank you so much for the support. Please keep doing that. This is going to be a one-tier, one-stop shop for everything that you wish you could see, but we sometimes can't post on our main channel. So this is the place for that. If you want to join in, members only, all the details are there in the description. Plus, essentially is your all access pass to the team. And we want all of you to join in on this experiment and journey with us. You've been with us for a long time. Let's take this one step further together and try something new. Hit that join button now. क्या कर रहे हो? अभी तक देख रहे हो? Join now.
Everybody says, I want to represent India, but where is I want to win for India?
पता तो सबको है कि क्या करना चाहिए वहां तक पहुंचने के लिए, लेकिन कंसिस्टेंटली कोई नहीं करता है, फिर वो ड्रीम ही रह जाएगा।
I've been a fan of VCLSA, so it will be a pleasure to play against him.
अभी हर एक टीम में यूजुअली 2 इंपोर्ट प्लेयर्स तो देखने मिलते हैं, लेकिन हम तभी भी 5 इंडियंस के साथ खेल रहे थे, अभी भी 5 इंडियंस के साथ ही खेलेंगे यहाँ पे।
Today I've got with me the VCLSA team. And of course, who better than the IGL, the coach, and of course, the man who's created this team by himself and alongside with me a little bit also. Is we've got Kappa, we've got Ruby's the coach, and we've got Ryzen, who is the leader of the team. Welcome, guys. Welcome. How has your evening been? How's your day been so far?
Been fantastic, honestly. Great day of practice so far. So happy for that every time.
प्रैक्टिस देख रहा था, मजा आया। टीम बीट बाय बीट इंप्रूव कर रहे हैं, day by day.
I'm going to start off with something straight off the bat that you guys just went past. And that was, of course, G Fight Night. You guys played against the academy teams of DRX and RRQ. I want to start with you, Ryzen. Tell me, what was your experience like? This is the first time you played as the G Academy team. It wasn't the easiest of games. Tell me what was happening through the games.
Yeah, we played the game and we got punished at our mistakes. Like we started, we were confident, but when we got in the game, the pressure was on to us. We were a bit nervous because it was a international team.
Yep.
So yeah, the pressure got to us. We made mistakes, but at the end of the game, I think we were okay with it. Obviously not okay in the terms of losing, but yeah, we felt like it was good. It was okay. That we will learn from our mistakes and obviously do better next time.
Got it. Rubies, what was the 3 main takeaways you had after that 2 games against DRX and RRQ?
We had a lot to work on, which I already knew, but that, that's obvious. It did show us a lot of our mistakes, and the main thing was I wanted to get as many tournament or match reps that we can in before, VCO.
Yep.
Just to help out, kind of see how it'll be like, how we'll be under pressure. It's kind of like a little test of how that would go, right? So we took it very seriously, and it really, shed a lot of light on how it's going to go if things go wrong, if pressure gets to us, things like that. So it helps a lot with the prep.
बेसिकली नया टीम है तो थोड़ा और टाइम चाहिए।
Yep.
अलग-अलग कंपोजिशंस एजेंट्स देख रहे थे, खेल के ट्राई आउट कर रहे थे, और ऐसा नहीं कि हम लोग कभी डीआरएक्स के एकेडमी के सामने खेले नहीं थे। हम लोग स्क्रीम्स में खेले हैं और रिजल्ट्स हमेशा उनके साइड में ही रहे हैं, तो ऐसा कुछ सरप्राइजिंग नहीं था, लेकिन बहुत कुछ बेटर कर सकते थे, और उसके बाद ही जैसे कोच ने बोला कि उसके बाद ही उस पे काम करना चालू कर दिया।
Keeping aside fight night, talk to me about the last 1 month. How is the preparation for VCLSA going? What do you guys feel about the competition that's slowly been revealed?
You want to go, Ryzen?
Yeah. The prep has been going good, but obviously teams face some inevitable issues like we are, but we are fixing them. And obviously, we want to give good competition to our opponents. We want to play fundamentally right and have a strategic approach to the game. So yeah, we are doing that, and hopefully the results will come in.
All right, hopefully. Rubies, I want you to tell me a little bit about what you have seen or have you seen South Asia before and what led you to, coming to Global Esports Academy.
I haven't seen Sathe before, but it has been interesting, especially just coming over and seeing all of APAC and then also, scrimming teams from APAC and China. It's been a lot different than NA because in NA, basically everyone just scrims each other. There's like 20 teams. There's not that much, so you really don't have options.
Yep.
Here, there's like 50 teams. It's crazy. You get to see a whole different, sides of the game. You get to see all the different ideas. Like it's very nice and refreshing, honestly. I like having a big variety of teams we can practice against. A lot of really good teams as well. And then, on top of that, all the regions have a lot of academy teams, which we don't have in NA really. So getting to see all that where it's like a lot of growth and a lot of development of like the younger players or like newer talent. They have a gateway of doing that, which is just fantastic to see. Obviously, we're one of those as well. So it's a good thing. I enjoy it.
All right, that's cool. I'm glad. First of all, welcome to South Asia as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I
It's been
hope you
great.
like it here as much as you can spend your time here. Swinging over to Kappa. Kappa, आपने खेला है, आपने जिया है, आपने जीता है और अब आप मैनेज कर रहे हो एक टीम को जो अगले स्टेप आपके लेने वाले हैं. What do you feel about our team and what do you feel about the current VCLSA? And give me a little bit of comparison जो आपके टाइम में था और जो अभी है उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए हमें.
जब भी हम खेल रहे थे तभी इंपोर्ट प्लेयर्स काफ़ी कम थे. अभी हर एक टीम में यूजुअली 2 इंपोर्ट प्लेयर्स तो देखने मिलते हैं, लेकिन हम तभी भी पांचों इंडियंस के साथ खेल रहे थे. अभी भी पांचों इंडियंस के साथ ही खेलेंगे यहाँ पे.
Yeah.
तो और होप करता हूँ कि वही रिजल्ट हम लोग फिर से ला पाए. जल्दी नहीं है, हमें टाइम लेंगे, लेकिन पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट्स आएंगे.
Yep.
और बेसिकली यंग टीम है, एवरेज एज ही टीम का 20 समथिंग होगा. तो यंग प्लेयर्स है काफ़ी, लेकिन यंग प्लेयर्स को बहुत ही डिसिप्लिन सिखाना पड़ता है. हर रोज उनको पूछना पड़ता है ये किया क्या, वो किया क्या, क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो. करना चाहिए. उनको पता है कि ये सब ज़रूरी चीज़ है, लेकिन करते नहीं है. तो उस पर ध्यान दे रहा हूँ ज़्यादा कि मेहनत करने के लिए रेडी है, सिर्फ वर्ड्स में नहीं, एक्शन में चाहिए.
Absolutely.
तो एक्शन में आ रहा है, थोड़ा थोड़ा कन्वर्ट हो रहा है.
So let's move on to a little bit about what Kappa आप ही start करो. I want you to tell me about this. You've played for so many seasons. Tell me a little bit about competition wise जो आपने देखा है. आपके साथ वाले players भी अभी भी खेल रहे हैं थोड़े बहुत, लेकिन नए players भी आए हुए हैं. Talk to me about the competition. What do you feel like? Is it same as it was before? Is it better? What do you think about current VCLSA?
नहीं, मुझे लगता है कंपटीशन बेटर है, क्योंकि जो 20 प्लेयर्स रोटेट होते थे उसमें से बहुत कम हो गए. नए टैलेंट्स को स्पेस मिला है. तो मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा गेम में चेंज आएगा, पेस चेंज होगा. बेटर मैकेनिक्स वाले प्लेयर्स भी आए हैं, बहुत सारे यंग टैलेंट्स है. और मैं होप करता हूँ ओवरऑल कंपटीशन क्वालिटी बहुत अच्छा हो जाए, क्योंकि पहले सिर्फ इंडियन प्लेयर्स थे, अभी इंटरनेशनल कोचेस है, इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर्स भी इन्वॉल्व है VCSA में. तो ऑब्वियसली क्वालिटी तो ऊपर जाना ही चाहिए. और जैसे कि पुराने कुछ प्लेयर्स है, लेकिन वो पुराने प्लेयर्स भी काफ़ी एक्सपीरियंस लेके आए हैं यहाँ पे फिर से खेलने के लिए लीग में. तो होप करता हूँ बढ़िया जाए कंपटीशन और नई नई चीज़ें देखने को मिले, और इसमें से कोई यंग टैलेंट बहुत शार्प निकले जो इंटरनेशनल स्टेज पे भी जाके उतना ही परफॉर्म कर पाए जितना इंडिया में करते हैं.
Yeah, well, we're hoping for the same. So I wanted to ask you, particularly as a coach, this year Valorant Riot has completely changed things, right? Maps keep changing every 2 months. Every act there's a new set of maps. So how are you going to tackle that with a brand new team? Have you already started preparing for maps that are yet to come back in Ascent and Icebox, or are you focusing on the maps that you have at hand right now?
So right now, been primarily focusing on the current map pool because that's our next tournament, right? But I have, yes, done some prep for Ascent and Icebox, mainly, because might as well stay on top of it. And for like agents and things like that, right? Generally, I like to keep it role specific, but obviously we have a lot of young talent, so I do expect them to be learning a lot of new agents, and we have been as part of our prep. having to learn new agents, especially with Masters coming around, right? We see a lot of Tejo, we see a lot of
Yeah.
Viper, things like that.
Yeah, I think I'm a fan of constant change because if it keeps changing, then it's better. I feel like brings more excitement to the game.
I mean, Valorant's always been the one where it's gonna change constantly over and over again. Like we used to have 1 year metas. Now
Yeah.
it's a couple months metas, depending how fast agents come out. So it's nothing new. It's just faster now,
Yeah.
which
Fair
it's a part of Valorant. So I like it.
All right, that's good.
Keeps it
I'm also.
fresh.
There is, of course, a very clear and out there statement that Indian Valorant is not at the level that we would hope for it to be. It's not been there for the last 5 years. Very cute dog, by the way. Say hello to his
Yeah, that Shadow. He's
That's
tired.
Shadow. Nice. All right.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
All right. So coming back to it, we've had a lot of Indian talent that has tried its level best to get to that point. We've seen only two of them so far make it to the very top. But I want you guys to give your opinions one by one. We can start off with Kappa Bhai. Why do you think there is a lack of Indian talent at the VCT? And can Indian talent, in your opinion, reach there?
अगर कंसिस्टेंटली हार्ड वर्क करेंगे और जो उनको जो कोचेस गाइडेंस देते हैं या सीनियर प्लेयर्स जो गाइडेंस देते हैं उसको फॉलो करेंगे तो बेशक जा सकते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि प्लेयर्स रीजंस ढूंढते हैं कि एम ट्रेन ना करने के लिए, खुद के वर्ड्स रिव्यू ना करने के लिए, लेकिन बेसिकली पता तो सबको है कि क्या करना चाहिए वहां तक पहुंचने के लिए, लेकिन कंसिस्टेंटली कोई नहीं करता है, बस लेजी हो जाता है। फैमिली का भी रीजन दे देते हैं कि ये करने जाना था, वो करने जाना था। ब्रो कुछ भी कर ले, लेकिन जर को तुझे जो रेगुलरली चीजें करनी है वो करनी ही है।
Yeah.
अगर
Yeah.
तुम लोग गोल सिर्फ इंडिया में खेलने का रख रहे हो तो नहीं कर सकते भाई। कुछ सिर्फ रिप्रेजेंट करके आ जाओगे, वहां
Yeah.
पे कुछ इम्पैक्ट नहीं कर पाओगे। लेकिन अगर गोल रखोगे कि वहां पे जाके मुझे जीतना है, तो उतना हार्डवर्क भी करना पड़ेगा। अभी थियरी चलते रहता है, तभी भी कितने प्लेयर्स लॉस्ट रहते हैं, बाजू में फोन पे स्क्रोलिंग करते रहते हैं। फोकस जितना कम टाइम करोगे प्रैक्टिस, लेकिन वो पूरा टाइम फोकस के साथ करना है ना। क्वालिटी प्रैक्टिस होना चाहिए,
Yeah.
क्वांटिटी वाला प्रैक्टिस करके क्या मतलब है। प्लेयर्स को वही नहीं समझता कि टीम प्रैक्टिस के अलावा भी खुद पे काम करना जरूरी है। इंडिविजुअली इम्प्रूव करने के लिए खुद के वार्ड्स देखना, नए गेम्स देखना, दूसरे टीम्स इंटरनेशनल टीम्स क्या कर रहे हैं वो देखना, वो खुद से इनपुट लेके आना, टीम को बताना, प्लेयर्स को बताना, और खुद का एम ट्रेन करना। एक हर रोज का रूटीन होना चाहिए डेली।
Yeah.
यहाँ तक तो प्लेयर्स को खाना खाने का रूटीन भी नहीं है, मतलब कौन से टाइम पे खाना खाएंगे वो भी फिक्स नहीं होता है प्लेयर्स का। अभी मन किया तो खेलते खेलते खा लेंगे, तो मतलब बेसिकली बहुत डिसिप्लिन लैक करता है, मुझे लगता है ऐसा। और
Got it.
पहले वाले प्लेयर्स भी वही मिस्टेक्स कर रहे थे, और अब अगर अभी सीनियर प्लेयर्स कोई मिल रहे हैं या फिर कोचेस मिल रहे हैं प्लेयर्स को, तो फिर अगर उन्होंने जो मिस्टेक्स किए हैं उनको पता है कि क्या चेंज करना जरूरी है,
Yeah.
तो उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करना नए प्लेयर्स का काम है। और वो
Absolutely.
खुद से होना चाहिए। बाहर से 10 बार बोल देंगे, लेकिन अगर खुद से स्टेप लेके नहीं करोगे, सुधरोगे नहीं, तो फिर वो ड्रीम ही रह जाएगा इंटरनेशनल पे कुछ करना।
Yeah.
फिर वही इंडिया में खेलो और इधर ही बचते रहो।
Players are not honest with themselves, not honest with the management, what they are doing in their life. They're not disciplined, they lack discipline, they're not patient. To actually get to a level where, like international level, you have to be patient and you have to have discipline. Like you have to do everything. And on top of that, you have to do more. You have to teach your teammates, you have to teach everybody around you how to play the game, like whatever input you can do. I feel like players don't do that. They just want to make it fast, which is a mistake. If you try to make it fast, you will make a lot of mistakes. First of all, they should fix their life, what they're doing in their life. Like just to play this game just for the fact that you're good at it, you should not do that. If you want to go professional in anything, you should treat this like a sport, like a real sport. Like you should be physically good also. Like you should fix your routine. You should, be mentally clean. Get rid of the bad habits. Then come to practice. Then have a, clean conversation with everybody. Respect everybody. Be disciplined. Do everything that you're getting told by your management, the coach. Follow what the coach is saying.
Yep.
Yeah. Then obviously results will come. If you're honest and you're humble and you don't have ego issues, yeah, then results will come. I think that's what Indian players lack. I won't say that I'm the perfect player. I have also lacked these. So yeah, I think if we do this, results will come.
Putting in the time, putting in the effort, that's the main thing. All the Masters teams, they put in the time, they put in the effort, they do the prep, right? They work it out through all their problems together, one by one, whatever it is, together as a team mostly.
Yep.
The best ones are always ones that do that. And then for us, right, just because I've only worked with this Indian team, but basically from what I've seen, it seems like just being a bit behind in general as to what should be a team, right? Everyone kind of working together. There's always going to be problems, no matter what team. Every team deals with that. So how you work through them together, understanding you need to be open, honest with your teammates, deal with the problems head on, as a team, and you'll come out the other side as a much better team in general, right? If you want to be at the top, you have to do all those things, and you have to be basically as close to you can as perfect with it, right? Like it's a lot of effort. It's very hard to do. It's
Yep.
much easier not to care about it and just play your game, hope that it works, right? But that's not how you get to the top ever.
Everybody says I want to represent India, but where is I want to win for India? That's one sentence I've never seen transition. And even now, people say, yeah, we can. Of course, one team is definitely going to make it to Ascension. Whoever it is going to represent India or represent the South Asian region. But you need to say, now we have to win. Do you feel like mindset is an issue when it comes to this kind of scenario?
Indian players, they don't think about it like we want to win fundamentally, correct? They don't think about it like that. They just, obviously, like I said before, they just want to do it the fast way, which is not the correct way.
Mhm.
And every player should have this mindset that, yeah, I want to represent and also win, as you said,
Yeah.
for India and for my teammates. I think it's time now that Indian players realize that we have lagged so much
Mhm.
before and we have seen it happen live. So I think everyone should just start preparing in whatever team they are. This goes
Mm.
to every players.
Mentality and discipline. Uh, I would say that when I'll go way back, right? When I was first on Noble with my brand new team, no experience, we'd scrim teams like Envy, which was Optic beforehand, right?
Mhm.
Or whatever. And we were scrim partners with them all the time. And basically every single time we would scrim them, they would always talk shit to us. Every single time. If we made a dumb mistake, they would talk shit about us, right? Someone would type a question mark, they'd say, "What are you guys doing?" Right? Then we'd win maybe 3 rounds every single time.
Mhm.
And every single mistake, they would flame us for it in all chat, which did help pretty much all of my team, right? We all learned, okay, yeah, that was dumb. We shouldn't do that. Or we took it as a way of improving. And I
Mhm.
think it really helped us out early on, just kind of learning what's expected of us, what's kind of, you know, how we should be playing, how you're supposed to play fundamentally, right? It was a lot of that CS mindset,
Yeah.
which a lot of my players didn't really play. So it was kind of hard to teach them. But, it coming from another team that's professional, that was, going to lands, going to internationals, you know, and them, even though they always beat us badly, they would still help us get better by, their own way, which
Mhm.
I thought was funny. But it was, you know, it's kind of hard to have a bad mentality if every single day, right, you're scrimming this team, they talk shit to you all the time, they flame you, you make horrible mistakes constantly, but no one's that sad, bad, or upset or anything. We're like, okay, yeah, we could do better, and it's like that kind of builds up your mental fortitude a lot, right? It's a little bit different in matches, but if you're not tilting in scrims, then you're not going to tilt in a match like that.
Have you seen anything similar to that, or have you seen something like, do players accept that kind of, you know, attitude here, or it is just, are
I
they kind
haven't
of
I
like that?
haven't seen any of it here. I
Mm-hmm.
haven't seen any of it here, but like, you know, that was a long time ago. It
Mm.
still does kind of happen today. Like people would flame each other if you'd made stupid plays constantly, or if it'd be a question mark, or maybe a little bit less up in your face about it.
Mm-hmm.
The more up in your face about it was more that those are the Counter Strike players from NA. They've been experienced. They know what's going on, and they're just kind of that's their way of being nice. If they're doing that to you, that means they like you.
Ah, okay.
If they don't do that, they don't like you. A lot of the times I like to stick to the mentality of it doesn't really matter what the other team's doing or anything like that. We're simply focusing on how we're going to play the game, what we should be doing better, how we can improve, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a simple way of doing that in general, right, is you make a mistake, you die, think about it. What could you have done differently, right? And if you're always thinking about what could I have done differently, then you're going to keep your, mentality strong. You're going to be focusing more on improving rather than, oh, that guy hit a lucky shot, or, that was, pure luck or whatever, right?
Speaking of mentality, there's a lot of it that ties also back to home. Kappa bhai, I want you to tell me a little bit about this because you have gone past that entire stage. You've been playing for what now? 20 years or something? Yeah, 20 years you've been a professional esport player. Uh, Talk to me about the parent child equation when it comes to esports. कैसा, like आपके time पे कैसा था when you were going through your whole career? And अभी कैसा, has it changed? Has it been better? Has it become worse? Tell me a little bit about that. How is it in India?
अभी भी उतना नहीं चेंज हुआ है क्योंकि अवेयरनेस उतना है नहीं अपने यहाँ पे। मोबाइल स्पोर्ट्स का ही ज़्यादा पॉपुलैरिटी है, पीसी स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में उतना नहीं है। तो मोबाइल स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में भी सिर्फ एक गेम के बारे में जानते हैं जनता, तो सब गेम्स के बारे में नहीं जानते। और उसमें भी क्या होता है कि पेड स्क्रीम्स वगैरह होते हैं, तो उनको लगता है सब जगह ऐसे ही होता है कि पैसे डालते हैं छोटे बच्चे, स्किन्स लेते हैं या फिर खेलने के लिए, टूर्नामेंट खेलने के लिए भी पैसे देते हैं और उस पर ही सब चलता है। तो अभी भी लोगों को पता नहीं है, और जितना जल्दी पता हो सके उतना अच्छा है। और पहले के टाइम में तो ऐसे लगता था कि पेरेंट्स सपोर्ट करते थे कुछ बच्चों को नहीं बोलते थे, तो लेकिन देखो बच्चों को जो करना है वो करेंगे ही वो लोग, फिर
Yeah.
छुपा के करेंगे। तो उससे अच्छा है कि पेरेंट्स के साथ अगर बच्चे एकदम प्रॉपरली बात करेंगे, बताएंगे कि मैं क्या करना चाहता हूँ, क्या कर रहा हूँ, क्या हो सकता है, बिना झूठ बोले, तो पेरेंट्स शायद समझ सकते हैं। लेकिन उसमें बहुत सारी अलग अलग सिचुएशंस आती है कि फैमिली बैकग्राउंड कैसा है, क्या है,
Yeah.
स्टेबिलिटी है कि नहीं है, और कब तक करेंगे, एजुकेशन छोड़ के करोगे क्या। एजुकेशन छोड़ना, गेमिंग फुल टाइम फॉलो करना तो मुझे नहीं लगता सही बात है,
Yeah.
क्योंकि एजुकेशन तो करना ही चाहिए। एटलीस्ट एक लेवल तक तो करना चाहिए, उसके बाद पैशन फॉलो कर सकते हो। और नहीं कर पाए इसमें कुछ, तो तुम एजुकेशन जो तुम लोग ने लिया है उसके थ्रू भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें कर सकते हो।
Backup option.
हाँ, बैकअप ऑप्शन रहना ही चाहिए। तो पूरा बिना प्रेशर के, बिना टेंशन के तुम गेम खेल सकते हो, पूरा फोकस करके।
Yeah.
और अभी भी मुझे लगता है बहुत सारे पेरेंट्स अपने बच्चों को सपोर्ट करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन बच्चे उसका गलत फायदा उठाते हैं। ठीक है, कि झूठ बोल के एजुकेशन पे फोकस करने के लिए थोड़ा भी बोल रहे तो वो करते नहीं है। झूठ, खुद खुद से ऑनेस्ट होना चाहिए, वो होते नहीं है कभी, और ये सब चीज़ों का फायदा उठाते हैं। अगर कोई टीम में रहेंगे तो बोलेंगे कि उनको कुछ होमवर्क दिया रहेगा कोच ने करने के लिए, टीममेट्स ने बोला रहेगा ये करो वो करो, कुछ चीज़ें करने के लिए बोली रहेंगे टाइम पे, जो करना ज़रूरी है। ठीक है, वो गलत फायदा क्या उठाएंगे कि डैड ने मुझे ये करने के लिए बोला था, कि बहाना बनाएंगे। तो ये गलत फायदा तो प्लेयर्स अभी भी उठा ही रहे हैं। पेरेंट्स सपोर्ट करते हो, लेकिन जब तक तुम झूठ बोलोगे कुछ नहीं अचीव कर पाओगे,
Yeah.
क्योंकि बाकी सब जो स्पोर्ट्स में तुम्हारे अराउंड जो बंदे काम कर रहे हैं, वो लोग तुम्हारा भला ही चाहते हैं, उनसे ही तुम लोग झूठ बोलोगे। पेरेंट्स भी तुम्हारा भला ही चाहता है ना, कि कुछ तो तुम अच्छा कर पाओ खुद के लाइफ में, और उनसे भी तुम झूठ बोलोगे, क्या अचीव कर पाओगे उससे? कुछ नहीं होगा ब्रो। ये
Yeah.
जब तक ये जब तक प्लेयर्स को नहीं समझेगा ना, टाइम वेस्ट होगा सबका, प्लेयर्स का भी और उनके अराउंड जो उनको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं उनका भी, और कहीं पहुंच नहीं पाएंगे उससे वो।
To become an esports player, obviously, first is academics, and then obviously the setup. Sometimes a player does not have the right setup. That also costs him a lot. You know, to tell his parents to get me a setup because I want to become a professional Valorant player. That is something they have never heard of, and it's obviously not secure. So yeah, there are many struggles in becoming a pro esports player, and even after you become a pro esports player, you have to give your time, dedication, and all of the stuff to this game. And sometimes results don't go your way, due to which there is heartbreak. You might feel bad, but obviously, if you have passion, you will stick around, and yeah, results will come through. And obviously, if you love the game, then yeah, you'll keep going, and that's how you become a professional esports player and a good one.
Well, hope that you can do that under Ruby's direction. And Ruby's, speaking of something in terms of players itself, what are you what are you thinking? What do you think about when we put a veteran player with experience against a new young age crack player who has great aim? What is your preference when you look at two of these kinds put in front of you?
I pretty much always prefer a mix, just so that, I don't have to always time out just to reset everyone or, get everyone calmed down because in a match, right, it's good to have high energy,
Yeah.
but you also don't want the opposite, right? If you're all high energy or all low energy, it's always a problem. So I always prefer a lot more of a balance, right? Like when I build rosters in the past, if I had a lot of options, right, it'd be, one or two, it veteran experienced players, and then we'd bring in like, one or two newer players that we can kind of help mold around what we want as a team, and they can be, learning at the same time. Sometimes they're quieter, sometimes they're, more vocal. It kind of just depends on the player. But I've always preferred a balance if I have an option.
Mm. So, speaking of energy itself, right? Now you've been with this team for a couple of weeks at least. Tell me a little bit about what you feel about every one of those players. Who brings the energy? Who's the calmer one? What do you feel about Ryzen? Tell me a little bit about Ryzen.
Ryzen, he does pretty good. I don't think he brings up the energy as much as he should, but
Mm-hmm.
that being said, we also have, I think, pretty much four players on the team have like really high energy. They can bring it all. Sometimes they have to be reminded to do that or like to show up and like be ready, be, set in to get to work basically.
Mm-hmm.
Day's not done type of thing. But I think it's a lot easier to have high energy when four of your players are really, easily able to hype each other up. Especially in a match, I know it'll go crazy when someone does like a good play, or if we do really well together, right? Everyone will freak out. Yeah, it'll be a good time.
All right, great. All right, let's come to what I've been waiting for. Yeah, we are going to talk a little bit about every team that's going to be facing off against you guys in this VCLSA split 1 and 2. All right, let's start off. I just want you guys to give me your opinions. We're gonna start off with RNT X Park, which has a pretty interesting roster, which was the previous Mogo roster. Antidote, Aziz, and all the jazz. Ryzen, tell me a little bit about what do you feel about this RNT roster?
I've played with them before. They are
Mm-hmm.
more of a contact and then explode sort of play style.
Been that for 2 years. Yes, continue.
Yeah. So I think it will be the same. Yeah, they are good. Mechanically, they are very great. I feel like Aziz.
Everybody, welcome to GE Fight Night. My name is Crips. With me is Universe, and today we are going to see a couple of interesting matches where Global Esports Academy is going to be taking on a bunch of teams from across the Pacific, and we're going to put these guys to the test. This is a show match where we will be testing out how much Global Esports Academy have improved over the last few months.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, let's get this show on the road. Let's get the action started. How are you feeling about this, Universe?
Well, I'm feeling really great to see what this team can do. Of course, VCLSA Split 1 wasn't the greatest of bouts. They just had a lot of work to be done immediately after because you could see that there were some teams that they were clearly outpaced by. And of course, there were two teams that they were able to, take on pretty well. But I feel like they do have potential. Of course, this team was made with the plan of longevity in your mind. And there is, of course, a lot of, great little characteristics that each of these players have that we keep testing because of course it's a six-man roster, right? So everybody's getting a chance to kind of see how they fit into the team, and what exactly does Ryzen do with his brain leading this team. But hey, we'll talk about the team a little bit later, and of course the opponents. Let's have a look at the schedule, shall we? What we've got in store for us today. First up, it's gonna be Oasis Gaming versus Team Secret Academy. And that's going to be our opening game. Global Esports will be playing the second and the third best of one. By the way, reminding everybody, this is going to be a best of one for the first three games. And that is going to be continuing until the final, which is where the two teams that find the most number of wins will be going to a best of three grand final. That is going to be letting them fight for the fight night trophy. That is, of course, theoretical, but yeah, it's a trophy in name of just getting a little bit of pride.
Yeah, a lot of pride is on the line. And of course, more than pride, this is a lovely opportunity for all these teams to test out something new, maybe something that you've been cooking in scrims, but it's too risky to try in one of the VCL tournaments. You
Yep.
can probably, bring that to life over here. And which is why I am a little more excited to cast Fight Night, because we might get to see stuff over here which you don't get to see often in official matches. On top of that, as well, the opponents that we have for today, Oasis Gaming and Team Secret, these guys. Obviously, they are great. Oasis Gaming have just started competing in VCL Southeast Asia,
Yep.
and even Team Secret Academy. For them, the season has begun in VCL Southeast Asia. Of course,
Yep.
Oasis, they, if I'm not wrong, did not manage to go through to the main event stage. They were stuck at the promotion relegation area.
Yeah.
So for them, this is gonna be a good chance to like redeem themselves.
Yeah, speaking of Team Secret Academy, they've got a lot of competition in their own region, of course. But the variety that they bring in, of course, to Fight Night is really great. Let's have a look at what these two teams have got in their store, though. We've got the map Veto ready, and let's have a look at what we've got in terms of playing. And it's gonna be Icebox. Okay, Icebox is gonna be the map that they're gonna be playing today, and it's going to be defender side for Oasis first. I genuinely really like the map. I know a lot of people hate it. I know a lot of people don't like this map as much, but I genuinely enjoy Icebox, to a great extent. Only because I myself, I'm a neon abuser on this map, and I would love to see anybody pick up a neon and just run straight into the site. I'm not gonna lie, neon is probably the best agent on this map. People just don't see it as often, unless of course you saw G2 do it at one point. You saw even Paper X try it really long ago. But I love the fact that we're watching Icebox and it's not Haven once again.
Oh yeah, there was a very funny incident last time where out of the three best of ones that we witnessed, all three of them were all Haven maps. And I do enjoy myself a good game of Haven every now and then, but when the map gets repeated too often, yeah, then it becomes a little monotonous. So I'm just glad that we are going in towards the nice cold tundra today. It's a hot day in Mumbai for me over here. So Icebox is gonna be a good change of pace. Not exactly sure if they'll pick up the neon, but I would love to see some people try out the good old Omen teleports, which we have been missing for a while. A lot of people don't even pick Omen on Icebox anymore. They
Yeah,
just pick
yeah.
up Viper, go for single controller, and then they just run their double initiator comp. So I would like a little return to the double controller era of Icebox as well.
I also remember, I think it was Talon who played last season, first time Clove came out. They played, the Clove and Omen double controller. That's something that, is a unique one as well, where they used Clove as a, pseudo duelist, which of course was Primi back in
Yeah.
the time. But, I've seen a bit on this map as well. China's got some interesting, analogies when it goes.
Hmm.
No, I don't think that's you. Yeah.
समझ सकते हैं,
Hmm.
लेकिन उसमें बहुत सारी अलग अलग सिचुएशंस आती है कि फैमिली बैकग्राउंड कैसा है, क्या है,
Yeah.
स्टेबिलिटी है कि नहीं है, और कब तक करेंगे,
Hmm.
एजुकेशन छोड़ के करोगे क्या, एजुकेशन छोड़ना, गेमिंग फुल टाइम फॉलो करना तो मुझे नहीं लगता सही बात है,
Yeah.
क्योंकि एजुकेशन तो करना ही चाहिए, एटलीस्ट एक लेवल तक तो करना चाहिए, उसके बाद पैशन फॉलो कर सकते हो, और नहीं कर पाए इसमें कुछ, तो तुम एजुकेशन जो तुम लोग ने लिया है उसके थ्रू भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें कर सकते हो।
Backup option.
हाँ, बैकअप ऑप्शन रहना ही चाहिए। तो पूरा बिना प्रेशर के, बिना टेंशन के तुम गेम खेल सकते हो, पूरा फोकस करके।
Yeah.
और अभी भी मुझे लगता है बहुत सारे पेरेंट्स अपने बच्चों को सपोर्ट करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन बच्चे उसका गलत फ़ायदा उठाते हैं,
Hmm.
ठीक है? कि झूठ बोल के एजुकेशन पे फोकस करने के लिए थोड़ा भी बोल रहे तो वो करते नहीं है।
Hmm.
झूठ खुद खुद से ऑनेस्ट होना चाहिए, वो होते नहीं है कभी, और ये सब चीज़ों का फ़ायदा उठाते हैं। अगर कोई टीम में रहेंगे तो बोलेंगे कि उनको उनको कुछ होमवर्क दिया रहेगा कोच ने करने के लिए, या टीममेट्स ने बोला रहेगा ये करो वो करो, कुछ चीज़ें करने के लिए बोली रहेंगे टाइम पे जो करना ज़रूरी है, ठीक है? वो गलत फ़ायदा क्या उठाएंगे कि डैड ने मुझे ये करने के लिए बोला था, ये बहाना बनाएंगे।
Hmm.
तो ये गलत फ़ायदा तो प्लेयर्स अभी भी उठा ही रहे हैं।
Hmm.
पेरेंट्स सपोर्ट करते हो, लेकिन जब तक तुम झूठ बोलोगे कुछ नहीं अचीव कर पाओगे,
Yeah.
क्योंकि बाकी सब जो ई स्पोर्ट्स में तुम्हारे अराउंड जो बंदे काम कर रहे हैं वो लोग तुम्हारा भला ही चाहते हैं, उनसे ही तुम लोग झूठ बोलोगे। पेरेंट्स भी तुम्हारा भला ही चाहता है ना, कि कुछ तो तुम अच्छा कर पाओ खुद के लाइफ में, और उनसे भी तुम झूठ बोलोगे, क्या अचीव कर पाओगे उससे? कुछ नहीं होगा ब्रो। ये
Yeah.
जब तक ये जब तक प्लेयर्स को नहीं समझेगा ना, टाइम वेस्ट होगा सबका, प्लेयर्स का भी और उनके अराउंड जो उनको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं उनका भी, और कहीं पहुंच नहीं पाएंगे उससे वो।
To become an esports player, obviously, first is academics, and then obviously the setup. Sometimes a player does not have the right setup. That also costs him a lot. You know, to tell his parents to get me a setup because I want to become a professional Valorant player. That is something they have never heard of, and it's obviously not secure. So yeah, there are many struggles in becoming a pro esports player, and even after you become a pro esports player, you have to give your time, dedication, and all of the stuff to this game. And sometimes results don't go your way, due to which there is heartbreak. You might feel bad, but obviously, if you have passion, you will stick around, and yeah, results will come through. And obviously, if you love the game, then yeah, you'll keep going, and that's how you become a professional esports player and a good one.
Well, hope that you can do that under Ruby's direction. And Ruby's, speaking of something in terms of players itself, what are you thinking? What do you think about when we put a veteran player with experience against a new young age crack player who has great aim? What is your preference when you look at two of these kinds put in front of you?
I pretty much always prefer a mix, just so that, I don't have to always time out just to reset everyone or, get everyone calmed down, because in a match, right, it's good to have high energy, but
Yeah.
you also don't want the opposite, right? If you're all high energy or all low energy, it's always a problem. So I always prefer a lot more of a balance, right? Like, when I build rosters in the past, if I had a lot of options, right, it'd be, one or two, it veteran experienced players, and then we'd bring in like, one or two newer players that we can kind of help mold around what we want as a team, and they can be, learning at the same time. Sometimes they're quieter, sometimes they're, more vocal. It kind of just depends on the player, but I have always preferred a balance if I have an option.
So, speaking of energy itself, right? Now you've been with this team for a couple of weeks at least. Tell me a little bit about what you feel about every one of those players. Who brings the energy? Who's the calmer one? What do you feel about Ryzen? Tell me a little bit about Ryzen.
Ryzen, he does pretty good. I don't think he brings up the energy as much as he should, but that being said, we also have, I think, pretty much 4 players on the team have like really high energy. They can bring it all. Sometimes they have to be reminded to do that, or like to show up and like.
It's a bad day for internet users who've got Airtel and Jio, it seems. We're trying to get data working, just like Rushi sir said on the chat as well. थोड़ी बहुत यहाँ पे दिक्कत हुई, but we are back and we're going to be starting off the game very soon. We should be heading into Icebox within the next 2 minutes. But Crips, we are now awaiting the first round. Unfortunately, we couldn't get to start it because of internet issues. But now I want you to tell me, what do you think could be the comps that we see from these two teams on Icebox?
On Icebox, I would love to see a Vele at the very least. I mean, आपको Vele दूसरे किसी टूर्नामेंट में VCL जैसे टूर्नामेंट में प्रैक्टिस करने मिलेगा नहीं, वहां पे आप रिस्क नहीं ले सकते. So if you use Vele over here, I think it's the perfect way to try whatever you've tried in scrims, but in a proper game. So काफी guessing हो गई. Let's just jump into the game. Let's jump into the agent selection and see what the comp actually is like. The first map, as we know, is going to be between Team Secret Academy and Oasis Gaming. So, okay, no Vele, unfortunately. But we do get to see Neon, so I guess you will be happy.
Yeah, I'm very happy. मैंने तो बहुत बार बोला है कि Neon Icebox पे basically is a cheat code. You can get away with stuff pretty easily, and I like Secret's comp here because they are playing the double initiator. So जहाँ पे भी ये जाएंगे, it is only going to be to try and set up Prodigy, and he is a very very smart player when it comes to playing these aggressive duelists, as far as I've seen as well. काफी सुना भी है इस प्लेयर के बारे में, and right now he is of course trialing along with Team Secret Academy to hopefully one day be in that main roster or if any other roster. लेकिन दूसरी तरफ है Oasis Gaming जो थोड़ा यहाँ पे कंजर्वेटिव अप्रोच के साथ खेल रही है. They've got Astra and they've got a Viper which is a double controller, and very interestingly a double initiator as well. No Sentinel, which throws me back quite a bit क्योंकि Icebox पे ये तो मेटा जो है वो बहुत ज्यादा पुराना है कि Sentinel खेला नहीं जाता था, and to bring it back in big 2025 is, I would say, a bold move.
इट इज अ बोल्ड मूव. हाँ, लेकिन यहाँ पे बस एक एडवांटेज हो सकता है ओएसिस को, बिकॉज उनके पास डबल कंट्रोलर है. इफ दे वांट टू पॉप आउट ऑफ देयर ओन स्मोक्स दे कैन डू इट क्वाइट इजीली विद द केओ फ्लैश, एंड आई थिंक दैट्स द ओनली लाइक विन कंडीशन ओवर हियर फॉर देम. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट यू आर राइट, वो बिना सेंटिनल खेलना हल्का सा रिस्क हो सकता है टू सम एक्सटेंट. इवन द सेज वॉलिंग ऑफ द ट्यूब ऑन आइसबॉक्स, इवन दैट मेटा इज समहाउ more fresh than this one that Oasis are running. But hey, if they want to be nostalgic, if they want to throw it back, then why not, bro? If they can make an old meta work in 2025, तो hats off to Oasis.
Absolutely. चलिए देखते हैं कि क्या कर सकते हैं यहाँ पे Oasis इस कॉम्प के साथ. They are going to be facing off a very aggressive B hit here from Team Secret Academy, it seems, and they do have a counter knife coming in that way. लेकिन Neon जितनी स्पीड से आगे जाएगा उतनी देर तक Zeus मर भी जाएंगे. A recon also to take a little bit for more info. Very difficult here for him to stay alive. Falls back a little bit. एंड यहाँ पे फिर से निकालेगा. टेसरैक्ट इज गॉन एज वेल. सीक्रेट को बी साइड मिल चुकी है एक और यहाँ पे फॉर्म ऑफ रेजिस्टेंस, बट आई डोंट थिंक दैट्स गोना बी इनफ. आके यहाँ पे फाइट करने के लिए तैयार. Oasis will get two back, but it's gonna be Secret with numbers in the end alive.
Yeah, quite an aggressive round, pistol शुरू होते ही सीधा brawling शुरू. They just trades all over the floor and frags left, right, center. काफी एग्रो कॉम्प है ये टीम सीक्रेट का, एंड जैसा कि आपने कहा था बिफोर द राउंड बिगैन, वी विल गेट टू सी अ वेरी एग्रेसिव टीम सीक्रेट, एंड या दे लिव्ड अप टू द रेपुटेशन पहले राउंड में तो एटलीस्ट. अब देखते हैं बाकी राउंड्स में ये किस तरह से आगे जाएंगे, बिकॉज सो फार दिस पुश वाज क्वाइट वाइल्ड. We didn't really get to see too much brain games over here. I mean, the round was too short to see any of those kind of rotations. But yeah, if they're going for a B hit again like this, would be quite interesting. हल्का सा slow जाएंगे. They're not bursting out of the gates just yet. They're still being very diligent, still clearing every corner in case एक stack देखने मिल जाए उस तरफ से यहाँ पे, just to prevent that. And now that yellow and everything has been clear, they can go safely plant, but I think they'll need their Viper wall for it. Never mind, forget planting. They want to pick up these fights, and Prodigy with the Phantom has been able to get one. Marky, oh my god, that's a beautiful shot. And उनके ही attacking Viper wall के पीछे से they will reach upon Snowman. लेकिन backstab already आ चुका है. Astro is ready. He gets the double. In easy. Has the Vandal. Superior weaponry will not help him out.
Yeah, that was very, very well played by Marky. Marky का पहला शॉट जो था वही काफी था थोड़ा यहाँ पे कॉन्फिडेंस इंस्टिल करने के लिए, इस रीटेक के लिए, and they were very meticulous with getting it. Nizi tried his level best, लेकिन काफी ज्यादा प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे मौजूद. चलिए रिप्ले में भी क्रिप्स की आवाज आ गई. अब वापस इस
little bit weirded out listening to myself.
It's okay. We can get past that. I think that'll be fixed in the next round itself. लेकिन यहाँ पे फिक्स करने की जो जरूरत है वो टीम सीक्रेट एकेडमी को है, क्योंकि ये राउंड उनको हारना नहीं चाहिए था. A stack, even though was expected, should have been fought out pretty easily. Another B stack here, which is heavy in terms of the defensive powers, but it seems like the entire attack is going towards A. अकेले यहाँ पे जो वाइपर है सीक्रेट के एपी वो यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं, वेट कर रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे कोई आए उनको पकड़ा जाए, लेकिन उनके टीममेट्स जो है वो ए साइड पे मरते जा रहे हैं. यहाँ पे ट्रेड जरूर मिल गया है, बट इन अदर डायरेक्शन 3v3 एट द मोमेंट.
It is a 3v3, लेकिन सारे के सारे अटैकर्स जो है वो ए पे स्पॉट हो तो चुके थे. रोटेशन फिर भी मार्की का आया नहीं, वो बैकस्टैप करने जा रहे हैं, बट ही माइट बी अ लिटिल लेट. मीनवाइल ए पे ऑलमोस्ट सारे ही प्लेयर्स बच गए हैं. नाउ इट्स अ 1v1. Marky versus the other Viper, which I believe is AP, and yeah, these guys will duke it out in a long drawn, very slow 1v1.
Yeah, he's gonna just tap it out. We expect कर रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे spawn से आ जाए, and Marky is actually moving in that direction. Viper v Viper, the wall's gone up, and he's not probably aware of this AP. थोड़ी देर वेट करने के बाद वो जरूर वापस प्लांट की तरफ जाएंगे.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
30 seconds left.
शायद यहाँ पे अपना बैक दिखा के आ सकते. ओह, द टाइमिंग उस पर. आई थिंक मार्की जस्ट अबाउट स्पॉटेड अ पिक्सल देयर. वॉल के साथ यहाँ पे खिलवाड़ जरूर की जा रही है. एंड नाउ लिस्टेड. The Molly is gonna let him escape as well. Plant जरूर यहाँ पे आ जाएगा. खुद के पास एक यहाँ पे स्नेक बाइट मौजूद है, लेकिन क्या वो ऊपर की तरफ चेक करेंगे? Marky trying to avoid him altogether. Might not expect him to come behind him, but he's gonna jump down, seize the gun barrel, and that is the end. No, he didn't give out any sound.
He didn't give sound, nah?
Yeah, he didn't give out any sound.
Nice. Just grabs the rope at the end of it. That's quite a lot of skill. I was afraid कि यार वो sound दे देंगे, but yeah, absolutely nothing. Marky silent with the footwork, and yeah, it was a very expensive buy round. Even though Secret को ये round मिल तो गया, I mean, sorry, Oasis को ये round मिल तो गया in the end, but still quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, indeed. Oasis यहाँ पे अच्छी तरह से डिफेंड तो कर पाए हैं ए साइड पे फॉर द मोस्ट पार्ट. थोड़े से यहाँ पे किल्स जो है एपी की तरफ निकल गए. And they need to be careful about him because he's somebody who's already initiating a couple blocks towards mid. लेकिन इस बार देखिए फिर से यहाँ पे अप्रोच चेंज करता हुआ ट्रिपल मिड पे यहाँ पे पुश हमें दिखता है. और एनडीजी ने एस्ट्रो को ऑलरेडी निकाल दिया. That's the killjoy gone, which means now amenities are open for them to explore on both sides. कोई यहाँ पे किलजॉय टरेट या अलार्म बॉट की चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है. लेकिन काउंटर में देखिए वापस मिड कंट्रोल रीक्लियर करते हुए पूरी की पूरी यहाँ पे ओएसिस की टीम ऑलमोस्ट पूरी टीम यहाँ पे चली जाती है. गॉट प्रीटी मच मिड कंट्रोल. वापस ए की तरफ यहाँ पे पूरा अटैक आता हुआ. एंड दिस इज गोना बी अ फुल ब्लोन हिट बाय सीक्रेट एकेडमी.
Yeah, and they're already trying to keep them at bay. You know, Oasis is trying to fight this before they can even move ahead of the Viper's wall. लेकिन Neon sneaks through the Viper's wall. Relay bolt already backside डाल दिया गया है. Quite a lot of stuns in place. Molly's lineups just to make sure कि वो plant नहीं कर पाए. लेकिन Tesseract, Sladom दोनों को एक frag मिल गए हैं. And Secret are kind of falling apart right now. Vines brings it back just for a second, but after all the trades, it's Oasis standing tall once again.
Yeah, Oasis holding it strong. एक प्लेयर गंवाने के बाद भी वो काफी अच्छी तरीके से वो ए साइड को होल्ड कर पाए. गुड रीच फ्रॉम देम ऑनेस्टली. उन्होंने बी की तरफ एकदम छोड़ ही दिया था क्योंकि दैट मिड क्लियरेंस जो किया उन्होंने was really well timed because they were able to, you know, kind of close out that space even before they felt any sort of fear come from there. And जैसे ही उन्होंने वो mid clear किया उनको पता चल गया था this has to be A, there's no other way. And Zeus, of course, holding it down, not overcommitting there, kept him and his team in a good position to win the third.
Yeah, but take a look at this position. This is quite nice. Not sure if they're aware about all of this, but they still do their due diligence. And he tries to go for the spam, लेकिन नहीं वो connect नहीं हुआ and अब तो fall back करना ही पड़ेगा. But as he falls back, Sova has now taken position near jail. Exactly, so लेकिन एक ही frag मिलेगा. Jet over saying their welcome. Zeus continuing to fight over here. Even Prodigy is going ahead trying to rush them down. Slatham को trade मिल जाएगा. And that's a nice vandal recovered by Prodigy. Can he line this up? तो दोनों ही players 1v1 के लिए dry peek करेंगे, लेकिन Zeus wins that fight. That is impressive.
Yeah, it's all on AP once again. अकेले पड़ गए हैं और उनके पास ult जरूर मौजूद है, so it is a doable round if he wants to actually kind of pop it down. But all he will need is probably one frag, and he's going to look for that towards mid now. Turret वहाँ पे मौजूद है, तो वो क्रॉस भी नहीं कर पाएंगे अगर उन्होंने टनल की तरफ जाने की कोशिश की तो. और वहाँ पे गए भी तो मार्की जरूर उनका इंतजार करेंगे Vandal के साथ, and this is going to be a difficult one for him. Orb goes up, that gives him a little bit of cover, लेकिन मार्की यहाँ पे पीछे जाते हुए slowly, and he's been spotted. Marky is completely unaware, and this gives an opening. उनको मार के अगर यहाँ पे ult कर दिया जाए, this is definitely AP's round.
Poison's off.
Yeah, he is actually in a good position to win this. Marky has no idea.
10 seconds
Oh,
left.
wait, they just passed by
No,
each other. अरे नहीं, timing हो गया उनके साथ. I thought AB उन्हें देख लेंगे.
I genuinely thought he checked him. I don't know why he went straight for the plant when he knew कि वहाँ पे already player मौजूद है. उन्होंने देखा उनको और फिर भी छोड़ दिया उनको वहाँ पे एकदम ignore ही कर दिया almost, which is very questionable to me. But it is what it is. 4-1 अभी score line. Oasis pretty comfortable. Even in terms of ultimates, they are actually in a good spot considering कि opponent के पास भी बहुत strong ultimates है इस वक्त, and especially with that Teo ultimate, Armageddon is going to be very good to clear out that back of A side. So, or it seems like they're going to go B. Okay, let's see what the plan is here.
Poison orb mid.
So far the plan seems to be a good old B rush. Secret ने already बहुत बार किया है. In fact जो एक राउंड उनको मिला है वो भी because of this B push ही मिला था. So they're gonna try it again. एक pick को ऑलरेडी मिल गया है. And on the back of that Viper wall, they should try to creep in again. लेकिन Oasis के rotations भी यहाँ पे आ चुके हैं. So this will make it a little difficult for Secret. Wall goes up once again, and the moment it does, Oasis start to spam.
Toxin
But
screen
Secret
down.
are still being very diligent, very careful. They send their drone through. Nanoswarm pop करवा दिया है, so at least default plant करने में अभी इतनी दिक्कतें नहीं होनी चाहिए. So I guess they'll just wait for the Viper fuel to recover and then wall up again to fight. Never mind, मैं कहने ही वाला था they will wait for wall up again to fight, but Prodigy goes ahead and he kills the killjoy already. Nice Armageddon. इससे backside भी clear हो जाएगा. But they're going ahead into the Armageddon and Prodigy. Nice shot sliding through. Zeus brings it back. He gets a double, but now he has a tall task on his shoulders. Triple needed off of him.
Yeah, कुछ ज़्यादा ही यहाँ पे उम्मीदें उन पे टिकी हुई हैं, but he's still capable. He has held it on for far. Does not expect the close angle. Nizzy is going to be good for him. 4-2. Secret Academy का जो वहाँ पे push, stop and push again का जो वहाँ पे method था वो काफ़ी अच्छी तरह से काम किया. Especially because Astro को यहाँ पे थोड़ी यहाँ पे वो curiosity बढ़ गई कि have they gone back? I need to check this. वो शायद एक गलती हो गई. He should have let them come to him. And that's why they're going to have to give up that round. It's going to be 4-2 and a lot of ultimate, a barrage of ultimates. तो इस round में शायद बहुत ज़्यादा तबाही हो सकती है क्योंकि इतने सारे ultimates एक साथ दोनों teams के लिए available. And not to mention that Astro also could get one if he's gonna be able to get out a frag, and he's looking for that towards the mid region.
Yeah, surprisingly, mid hasn't really been exploited by Team Secret Academy so far. I mean, they've only been going for A main and B main rushes, at least for the time being. But the moment you say that, they have one player positioned. I believe it's going to be AP who's just marking mid. He's not actually trying to go in or pick a timing. Zeus getting a little ambitious. Yeah, dips out of danger the moment he gets a chance.
Yeah, but he's just burned through all of his util, so he's gonna have to take jump fights. ना तो थोड़ी मुश्किल हो सकती है. Prodigy धीरे धीरे से अंदर आ रहे हैं, and he's got a slide and dash, and there he goes. A stun comes through. He's gonna throw on the wall. Through जाते हुए timing पकड़ ली एकदम बढ़िया सी. Astro ने उनको ट्रेड जरूर कर दिया है. यहाँ पे शायद रिवाइव करना नामुमकिन होगा, लेकिन that killjoy ultimate is gonna help them. Zeus might be able to go for it. Yeah, he's gonna be able. I think he should. Yeah, he should get Slatham now, and that's gonna be one player back. And जो KO का buff हुआ था recently with his ultimate being is gonna be very useful.
Yeah, 1.5 second revives, bro. That's just so good.
Perfect accuracy.
Oh, nice. Astro solo जा रहे थे. मेरे को actually डर लग रहा था about him re-clearing kitchen by himself. लेकिन he's aware.
He shouldn't push anymore.
Yeah, रुक जाइए अपने teammates के लिए. Backstab एक आ रहा है, लेकिन जो backstab Zeus कर रहे हैं वो तो Razor Vine से detect, हम sorry Razor Vine नहीं, Vice की जो wall है Sheer उनसे detect हो जाएगा. Yeah. Oh, he goes in fast. The knives are striking, slices and dices through all of them. It doesn't matter if you put a wall over there. No Sheer can stop him in his tracks.
That was too quick for Team Secret to handle. इतनी जल्दी उन्होंने 2 किल निकाली कि तीसरे को टाइम ही नहीं मिला कि पीछे मुड़ के एक को मार ले. पहला और दूसरा किल के बीच में I think it was just less than a second difference. Look at that. Look at that. So quick. And Viness just couldn't do anything over there. And that calls for a timeout here, as Secret need a little bit of strategic maneuvering, क्योंकि उनको यहाँ पे A side पे जरूर कंट्रोल मिल रहा था. वो किलजॉय के अल्टीमेट ने उनको पीछे धकेल दिया, and very obviously they kind of just ran into B, hoping that कि जो मिड का लर्क है उनका वो एस्ट्रो को निकाल ले. लेकिन एस्ट्रो stood strong there. I feel like if they had re-hit A, it would have been a much better choice for them. But it is what it is, and now Oasis are feeling a little more confident at 5 rounds, and they still, by the way, have 2 round-winning ultimates on them. अगर उन्होंने 3 यहाँ पे गवा भी दिए, फिर भी I feel like Oasis के जो ultimates अभी मौजूद हैं, that's pretty good to fight off against Team Secret Academy and still get another couple of rounds on their hands in this first half.
Yeah, but Secret Academy have already burned through their first tactical timeout. AP, I'm guessing, is Eplex. So,
Yep.
yeah, he's already called for it. And now that they have actually called for this tactical timeout, you can see them splitting up a little. They've put the Viper wall towards B, but the spike is still towards A. So I'm guessing they will start to default a little now. One more important thing that I've noticed so far is that the Viper, isn't really playing with her own team. So she's not lurking. It's the Vice that's lurking. The
Yeah.
Vice will be detected with the dagger, but that dagger was thrown all the way from A. It's a lineup that he used.
No charges left.
Oh, here comes the ultimate. They've thrown down the Hunter's Fury and it might catch Slatham off guard. No, it's gonna be Tesseract who falls. Prodigy ने एक बहुत अच्छी टाइमिंग पकड़ के फिर से एक और यहाँ पे ओपनिंग निकाली अपनी टीम के लिए और इंस्टेंटली वो यहाँ पे पीछे जा रहे हैं. They're just gonna slowly snuggle back into their own spawn region और B की तरफ शायद उनका यहाँ पे no, actually they're gonna re-hit. I kind of like this, लेकिन I feel like because they've not put any pressure towards B, ये rotation जो है वो यहाँ से हटने नहीं वाली है because you still see that you've got the Viper holding on to the main line. जब तक वो यहाँ पे किसी को spot नहीं करेंगे तब तक वो यहाँ से हिलने वाले नहीं है ना कि A side से कोई हिलने वाला है. Finally drone यहाँ पे आता है and it is gonna be a B hit in the end. Marky focusing on the wrong thing, my friend.
Yeah, lovely distraction. मार्की ड्रोन देखने के लिए बिजी हो गए एंड इमीडिएटली उनको मार गिराया. लेकिन एट द सेम टाइम विनेस जो ए पे लर्क करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे उनको मार गिराया गया है. सो नाउ इट्स अ प्रॉपर 3v3. नो मोर लर्किंग बिजनेस फॉर टीम सीक्रेट एकेडमी. दे जस्ट हैव टू बाय देयर टाइम नाउ. एस्ट्रो ने एक प्लेयर को स्पॉट किया. दैट इंफॉर्मेशन हैज बीन रिलेड. अब तक तो पता पड़ जाना चाहिए ओएसिस क्योंकि सारे जो भी सीक्रेट के प्लेयर्स हैं वो येलो एंड डिफॉल्ट पे ही खेलेंगे. Special delivery, guided salvo, all the post plant util to burn down the diffuser. लेकिन Zeus, he's going to challenge. Slatham भी आ रहे हैं. Spike tap करने के बाद he's just gonna abandon the spike and just come start to fight. लेकिन ये लंबा flank Marky का, I'm sorry, Marky नहीं, Eplex का. He went all the way around from mid and now he's come back here. Zeus from above is giving him some backup. Lovely shot. He fades away into the Viper wall and he gets them both. 1v2 from Eplex.
Beautiful round. Late जरूर आए लेकिन time से आए. In the end, just to clutch it, that Viper's snake bite was the winning factor क्योंकि वो जो time उन्होंने buy किया है क्योंकि दोनों player जो थे वो low जरूर थे. Slatham भी low थे and Zeus was basically one bullet away from death and he played that to perfection there at Plix. Once again, it is Team Secret trying to claw their way back thanks to Plix holding down the fort for them. और अभी तक जो मैंने जो नोटिस किया वो कि विनेस की जो लर्क्स है they've always been caught out, haven't they? I think he's tried about 3-4 times. Every time he's been caught out.
Yeah. I think it's about time Vines stops looking and you probably let Aplix do it because उनका flank इस बार काफी अच्छा काम आया. Never mind, मैंने Aplix का नाम लिया और वो मारे गए. इसे कास्टर्स नहीं बोलेंगे, ये तो मतलब उनकी ही गलती है, वो मिड पे फाइट कर रहे थे. लेकिन अब ए पे काफी साउंड दे रहे हैं प्रोडजी. लेकिन ये देख लीजिए उनका वाइस कहां पे पहुंच चुका है. स्नोमैन कंट्रोल ऑलरेडी नीचे का टीम सीक्रेट एकेडमी को.
Yeah, they should
and while they
now.
The only person who can stop this is probably the Killjoy over here. वेपन एक्सचेंज करते हुए सुन लिया एस्ट्रो ने उनको और सारी इंफॉर्मेशन उनको मिल चुकी है. ऑलरेडी इंफॉर्मेशन पास ऑन भी कर दी गई है. अब बस विनेस को एक फ्रैग निकालना है सीक्रेट में. वेरी गुड. मार्की को उन्होंने ऑफ गार्ड पकड़ा. एस्ट्रो ने सुन तो लिया था उनको बी पे क्रॉस करते हुए लेकिन ही डिडंट नो कि लोग इतना क्लोज आ चुके हैं.
ना प्रोडिजी
हंटर्स फ्यूरी का इस्तेमाल करेंगे लेकिन प्रोडिजी ओवर एक्सटेंड्स. एटलीस्ट एस्ट्रो ने वापस से एक ट्रेड लेके ही इज ब्रॉट द एडवांटेज बैक. नो, द टाइमिंग ऑन टेसरैक्ट, दैट इज जस्ट अनफॉर्चुनेट.
Last player
getting a little dicey. छोड़ दिया उनको. He's gonna let him play with that. Vines यहाँ पे थोड़ी मुश्किल उनको होती हुई लेकिन he's gonna be able to stabilize. एक और किल यहाँ पे जरूरत and वो भी पालेंगे. Ace round, honestly deserved with the way he actually pulled out the map control for his team on that B side. For a second मेरे को लगा कि Oasis ये गेम वापस अपने हाथ में ले लेगी फिर से वो राउंड. Forgive me. क्योंकि उनको 2 किल जो मिले प्रोडिजी ने एकदम क्लासिक हाथ में रखे हुए नीचे देख रहे हैं. नॉट लुकिंग टुवर्ड्स किचन हॉल फॉर सम रीजन इवन दो ही हैड अ बकी. ही चोज टू होल्ड द क्लासिक इन हिज हैंड फर्स्ट व्हिच वाज क्वेश्चनेबल. बट देन अगेन विनेस उनकी पोजीशन सबको पता थी फिर भी टेसरैक्ट ने वहां पे पहले रिकॉन मारने का सोचा. नॉट एक्सपेक्टिंग ही माइट बी एबल टू स्विंग हिम आउट.
Exactly right, and वो ये देखना चाहते थे रिकॉन से कि वो अभी भी वहीं पे स्नोमैन पे है कि फॉल बैक कर
Turret's
चुके हैं.
destroyed.
I mean in any given situation वो क्यों ही गिव अप करेंगे इतने अच्छे मैप कंट्रोल वाले पोजीशन को. Oh, Team Secret Academy finally mid का उपयोग कर रहे हैं. I think this is the first time they've gone up tube, right? Not just tube, anywhere in mid.
I think this is the second time. They've gone once before, but they instantly retracted back. पीछे चले गए. इस बार तो वो पूरा commit कर रहे हैं. Astro retaliation सिर्फ एक के लिए. दूसरे ने उनको मार गिराया. यहाँ पे Tesseract आ चुके हैं. He's actually got a good spot. He might actually. Oh no, the Viper Spirit is going to protect Prodigy there. एक उनके आंखों के सामने रोप लेके आगे चले जाते हैं. Sladam will have to concede his position क्योंकि ये Viper Spirit is a very treacherous one. इतना डैमेज लोगे जब तक आप स्पाइक के पास जाओगे भी, रोप लोगे तब भी मारे जाओगे क्योंकि वन वे है ऑलमोस्ट वो. एंड स्लैदम क्या ही कर पाओगे आप यहाँ पे.
Maybe get a spam kill. I mean Zeus उसकी कोशिश करेंगे. He's gonna try to enter the Viper Spit. Oh, barrel देख लिया. Finesse out. Dashes into a Blix's face and he still survives. एक और Cloudburst hoping that he can at least reset his aim, लेकिन वो नहीं हो पाएगा. और अब Sladam टाइम कम है, बुलेट्स भी ज्यादा नहीं है. आई थिंक एट दिस पॉइंट इन्हें सेव ही करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन वो भी बहुत मुश्किल लग रहा है. ओह नाइस, जाते जाते दोनों फ्रैग्स निकाल जाएंगे. टैंक्स द गाइडेड salvo hoping to escape the spike. Nah, can't escape with the gun.
Yeah, that was a very very well thought out round from Secret. लेकिन अंत में सारे वेपन्स उन्होंने गवा दिए. इकोनॉमी देखिए उनकी एकदम मिट्टी में मिल चुकी है because they've got a guardian and everybody except for Aplix has less than 500 crest to their name. तो आखिरी राउंड में उनके पास, तो अगर उन्होंने यहाँ पे वेपन्स गवा दिए आखिरी राउंड में, तो उनके पास वेपन्स बचेंगे ही नहीं. and so it's very important for them to actually win this round. थोड़ा यहाँ पे उनको I would say धीरे से खेलना पड़ेगा unless they want to still stick true to it and go straight into it. They don't know Prodigy को बिल्कुल भी यहाँ पे अंदाजा नहीं था कि Zeus ऊपर है. Flash comes in, supports him out. Zeus is still holding his ground. He does not want to give up this place क्योंकि उनको पता है कि वो यहाँ पे फाइट जीत सकते हैं और जीतेंगे भी. ट्रेड जरूर आ जाएगा यहाँ पे, लेकिन उसके विपरीत में ओएसिस को मिड कंट्रोल मिल चुका है.
लेकिन टेसरैक्ट ये दूसरी बार है जब वो जेल की पोजीशन ले चुके हैं. पहले भी Zeus ने टावर लेने की कोशिश की थी and Tesseract stayed hidden, but nobody checked him at that time. Nobody's checking him this time either. Gets a shot. That's the spike down. Here's the second. And he's reloaded, ready for the next one as well. Sladam comes in to help him out. And that's a crazy thrifty from Oasis.
मैंने बोला था Secret had to win this round. Secret needed that round. अब उनको बिल्कुल भी यहाँ पे पैसे नहीं होंगे उनके पास to kind of fight into this round as, you know, definitely as they would have wanted to. A Bucky, a Vandal, 2 Stingers, a couple of half armors at best and nothing more. This is a scrappy one, and this could give 7-5 to Oasis because they've got great ultimates as well to secure this round. Viper ult seems like it's going to go down towards B pretty deep, and that's exactly where Secret is hoping to go. And Maki, उनको पूरी तरह से यहाँ पे deny कर देंगे. Unless Prodigy just slides in and goes for the kill. लेकिन Astro यहाँ पे 2 निकालते हुए तीसरा नहीं मिलेगा. B side पे जो यहाँ पे लड़ाई हुई वो इस वक्त के लिए तो Secret के हाथ हो जाती है unless Sladam has something to say about it.
हाँ, I mean, he probably can. Null command है, flashes भी काफी available है. He can lob one underhand जैसे ही Viper's Wall activate होती है, and he should be able to get at least 1 kill with that. Okay, Zeus detected. कोई बात नहीं. He can always fall back and position himself. Plant deny करने के लिए he's gonna use the molly and Zeus. Does he get an angle here? Yes, he does. Lizzie taken out. Oh no, Finesse. जैसे ही Sladam अपना ult activate करेंगे एक बार फिर से उनको मार गिराया जाएगा. लेकिन Zeus is on a killing spree. He's like an attack helicopter right now. Float कर करके सबको मार गिरा रहे हैं हवा से ही. Tesseract comes in from behind and that is the round. 7-5 का ये half है और Oasis यहाँ पे 2 राउंड की लीड लेके जाएगी.
Finesse came very close. फिर से एक और क्लच की वहाँ पे जरूरत उनके हाथों से, लेकिन इस बार Tesseract तैयार थे. वेपन उनको मिल चुका था. He came on the flank and he was good with his timing because Zeus was doing most of the work of distraction. And Secret realized that the minute the sheer wall was triggered on the back line, उनको पता था कि उनको यार अभी चलो साइड पे जल्दी से निकल जाते. Tesseract पीछे से आ रहा है. We have to run in, and they took the control. Unfortunately, just not good enough for their aim duels. And now Oasis have to show us what can they do with this double initiator comp with the Sova and KO. as compared to the Theo on the other hand. NDG का जो impact है वो attacking half में ज़्यादा दिखा नहीं हमें. Even with the utility, I would say, I didn't feel like I saw much of his, impact with his util. What do you think?
I think this half he has a chance to redeem himself if he wasn't able to create impact in the first one. यहाँ पे all the situations are reversed, of course. So, okay, drone, but they still try to keep things a little sneaky. It was almost a contact play until they started shooting, and here you go. Laser points deployed. They still try to go through it. वाइपर वॉल को तो डिसरिस्पेक्ट किया जा रहा है और ओएसिस को वही वाइपर वॉल डिसरिस्पेक्ट करके फ्लैशेस के बलबूते पे 2 किल्स मिल भी चुके हैं. Plant and shocked out, that's quite standard. लेकिन Tesseract continues to stick it. Aplix has to come in for the rescue now. उनके काफी सारे टीममेट्स ऑलरेडी मारे जा चुके हैं. And Nizzy, Aplix, both of them striking through. Wow, that's 2 quick kills. Make it 4. Okay. देखते ही देखते 2v5 से 2v1 हो चुका है. And I'm actually surprised how Secret pulled it off. That's wild.
Yeah.
अभी वॉल के पीछे मार्की को स्पैम करना ही पड़ेगा. He's hoping to kill the diffuser, but nobody is on the spike. At this point तो साउंड आ चुकी रहेगी मार्की को. अब उन्हें पता है कि दोनों प्लेयर्स ही यहाँ पे मुझे मारने के लिए आएंगे. लेकिन Nizzy continues to fight him. Nice shot by Aplix. Mid-air उनको मार के आया.
एक और राउंड, एक और Aplix क्लच और एक और बार अपने वाइपर के बदौलत वो एक राउंड यहाँ पे हासिल करते हुए. It's become a little bit of a pattern here that Aplix is kind of making his team stand strong, and he's been the only one so far except for that one round from Viness. But this cannot turn out to be what it is. Prodigy को अच्छे यहाँ पे एंट्री जरूर मिल रहे हैं लेकिन वो बहुत जल्दी ट्रेड ऑफ हो रहे हैं. And Oasis is really doing well at that trade-off game, aren't they? They're able to actually find him almost within 5 seconds after he's able to take out one of theirs.
This time Oasis का एक faultish approach हमें देखने मिल रहा है. 1 on B, you have the Sova just trying to make some action over there. Meanwhile, Secret Academy, they are pushing out of tubes. Oh, there you go. Lovely shot by Viness. Astro को pick off कर लिया है उन्होंने, and उनके refrag करने के लिए Theo भी वहीं पे मौजूद थे ही, लेकिन उन्हें कुछ मिला नहीं. Now take a look at the jet. Oh my god. Zeus one taps Prodigy and he's gonna continue. Dashes in towards the side as well. Tower पे उन्होंने Sova को contest करने की कोशिश की, but Zeus is still a little iffy. Hesitating to peek. लेकिन स्लैदम के भरोसे पे स्पाइक लिखा हुआ था एंड स्पाइक अभी ऊपर गिर गया है. वो रिकवर करने के लिए वापस चढ़ना पड़ेगा आपको टावर के ऊपर, एंड वहां पे ऑलरेडी सारे के सारे प्लेयर्स स्क्रीन से एम लगा के बैठे हैं. कूल, एटलीस्ट स्पाइक कवर कर लिया. प्लांटेड, बट फॉल बैक करने के लिए टाइम नहीं है. दे विल हैव टू प्ले 4-10. एक विनिंग कंडीशन है और वो है लर्क फ्रॉम मार्की. मार्की का लर्क अगर टाइम पे रहेगा तो बहुत मजा आएगा, लेकिन मार्की दैट स्पॉट, मार्की विल कम थ्रू. Diffuse tried to be stuck, and there you go. Secret finally get it.
Came a little close though. Team Secret Academy यहाँ पे 3 weapons उनके ड्रॉप कर दिए गए. एक बुलडॉग, एक गार्डियन जरूर यहाँ पे ले जाएंगे अगले राउंड के लिए, लेकिन प्लांट मिल गया. 3 weapons ड्रॉप कर दिए. I would say that's a very good eco round from Oasis.
Yeah. 3 kills, 1 plant. I think. Yeah, I mean, काफी सारा weaponry deny कर दिया गया है यहाँ पे Oasis को, so they will just have to reinvest, but Secret Academy can still carry forward a couple of their weapons. That Bulldog and Guardian should really do wonders. हाँ, that being said, NDG can still do wonders with the Sheriff as well. हमने काफी सारे अच्छे shots उनसे भी देखे हैं. Even though NDG के पास इतना ज़्यादा kills नहीं है, जो भी kills उन्होंने निकाले हैं वो काफी अच्छे one taps थे. So yeah, quality not quantity उसमें focus है NDG का. Unfortunately, you need quantity as well. Oh, Viness काफी forward wall लगाने की कोशिश करेंगे, but you can still go into tube with that.
No, actually, it triggers into tube as well.
Into tube as well? Oh,
yes, it triggers tube as well.
Nice. हाँ, फिर तो बहुत अच्छी बॉल, बहुत ही अच्छा बॉल है ये. Oh, Zeus vulnerable with the snake bite. आगे आने पे मजबूर हो गए, and Prodigy can upgrade to a Vandal.
Gets away just by, and he's gonna be able to live with 76 HP. And यहाँ पे Oasis की जो टीम है वो बढ़ चुकी है 2 हिस्सों में. स्पाइक तो बी की तरफ है, लेकिन 2 प्लेयर्स जो हैं अभी भी ए पे हैं, और वहाँ पे मौजूद जरूर है Tesseract. Forgive me, not Tesseract. It's gonna be the Sova from Team Secret. जो ऊपर की तरफ आप नीचे कूद के निकल चुके हैं, and I think that should be a call made
Thorns down.
for Oasis to actually go back towards A. लेकिन यहाँ पे fake चल रहा है. They're gonna hold on. Tesseract peeks out. Slatham gets the kill, and now it's just a
30
गेम ऑफ
seconds
कैट
left.
माउस की कौन कहाँ है, क्या चल क्या रहा है यहाँ पे. निजी ने निकाल दिया एस्ट्रो को वहाँ पे, एंड मार्की होपिंग टू गेट दैट ट्रेड बैक, लेकिन
One
प्लांट
enemy
जो है वो
remaining.
स्टैप नहीं किया गया था. मार्की को निकाल दिया. ओएसिस, व्हाट द हेल हैव यू डन?
Yeah, they were spoiled for choice. बहुत ही ज़्यादा options थे उनके पास. Like मार्की को A कंट्रोल मिल गया था तो उन्होंने बोला चलो वहाँ पे फेक सेल करेंगे, B पे प्लांट करेंगे, एंड B पे उनको किल भी मिला, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली मरने से पहले स्पाइक स्पॉट हो गया था, इसलिए टीम सीक्रेट एकेडमी के सारे प्लेयर्स B के तरफ ही आ गए. अगर वो स्पाइक स्पॉट नहीं होता ना, सिर्फ किल मिलता, देन आई थिंक इट वुड हैव बीन वेरी कन्विंसिंग कि हाँ सीक्रेट एकेडमी A पे ही रहेगी, ओएसिस A पे आने वाले हैं. वो जो भ्रम था उनका, वो इल्यूजन था, वो टूटता नहीं. स्पाइक स्पॉट होता ही, लेकिन सीक्रेट एकेडमी के सारे प्लेयर्स वहीं पे पहुंच गए, एंड स्लैदॉम को इंटरसेप्ट करने के लिए, उनको मिड क्रॉसिंग प्रिवेंट करने के लिए ऑलरेडी अंडर ट्यूब प्लेयर्स तैनात थे. सो या, दैट्स व्हाट हैपेंस व्हेन द स्पाइक गेट्स स्पॉटेड. सीक्रेट एकेडमी की तरफ से एक बहुत ही अच्छा डिसीजन इन जस्ट अ मैटर ऑफ मोमेंट्स, एंड दे गेट द विन. बट टेक अ लुक एट दिस पोजीशन from the Neon, like he is so far ahead. Prodigy this time in jail again. यहाँ पे Tesseract ने कितने बार kills निकाले हैं, and they're getting a taste of their own medicine now.
Okay, then Tesseract going straight for the plant. No cover. Cover was a little far away. Very interesting strategy there to go straight for the plant without having any sort of help. And Spike उनके हाथों में. Okay, Oasis. Interesting.
Yeah, Slavin. Indeed. I was about to say कि Slalom को तो इंतजार करना पड़ेगा. Maybe he should wait for Zeus to move back into position, क्योंकि उनने mid पे position ले ली थी.
One
But take a
enemy
look at
remaining.
this. Oh no, Astro. I was about to say कि वो शायद undetected जा सकते हैं, लेकिन Nisi still being very diligent. अपने पीछे भी check करेंगे.
7-9 in Academy from Secret will take the lead. And ये लीड उनको पहले हाफ में मिली जरूर थी, लेकिन उन्हें वो फिर से गवा दी. Came close enough. They were at a good spot. लेकिन अब उनको शायद यहाँ पे कॉन्फिडेंस जो है डिफेंसिव हाफ में थोड़ा ज़्यादा मिल रहा है. And Prodigy, again, like I said, he's able to get that one and he's getting away. But before he gets away, the trade-off is coming through. क्या वो फिर से इस राउंड में होगा? क्योंकि लगता है कि he might be a little keen to go on another hit here. NDG को यहाँ पे और दिलाया गया. He's just 2 away from the Armageddon, and Prodigy this time will not be punished. Takes the op, 1 away, and absolutely out of bounds.
Oh no, NDG. 1-1 खेल के सरप्राइज करना चाहते थे वो, लेकिन Zeus is just a little too sharp. Okay, dagger broken. अब उसे ये तो पता पड़ जाएगा कि 2 प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे मौजूद है. दूसरा प्लेयर लेकिन स्क्रीन पे पहुंच चुका है. So Prodigy is just holding this crossing with the op. I am feeling so nervous, यार. ये Zeus की पोजीशन देख के I am feeling a little too nervous. What if Prodigy थोड़ा और लेफ्ट में जाके 410 पीक करने की कोशिश करे, एंड उसी वक्त पे Zeus उन्हें मार गिराए? बहुत गंदा केस ऑफ टाइमिंग हो जाएगा उनके साथ.
Yeah, Zeus actually gone up. Zeus gets him as well. Timing एकदम perfect. Heaven के लिए कोई भी कवर नहीं था उनकी तरफ से. विनेस ने यहाँ पे ट्रेड एक निकाल दिया, दूसरा तीसरा भी. सीक्रेट जस्ट होल्ड देयर मार्क. विनेस का यहाँ पे जो 3K, थैंक्स टू निजी डूइंग मोस्ट ऑफ द वर्क ऑनेस्टली. उन्होंने जब वो शॉक डार्ट पहला डाला, आई थिंक ही टुक ऑन मोस्ट ऑफ द अटेंशन, एंड देन विनेस जस्ट डिड द रेस्ट इन टर्म्स ऑफ एम. बहुत ही बेहतरीन यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन उनका. एंड या देयर इट इज, ही टुक ऑन सो मच ऑफ द अटेंशन ऑन टू हिमसेल्फ, एंड निजी को वहां पे बस एक किल निकालने की जरूरत पड़ी, क्योंकि दी स्प्रे ट्रांसफर्स, और आई वुड से रादर एडजस्टमेंट, वाज ऑन पॉइंट.
वेरी ऑन पॉइंट. बहुत डिफिकल्ट होता है ऐसा ट्रिपल किल निकालना, and that too when one of your opponents is above on fridge and the other one is below. That's a big flick to make.
Wait, they already lost NDG again?
Wow, that's
How?
rough. That's
I mean, NDG,
see
I
where
understand.
he's right on the mark.
Yeah, he wanted the ult, but I feel like it's easier to get the op than to just die, my friend. Like, okay, Zeus just jumps over screens over here to get Prodigy as well. Marky का यहाँ पे lurk बिल्कुल भी check नहीं किया गया. Viness does not check that corner. That's gonna be a bit of a Ring around the rosy, and Marky's heard him. That should be another easy kill. I think he's missed it. He's missed it. Never mind. He connects it, and we're gonna get it done as well.
Last player remaining.
But it's all up to poor Nizzy now. Gets a spam onto Zeus, लेकिन नीचे उतरते उतरते his aim is thrown off a little too much and he's getting double peak. Tesseract का भी peak आ गया उस तरफ से. And yeah, Secret Academy. They looked pretty good at the start of this round, लेकिन उसके बाद जब Oasis का full blown A पे assault शुरू हुआ, they kind of crumbled. वो अपने ही Vipers Wall के आसपास खेलना चाहते थे. They were hoping to challenge Oasis before they can get in towards the planting region. लेकिन इतना aggressive खेलने के कारण Oasis भी अपने players को आजू-बाजू में ही रख रहे थे. They kept their players within shooting distance and cover distance of each other, so the trades were a little more easy for them.
Yeah.
That being said, at least Team Secret are making sure that they try to deny the spike plant to Oasis because they know कि एक बार plant हो गया तो Oasis के पास बहुत ज़्यादा post plant util है. Nice shot by Zeus. Yeah, like Oasis have a
yeah, go on.
Oasis have a lot of post plant util, right? There's shortcuts, a KO molly, a killjoy molly, Viper molly.
Poison's off.
Yeah, they do have quite a bit. यहाँ पे देखिए, they've just held on to their spawn region. They're like, okay, we're gonna wait for any more, intricacies from Team Secret Academy. Are they gonna try and push? No, is the answer. And even on A and B, Team Secret themselves are playing very passive. Drones from both sides at the exact same time, by the way. They're gonna exchange each other. And I don't think neither of the Sovas are gonna be spotted. But they know that they're here, that's it. They just know that they've got it. NDG is going to support his other initiator on that side. But यहाँ पे जो lurk Marky का है, वो अंदर जरूर जहाँ पे आ चुके हैं, B side की तरफ.
30 seconds
He's
left.
not been spotted. And I don't think he should go on exploring anymore unless his wall comes up. And he's going to have to sit there. He's going to be probably spotted by AP. I think he's been hurt as well. But AP takes a headshot and that's going to leave Marky in a very difficult spot. Oh, Marky. Marky!
Nah, bro, nah. He tried to jump the gun. उनको लगा कि वो Minez को मार पाएंगे, लेकिन he was immediately shot down the moment he tries to rush the steel garden. Now, उनके teammates को यहाँ पे plant defend तो करना पड़ेगा, but they don't have the man advantage. Zeus is also missing a shot, but hey, I mean, if Nizzy walks into the nade like this and gives you a free kill, why not? Lovely flash by Slather. Could have been a double, but वो adjust नहीं कर पाए time पे. And now it's up to Zeus. 1v1. He knows कि उनको push किया जाएगा. Shorty ready. He spotted him while dashing, and he's just trying to break Minez's ankles right now. वक्त जाया कर रहे हैं उनका. हाँ, लेकिन plant नहीं है Zeus के पास, so he's just gonna have to hop, skip, and jump his way across towards his enemy.
Minez! Oh my god. Nah, okay, not what this round was absolutely bonkers. पहले वहाँ पे B side पे Marky के साथ जो हुआ, उसके बाद यहाँ पे ये जो पहले kills आए A side पे उन्होंने plant लिया. Crazy. Look at the difference between Zeus and his team. You can see that very clearly. वो अपनी टीम को अपने कंधे, अपने बदन पे सब जगह उनको यहाँ पे पकड़ा हुआ है. He's holding on to them like Superman and he's carrying them. He's double of what the next person has got the kills and 2 more as well, if you can add on to that.
Wow. It's quite the hard carry though. अभी बस उनको cape पहनाना बाकी है.
I mean, I think it fits the name, right? Zeus. He's the god of all gods. Yeah, no, god of all gods. Thunder as well. No, god of thunder. Sorry. What are you saying?
I mean, technically, Zeus is also lightning.
Lightning. He's the god of lightning. He's got lightning powers, but he's not the god of thunder. The god of thunder is Thor.
Sorry, bro. I mixed up Norse and Greek mythology थोड़ा.
Yes.
देखो, मैं तो इंद्र सुप्रीमेसी में believe करता हूँ. But anyway, we'll discuss mythology later. For now, this Viper pit जो यहाँ पे है, उसके ऊपर खेलने की कोशिश हो रही है. And Zeus has already reached rafters somehow undetected. Maybe with the judge is able to mow them down, but yeah, all the secrecy, all the sneakiness, it's not gonna pay off for Oasis.
But probably best to play as a team.
9 to 11, and it's gonna be Secret Academy holding on to their horses so far. They've got again one big ultimate to try and stop any sort of pushes from Oasis. लेकिन Oasis यहाँ अभी तक तो काफी ज़्यादा meticulous है ये. They've not gone on a full outburst. They play for a bit of information, वो wait करते हैं, and then they start making their moves, and they're hoping every round that Zeus is kept alive, give him a little bit of more space to play with. And Maki, while his lurks have been to a certain degree successful,
There.
वो हमेशा कहीं ना कहीं तो दिख ही जाते हैं अंत में, and he's been caught off in bad positions in the last 2 rounds at least. Let's see how that can change this time around, because he's going to be lurking towards B while his team is exploring mid.
Oh, and this mid exploration can be devastating. They had no idea Venus was present over here. Overstays is welcome, so Zeus will promptly punish him for that. But in this 4v4 kind of a situation, the odds generally favor the attackers, because the defense has to spread their players out and cover every angle, cover every gap in the armor. But the attackers, they can just clump up together and hit aside with brute force.
Good knife over there. AP को यहाँ पे spot कर दिया गया. A main clearance के लिए वहाँ पे Armageddon डाल दिया गया, just to make sure that Aplix has enough time to get his wall and or back up. लेकिन ये Killjoy ultimate उनका यहाँ पे शायद अंत कर सकती है. But look at Prodigy comes in from the flank. He's completely unexpected. I'm not sure what happened there, but Astro का utility शायद backstab पे नहीं डाला गया था, or was it? I'm not sure. Nobody really. I would love to see a replay of what just happened there. I don't know. Was there an arm bot there, Chris? Did you by chance any time spot it?
Not on the minimap. No, I didn't see anything.
So they were just hoping that nobody would come on the flank.
Yeah, is there a chance he probably used this fast lane to cover the alarm bot, if at all there was one over there? Or maybe they placed the alarm bot like this on mid, like it's placed right now.
Probably, yeah. And he got broken down early because they were they were exploring mid, so they didn't actually put down anything. Maybe he just forgot.
Yeah, that would be sad. This time there's a aggressive turret by Oasis right outside of the rafters on A. And this is to make sure कि कोई भी Secret Academy का player अगर कोई reclear करने आया aggressively तो उसको पकड़ा जाए. Secret Academy में not re-clearing mid. Sorry, not re-clearing A this time. They're re-clearing mid instead. कुछ दिखेगा नहीं drone से. So they continue stacking B, जहाँ पे actually Oasis काफी ज़्यादा favor कर रहे हैं.
उन्होंने अभी just Spike को tap किया था, and they've just held back now, and Secret are not really keen on pushing. So this is interesting. Why did they just tap the Spike and go back? And now they're trying to hopefully sell a fake, because देखिए Killjoy जो है वो अभी A side पे मौजूद है.
Yeah, और काफी एग्रो पुश जगह है ये Killjoy. उसको डिटेक्ट करने के लिए अब तक कोई यूटिलिटी है नहीं. कोई भी बोलता ना वाइस फॉल भी नहीं है उधर to tell them of their presence. So right now Oasis can easily dip back. सिर्फ एक प्लेयर उनका पोजीशन मार्क करेगा, वो है Neon. उनको भी कुछ देखने मिलेगा नहीं because of the Viper smoke in mid. So Oasis have safely crossed over towards the A side, and now the Killjoy can make her move.
Actually, Astro's in a good position, and he gets one as well. Viper Spit is too good. Covers our spawn. Marking यहाँ पे निकाल दिया उनको. And this is going to be a 4v2. That is almost impossible unless Nizzy is able to capitalize on another kill. एक जरूर उन्होंने Hunter Spirit से निकाल दिया. Aplix यहाँ पे पिट के अंदर close corners clear करते हुए. Ultimate फिर से एक और यहाँ पे just to make sure that the round is secured. And काफी ज़्यादा investment एक 3v3 के लिए from the side of Oasis, but they need it because they're fighting for every round as if it's the last.
Yeah, and this very well could be the last round. Secret Academy, they have all the weapons now. जो भी पैसे की problems थी सब खत्म हो चुकी है, and even the AWP is out in the hands of Prodigy. So yeah, this can be quite the devastating round. My God, Zeus already 30 bomb पहुंच चुके हैं. 30 frags, and the player closest to him doesn't even have half of him. Not even 15 on Marquee. So yeah, this is quite the game from Zeus. But can they set him up for success once again? Drone doesn't spot him even up close, so they should let him go up there. I really hope इस बार spike tap करने के चक्कर में, fake करने के चक्कर में advantage ना खो दे. Zeus has the firepower to take down the entire team of Secret Academy by himself, and I just hope they let them. I just hope they let him lose. Never mind. Now this I can say is Caster's curse.
Indeed. Smoked it through almost pretty much too easily. He got it through, but the trade's there. Tesseract finds one of the Hunter's Fury, but I feel like Secret should wait for another tap here. Viness, I'm channeling no curse to you this time. It's just telepathy. Peak mat karo. Peak mat karo. मत गवा अपनी जिंदगी वहां पे. ये राउंड तुम्हें बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी पड़ेगा. You need to win this. Come on, listen to me. All right, he's gone back. So playing smart. All right, I'm gonna say exactly what's gonna happen now. They're gonna go straight for the. They're gonna knife first. Knife करने के बाद यहाँ पे विनेस swing करेगा wall के through और वो अपनी life नहीं गवाएगा क्योंकि वो एक को मारेगा फिर से वापस आ जाएगा. See exactly. I got it, man. I got it. See.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
But I didn't see any knife. Okay. I hope there was at least a flash to help him out.
अरे I'm 99% accurate. भाई वो 1% knife था.
अच्छा ठीक है चलेगा. Slatham is 99% accurate right now. Hits the shot onto Venus, but that's all she wrote for him. And Secret Academy will win this game.
Yeah, Secret to take the first game of Fight Nights second edition, and this is going to be now their one step further towards the grand finals. क्योंकि अब जो है Global Esports Academy आने वाली है खेलने के लिए, and they are going to be facing off against Oasis, who now have to absolutely get a win here to try and keep themselves alive for the final. और final game जो है Secret और Global Esports Academy के against होगा, जहाँ पे depending on who wins this game is gonna decide the fate of the other one. So we've got all three games meaning something today, guys, because now this is going to be quite the bit of a fight. क्योंकि अगर every team is able to beat each other and also lose to one, then we come down to round differential, which will decide who our two finalists will be. चलिए देखते हैं एक बार लेकिन इस मैप के highlights के through what were the best moments, what were not, because of course one big and absolutely upfront highlight was Zeus, right? Like how can you deny that man
100%.
what he did in the entire game?
Clearly MVP worthy performance है Zeus की तरफ से. I mean there were so many instances like this backstab alone is just the tip of the iceberg. ये तो सिर्फ उनकी शुरुआत थी. इसके बाद से तो Zeus ने जिस तरह से मारना शुरू किया है, it's absolutely insane. We did get to see a bunch of clutches from Eplix as well. 2 clutches if I'm not wrong, one in each half. But yeah, Zeus was on fire all throughout. Viness की तरफ से हमें एक lovely ace देखने मिला. Almost a 1v2 tha wo wala ace bhi, but after that I just saw so many instances where he was very easily punished, and sometimes overstayed is welcome in these spots.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Prodigy tried to do a bit of this as well, क्योंकि Zeus काफी बार ना ऐसे positions में थे जहाँ पे उनको multi kills मिल रहे थे and he was able to get away, but Prodigy was being caught out, a lot of times. Having said that, I feel like Prodigy ने जितना space create किया अपने पहले picks की तरफ से, that was really strong, right, for his team. And Zeus के ये clutches of course were great. This of course again another mistake, a lot of mistakes here from Oasis coming through. अलार्म बॉट नहीं डाल रहे थे एक जो राउंड पे था, और टीम फाइट्स में वो कभी कभार चूक रहे थे. एंड ऑल्सो दीज आई लाइक द आइडिया ऑफ स्टॉप पुश जो उन्होंने किया था बी साइड की तरफ. आई थिंक अबाउट 3 times, बट there was one of these rounds where they got caught out completely, right? जो अंत में था, NDG put down 2 guided salvos, Zeus had to jump up on top of yellow, और उनको वहां पे 3 जन मतलब एकदम हैं, you know that meme?
ऐसा देख रहे थे
यार. They just shot him down. Luckily for them, they had 2 big ultimates to finish off the round on A, but even that was not enough to close out the game. So now they're going to have to fight for survival against our very own Global Esports Academy. And Crips, मैंने audience की बात भी सुनी है, and they have told कि आप please कोई भी round में किसी के बारे में भी जो करने वाले उसकी बात ना करें, क्योंकि कर्स अगर आपने जी पे लगा दिया तो मैं खुद मुंबई आऊंगा आपके घर ढूंढने के लिए, आपका घर ढूंढने के लिए.
I mean आप already आ चुके मेरे घर पे एक बार. आप
हाँ तो इसीलिए मेरे को पता है, वही तो बोल रहा हूँ. I know your house, man. Don't curse my players.
I won't curse the players. ठीक है, I'll try not to predict anything for the next game. I'll just speak as it is. हाँ, लेकिन अब तक जो भी मैंने देखा उससे एक चीज तो बहुत क्लियरली पता पड़ रही है कि ओएसिस का ये जो स्टॉप एंड स्टार्ट वाला प्ले स्टाइल है वो एक वक्त के लिए काम कर सकता है, क्योंकि काफी बार उनको एरिया कंट्रोल मिल रहा था. यू नो देयर वर सो मेनी इंस्टेंसेस वेयर देयर किलजॉय वुड जस्ट स्नीक इन टुवर्ड्स द ए साइड, या फिर कभी-कभी इवन द वाइपर वुड जस्ट मेक इट देयर. यू नो उनको दो साइड का साइमल्टेनियस कंट्रोल मिल जाता था, एंड सीक्रेट एकेडमी वुड हैव नो आइडिया कि ऑलरेडी उनका कोई मेंबर साइड पे इतना डीप पहुंच गया है,
Yeah.
तो वो लर्क्स जो है ओएसिस के लिए काम कर रहे हैं. The
Mhm.
only thing that didn't work for them is that ये जो start stop वाला method है उसके कारण they are hoping कि their opponents will play a little more aggressively to re-clear, and then
Yeah,
re-clear
but
करने
they're
के टाइम
using
पे वो फाइट
util.
जीतेंगे. एग्जैक्टली वो सामने आ ही नहीं रहे हैं खुद रिक्लियर करने के लिए, वो बस यूटिल से बोलते हैं ना कंफर्म कर रहे हैं ओएसिस के पोजीशंस, एंड उसके कारण ही
Yep.
ओएसिस वो फाइट्स जीत नहीं पा रहे हैं. तो वो जो होल स्टार्ट स्टॉप वाला स्ट्रेटजी है
Mhm.
उसका प्रॉपर इस्तेमाल नहीं हो पा रहा है यहाँ पे. दे नॉट प्लेइंग इट एज देयर विन कंडीशन.
Yeah, I feel like the rehits could be a little bit more cleaner. कि उनको शायद पहला इनिशिएटिव लेना चाहिए. चलिए 5-10 सेकेंड के लिए रुक गए. अगर तुम्हें ए साइड पे कंट्रोल मिल गया है, either completely rotate or you have to try and make a move before the opponent does. Right? And let's have a look at the numbers as well. 30, 18, and 1. And he did amazingly well. And like I said as well, right? Prodigy ट्रेड ऑफ जरूर होते हैं, लेकिन उनके फर्स्ट ब्लड्स देखिए 8 फर्स्ट ब्लड्स है उनके. मोर देन half his close to half his kills are first bloods itself. So he's done really well in that scenario, trying to get his team the opening, and it's worked out because they've been able to capitalize on it. And 3 of their players, सीक्रेट के 3 प्लेयर्स जो है यहाँ पे, प्लेक्स, विनेस और निजी ने बहुत ज्यादा स्टेप अप किया. विनेस स्पेशली, फर्स्ट हाफ वाज हॉरिबल फॉर हिम बाय द वे, एक्सेप्ट फॉर दैट वन एस दैट ही गॉट. And then in the second half, he picked up and he absolutely destroyed his opponents. Held on really well. And even though NDG couldn't keep up with the pace of his team, even though it was even with the utility, I feel, फिर भी उनकी टीम जो है उनको सपोर्ट करती है यहाँ पे. एंड ओएसिस के वो जो स्पीयर हेड जूस को एक बार अगर उन्होंने निकाल दिया, you saw what happened. The rest was just as it fell down.
एग्जैक्टली. तो या सीक्रेट ने ये गेम जीता तो है हाँ, लेकिन ओएसिस की तरफ से हमें थोड़ी बहुत इनकंसिस्टेंसी देखने मिली है. जूस वाज एन एब्सोल्यूट गॉड, लेकिन आप उन पे बहुत ज्यादा निर्भर नहीं कर सकते. यू
Yep.
कांट rely on him to get you the advantage in every single round. So I hope
Absolutely.
that before the next game Oasis can fix this. अगला गेम दोस्तों हमारी ही टीम का होने वाला है. Global Esports Academy will play after a long time and I'm excited to see टीम किस तरह से improve की है. So
Yep.
we'll be jumping into the next game as well pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm just hoping. I feel I want to see what changes have they made. Have they changed any compositions from last time? Any maps that they particularly? I mean, of course, best of one में तो पता नहीं चलेगा. Of course, they get to ban a lot of stuff. लेकिन there is, of course, we will instantly. जैसे मैं बोलता हूँ, चलो ये तो कर्स हो गया. वीटो आ जाएगा. चलिए देखते हैं एक बार वीटो क्या है. मेरे प्रोड्यूसर ऑलरेडी बोल चुके हैं कि we have the veto ready. Can we have the veto on screen? And have a look at what Global Esports Academy are going to be playing.
Imagine if it's Haven again. मेरे को आपका reaction देखना है if it's Haven again.
I'm telling you, yeah, don't give me that. I'm out, bro. I'm out. No. I'm not. Guys, I am leaving. Crips इस game के लिए अकेले cast करने वाले हैं. I'm leaving. I swear, I'm done with this, man. No. एंड ओएसिस ने अब आइसबॉक्स बैन कर दिया. क्यों? एक लॉस के बाद ओएसिस ने बैन कर दिया. पहले तो आइसबॉक्स क्यों आने दिया फिर लास्ट में भाई? ठीक है यार, चलते हैं, कोई बात नहीं.
Hey, listen. ओएसिस का जो स्टॉप एंड स्टार्ट वाला स्ट्रेटजी था वो आइसबॉक्स में भले काम करे ना करे, हेवन पे दैट काइंड ऑफ अ प्ले स्टाइल विल वर्क इवन बेटर.
Yeah, so that's the problem, right? I don't like that because I know it works on Haven. Haven has more corners to clear. Icebox has open space more, so that re-hit meta doesn't work as much as you would want it to there, at least in as many rounds. यहाँ पे rotation का जो है वो खेल बहुत ज्यादा होता है because you've got 3 sites. And me personally, I've just hated Haven this act, man. Just like absolutely hated. I've played too much of Haven in my ranked games, and I've suffered too many losses. Or I'll tell you what, dude. It's like there are just too many tryhards only on Haven. I tell you, like, it's just how it is. Whether there's a Phoenix who comes, garage pe flash kiya, aa gaye, maar diya 3 jन को. Like, bro, like chill, okay? And then they sit 3 in garage, 2 in B, and they put one. I don't know, man. I just hate. Yeah, screw Haven. I don't care.
Wow, that's some very particular hate towards Haven. I don't know who hurt you, लेकिन मेरा ऐसा कोई मैप है नहीं जिसको मैं बहुत ज्यादा नफरत करता हूँ. I mean, I guess if I had to say I hate a map, I guess it would be Split because it's just very monotonous.
Nah. How are you calling Split monotonous?
थोड़ा बोरिंग हो जाता है यार, रैंक में इतना इनोवेशन देखते नहीं मिलता, वही सारी चीजें होती रहती है, वही स्टैंडर्ड एरश बीरश होता रहता है, barely कोई मिड पे आएगा, एटलीस्ट इन रैंक तो लाइक
अरे come on यार, I feel like Split is the only map where mid is prioritized the most.
It is right, and one would expect कि split पे चलो खेलो, लेकिन in rank, like in an average ascendant immortal lobby,
I feel
there
like that's your elo issue, man. That don't no,
we have the same rank, brother.
Okay. Do we?
हाँ, मैं immortal 3 नहीं पहुंचा हूँ, लेकिन ascendant immortal lobbies में मतलब people जब
fair,
mid-rush भी
okay.
करते हैं, it's like they just rush. There's no rhyme or reason to it. घुस जाते हैं, and like there has to be some more that. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about rank. Yeah, I understand why you're worried कि Haven में difficulties हो सकती है Global Esports Academy को, because the strategy that Oasis Gaming were using in Icebox works actually really well on Haven. So yeah, Global Esports Academy के लिए हल्का सा difficult match हो सकता है ये, but honestly I wouldn't have it any other way. I mean, at the end of the day, Fight Night G Academy के practice के लिए ही है. This essentially is a match where they can try out their new stuff and hopefully pull off something cool. And speaking of cool, Oasis Gaming, I have already brought up the Yoru and ISO wala lineup, but
with a
Viper
single controller Viper. Oh my god, flashbacks of 20. Okay, never mind, I'm not gonna bring that up. Let's not go there. But different map, different case, different team, different scenario, different year. Let's just move on. But trauma still lives in our head. I'm very excited about what G's got on their hands, though, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got a Wise single in Sentinel, and UV is now on the duelist. Envy is now stepping out, and we've got Lil Boy back on the roster. He's playing Astra instead of the Omen, which I am not completely convinced by. I feel like Omen is still absolutely the most dominant controller on this map. While yes, I feel like Global Esports have gone for an extremely util heavy composition here. You've got every single person on that, except for the Jet. Every single agent there is post-plan material.
Yeah, all post-plan material over there. Okay, maybe the Vice can't exactly stop you with their mollies, but yeah, they can put down their razor vines at the entrance of a site, at the choke points, and just stop people from coming in. Yeah, just resistance. Yeah. More time for yourself. तो या वो हिसाब से काफी अच्छा सिचुएशन तो है जी के रोस्टर के पास. I would also go ahead and say कि if they continue playing in the same way, they can afford to play slow, they can afford to play fast as well. Execute base पे उन लोग को बहुत ज़्यादा help हो जाएगी, because the Breach and the Theo can just carpet bomb an entire site. So yeah,
exactly.
हल्का सा game restart होएगा, but we'll sort out all those technical issues.
You know what I'm thinking? You know what I'm thinking? Imagine if, like, we have Breach ult, Wise ult, and Theo ult in one round. And what you said, like the carpet bomb, Breach ults, उसके पीछे Theo का ult, फिर Salvo, उसके बीच में एक वहाँ पे stun from Astra and pull भी, ताकि वो साइड से बाहर ना निकल पाए. और उसके ऊपर अगर वो भी काफी नहीं हुआ, तो UV is dashing in, and you've got a steel garden coming behind that. 2 flashes, 1 stun after. You know what? I'm a little excited. Okay, Haven, I'll give you a chance.
I mean, what you just described resembles a microwave. You put everything in a box and you just microwave the shit out of it.
Micro. Okay, that interesting analogy. I would rather say it's like a whole-blown oven where you put like a pizza and maybe like 4 other foods at the same time. सब कुछ एक ही बार गरम कर दो.
Yeah. No, you don't garam it. You burn it.
You burn it. Okay, yeah, burn it.
Yeah, burn it straight up. That's an interesting plan. G को already site मिल चुका है, and standard graffiti hell वाला crossfire है. At the same time, you've got the Theo marking a shot, and Lil Boy उनको help करने के लिए long range से fight कर सकते हैं if needed. एक के पीक पे दूसरा बंदा स्विंग करेगा. ओ लेकिन स्विंग का टाइमिंग मिस हो गया, so अब Ryzen is in trouble. Flashed off, and yeah, there's 3 people invading from shot. अपना क्रॉसफायर एडजस्ट करना पड़ेगा. यूवी पकड़े जाएंगे. इस वन वे स्मोक के अंदर थोड़ा बहुत गैप मिलेगा, लेकिन लिल बॉय विद जस्ट वन कीबो ट्राइंग हिज बेस्ट टू स्टे अलाइव, एंड Zeus को ऑलरेडी क्वार्टर मिल चुका है. एस डिनाइड बाय स्मोकर, but Tesseract gets it back.
Zeus फिर से आते ही पहले मैप पे जो उन्होंने अपना फायर पावर दिखाया था, फिर से वो कंटिन्यू करते हुए पहले ही राउंड में उनका एक 4K. He was the only one who got any frags until the end, by the way, and until Tesseract had to clutch it out in a 1v1 there. GE, I feel like their protocol for that flank was completely unexpected. उन्होंने बिल्कुल भी यहाँ पे you know expect नहीं किया था कि flank एक 3-man की तरफ से आएगा. I feel like they should have gone for that CT control the minute Ryzen saw 2, right? I think they should have gone for the aggressive CT control, but they decided to stay on site, and it is what it is. 1-0 to Oasis as they start off pretty strong. Once again, Zeus is feeling confident, and he's looking for a fight. UV is here. I don't think the Marshal's been spotted just yet, लेकिन UV यहाँ पे fight करने के लिए तैयार. दोनों Marshals यहाँ पे एक के बाद एक shots connect. Unfortunately, Zeus doesn't expect UV to have a shield.
Yeah.
They found my
Otherwise, that would have been a kill. But Astro finishes what his teammates started, tips into the smoke, and surprise is never mind. I thought people would actually get that frag, लेकिन हल्का सा late हो गए. The burst on the classic not getting him the kill instantly, but काफी ज़्यादा damage तो हो चुके हैं. No, Bulldog over here should be perfect to deal with the garage push. No, Lil Boy, timing.
Nah, not it. You need to expect another player to be there at that time. कि back side में at least अगर वो smoke के बगल में नहीं, back side में at least आपको देख रहे होंगे कि you know he'll be watching that CT cavity for sure. Unfortunate, decently 2 weapons dropped here. Not gonna be too much of a problem for Oasis, but good enough from GE to show that they're keen on their double swings and trying to take aggressive fights. Once again, A seems to be the point of contention, and Global Esports unfortunately will have to now play with UV not having too much on his hands. He probably will take a judge. No, actually, he has enough money. Never mind. He has enough money for a Phantom. He's just swapping out for skins. Okay, interesting boy.
Wow. Didn't think skins would affect them this much. This stage in their lives.
Hey, you are one of those people who enjoys the matte black. There are people who believe that skins are, you know, honestly an advantage.
हाँ, but ये देख लीजिए, Zeus ने already ये Vice का wall trigger करा दिया है. I mean, that will make G a little paranoid that there's a potential backstab coming through. But G don't care. They power into the site, and that's 3 big kills for them. Marky takes down Ryzen, so that's a lot of post-plant utility missing.
Why?
Lekin UV extends a little too much, and Astro, at least he does an upgrade to the Phantom.
Yeah, UV really shouldn't have had the need to go so far deep, especially with no smoke coming up there just yet. It is a 3v2 though, doable for Global Esports Academy. यहाँ पे थोड़ी मुश्किल जरूर आएगी. Zeus just teleports in. 2 उनको ऐसे ही मिल जाएंगे. Smoker in a 1v1 now. Flash miss होता है, and Smoker's not gonna connect. How do they not hear that कि Flash से miss हुआ क्योंकि दोनों player blind नहीं थे. They just thought it's gonna be a fake TP. Check भी नहीं करते 2 player वहाँ पे. That's very casual from G there. They need to do better.
Yeah, that's a oof moment. Normally अगर कोई योरू ऐसी सिचुएशन में टेलीपोर्ट करेगा तो उनको इंस्टेंटली मार दिया जाएगा, because there's 2 people who could have seen you, who could have shot you, लेकिन nobody even turned in your general direction. Comedy, tragedy, I don't know what that is, but it's not fun to watch. Fun if you're Zeus.
Yeah, fun.
एक बार फिर से वो कैरी करने लगे हैं. Already ahead of his teammates by more than double the margin.
Not ready yet.
Well, that's a heavy anti-rush setup from Oasis. Undercut डालेंगे वो B link से, लेकिन A shot पे fight करने के लिए मौजूद नहीं है. ये main पे Zeus गंदनात रखेंगे. Does he check behind him? Does he expect UV to be there? Oh no, the timing is just too unfortunate.
Yeah, Smoker now needs to be worried, but he does have the sheer wall, so he's gonna hold on for a second or two. Zeus बहुत ज़्यादा यहाँ पे dominance अपना दिखाते हुए, he's not at all, you know, dialing down on the sheer firepower that he's got. Running in towards C, Astro spots out multiple. The TP's on the other side, crossfire to be established. Marky's ready for it. Slatham's gonna get 2, and everybody gets a piece of the puzzle here as Global Esports Academy get broken down bit by bit. It is an eco, but slowly the momentum is shifting by, even though Global Esports को यहाँ पे 2 राउंड जो है उन्होंने जीतना चाहिए था, including the pistol by the way. They should have won that, and even the previous round. यहाँ पे थोड़ी सी यहाँ पे मुश्किलें उनकी तरफ बढ़ती हुई क्योंकि aggression जो Zeus दिखा रहे हैं वो बहुत ज़्यादा उनके लिए यूजफुल रहा है क्योंकि एक ही किल के साथ उन्होंने A साइड को पूरी तरह से वहाँ पे just clear out कर दिया, and G didn't even bother looking back.
एग्जैक्टली मार्की का वो जो ए लॉबी का कंट्रोल स्मोक था वो उनने थोड़ा लेट डाला जानबूझ के, इस बार स्टार्टिंग ऑफ द राउंड में ही डाल देंगे। एंड राइट ऑफ द गेट गो जूस काफी एग्रो खेलना चाहते हैं, ए लॉबी कंट्रोल डिनाई करना चाहते हैं। भी स्पॉट्स आउट एस्ट्रो, लेकिन जैसे ही वो एस्ट्रो की तरफ देखना शुरू किया तभी स्लैदम ने पीक किया एंड उनको मिल गया एक बहुत ही इजी डबल किल। जस्ट अ परफेक्ट बेट एंड स्विच सेटअप फ्रॉम ओएसिस।
Portal closed.
Teleport's about to go out, so अभी Zeus अगर यहाँ पे रहेंगे तो it's gonna be a full commitment. Timing हो सकता था उनके साथ, लेकिन स्मोक एक्सपेक्ट ही नहीं करेंगे उनको इतना क्लोज। The other two tacklers right outside of B, and they're about to be benched from both the sides. The flashes are just raining upon them, blind as a bat, and even Slatham peeks out from grass. That's a pretty good way for Oasis to confirm the fifth, and I think it's about time that Global Esports Academy takes a tactical timeout. Well, as expected, Arubis has finally taken a tactical timeout, and it's about time. So far, what's been working for Oasis is the A lobby control. It's just so good. Every single time Zeus tries to push up towards A long, he almost always finds success, and he doesn't even need that much backup. You know, he doesn't even need a recon or anything. All he needs is like one smoke from Marky towards A lobby, and he's good for it. And like some 3 rounds in a row, he's denied A lobby control to G Academy. Of course, there were occasions where G Academy were able to not just get A lobby control, but even the A site plant. And then the teleports from Zeus just made everything crumble for them. C site hasn't really been much of a contention point for G Academy. They tried to go in towards the C long area once, and they were only greeted by a Spectre inside a smoke, courtesy of the Cypher. That's what led to their demise, and after that, they haven't really attempted it. Yeah, but the garage pushes, they've only attempted while they were on eco rounds, you know, so maybe they can try going down that avenue again once they have a proper buy. This time it's going to be a contact play from G Academy all the way towards garage. They try to sneak in, but it seems like Oasis are wary about this one. Not exactly a contact peek when you have all the sound given away. So they display themselves, UV reveals themselves, and then they backtrack from it. But while they're backtracking, they're giving away footsteps. So I think Oasis know exactly what's happening.
Yeah, they do. And they've already re-cleared mid. ये देखो कितना ज़्यादा space उन्होंने यहाँ पे clear कर दिया है. Just with the 3-man, a drone to cover up the outside of B cavity as well. And another 3-man flank, which Global Esports will never see coming because they've got nobody there. They pick up Ryzen, and Slatham's now in a 1v1. Can Ryzen throw this out? No, he will not. The flank's coming in quickly. Flash is coming through. And they're going to take them out one after the other. Global Esports barely able to stand on their own 2 feet here as Oasis just keep bringing them to their knees every single round.
I hope they find a way to at least get up on their feet. Like, you can't stay on your knees all the time. Yeah, even after the tactical timeout, you haven't really been able to accomplish much.
It's going to be difficult going through this because they just took a timeout as well, right? And this is not going to be easy because while they try to take that C and garage control, they instantly go back. No flank utility being put there. The sheer wall was outside C as well. Once again, Global Esports outside of a deep smoke to hold them off, and they're not even that confident on pushing through it early on. Finally, they do go through it, and it seems like Oasis have an idea. What's this gonna be? Smoke outside B as well. They're gonna hold on. Look at the amount of control that Oasis have got over the map, even though they're not really pushing out anyway. They just have information that we've got C cleared. We don't have to worry about it. Garage is being watched. B is got a trap as well. And Global Esports, in the first 40 seconds of this round, have got absolutely zero information about who's playing where.
They don't just not have information, but they haven't, you know, given away any misinformation.
Down mid.
So to be clear, Oasis will jump down mid. Both the duelists taking up the job on their own shoulders. The aftershock to clear out Kibo from that spot. Slather was present over
player
here, but
standing.
Lil Boy, oh my god, finally he
Okay.
is showing up. A lovely little triple kill from Window opens up all of mid, and now they've got plenty of
30
opportunities
seconds
to go
left.
wherever they want.
Finally, a bit of an opening. Lil Boy had to get a 3K for that to happen, and it took a little bit of time, but it's going to be
Spike
the
planted.
first round for Global Esports, unless Astro has got something magical up his sleeve here. 3 ultimate. He does have his Neuro Theft as well, so if he wants information, if he wants to fight this, he might as well go outside a garage, but that's a little too far away from his reach. Spots out UV. 1 star to hold him off. That's going to be pulled already. Flash is going to be destroyed. The double swing here should be imminent. UV spots him out closer. Smoka's waiting for the angle. Double swing it is, and it's going to be Smoka to take him down. 6-1, and this should serve to the purpose that Global Esports start building up a little bit of momentum. I'm not going to be too sad or too bothered by the fact that even if they make it 8-4, I think 8-4 is still a decent amount of rounds gathered for them, because they do have what, in my opinion, is a pretty defensive unit, right, in terms of agents. So I'm curious to see what they're going to do now in this round, because again, look at that ultimate barrage that they've got. This should be one of those carpet bomb rounds that you were talking about.
Yeah, but in order to escape the carpet bomb, you've got the dimensional drift on Oasis, and that should really throw a spanner in the works. Like, imagine if you try to set up yourself for a site execute, you try to get in towards C long so that you can carpet bomb the actual site. And before that happens, somebody does disrupt you. Armageddon all the way towards backside should clear out all of it, but yeah, you still had the Omen trying to contest that spot. He's going to be smoked off, so no room for you, no sightlines. Cosmic Divide as well to hold them at bay, and this should be yet another clean 5v5 retake. Academy also has a free garden, but 2 big ultimates. Who is already Hunter's Fury and the Dimensional Drift, all of them being popped in at once. In retaliation, Tesseract will pick one off with his big bad laser beams, and the Steel Garden from G Academy holds Oasis at bay for the time being. They're down. There's only 2 people on side, and both of them have to play in tandem. The crossfires are kind of crumbling right now. Astro picks up the pace, he picks up the pieces, and Ryzen runs out of bullets at the worst possible time.
Okay, that has to be one of the most expensively lost rounds I've seen in probably anything in this region. We expended 4 ultimates and we lost that round. That has, in a full buy round, by the way, and they got it all done with 1 Yoru ult and 1 Sova ult.
Yeah, that's what I fear the most, because like the Yoru ult is gonna act like a massive owl drone, you know, where everybody is. In fact, I was surprised Astro needed to use his neural theft, because like, I mean, you already have all the information, but you don't need anything else, so you could have kept that as well. Again, doesn't help. I mean, doesn't hurt to be a little more sure.
Get out of my way.
But the win condition for G Academy over there was to just play their post plants, and they tried to play on side instead. Especially against a Yoru ult, that's gonna be very detrimental to your crossfires.
I would have liked to see them probably take that breach ult and go into a city when you know that the Yoru's coming there, right? Maybe take control, go a little aggressive. You've got so much control of backside because the Armageddon cleared it out. Why wouldn't you want to go aggressive and find a plant on the backside? But it is what it is. The choices have been made, and they're gonna have to pay for the consequences of it. And now they're gonna try and take Garage after losing out on their smoke as well. Lil Boy's not in this round anymore, so taking any part of this map is going to be difficult for them. It has to be team fights everywhere, but UV makes it a little easier. Does find an aggressive Zeus, but he probably isn't going to check that corner. Marky's going to let them slide. Spots one, takes the other, and shot's been cleared. The final 2 are towards shot. Smoke's going to help them out here, but Ryzen, no utility. Flash is perfect. Pulls them off for a second, but they're gonna have to retaliate. 1 for him is enough. Ryzen's not gonna dodge that shotgun. 8-1, and Global Esports are falling down this cliff fast.
Yeah. Falling, tumbling down like a cartoon character with their arms flailing about. I mean, you can't make unforced errors like this. Not checking corners. Yeah, that's gonna be rough. I mean, I understand that the previous round loss was also quite devastating, but at least you can say that Oasis put in an active effort to get GE down on their knees in the previous round. Even though it was expensive, even though GE used up 4 ultimates, Oasis actually fought back. Here, they don't even have to break a sweat. Marky got handed 2 frags on a platter, and after that, the tiny smoke that he placed over there, G thought that it would act as a blanket of security, but they were in for a rude awakening as that blanket was stripped away from them.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough timeout for Rubies as well. He's going to have to put in so much thought into these boys because they're not able to actually establish any form of control on this map. It's been either the aggression from Oasis that's kind of forcing them to get into these fights, because Global Esports, so far, I haven't seen one round where they are on the aggressive front foot, except for the pistol. Remember? The pistol was the only round where I saw them take aggressive A control very quickly, find a stun down that main lane side, and put UV into spaces where he can cause a little bit of distraction. That was it. Since then, they've been holding on, waiting for Oasis to make the first move, and it's just been one Lego tumbling after the other. And there's one more.
Honestly, I haven't even seen a lot of flashes being used to pick up these fights. I mean, G just cannot try to contact play, especially when they have a double initiator composition. That kind of seems counterintuitive to me. But Oasis on the front foot, they are pushing down mid. They're watching these fights and they're trying to punch them from garage and grass, and Sladam is just slaying everybody.
This almost seems too easy for them. Kibo's the only one left, and he's gonna get stabbed in the back with a bullet from a opping Sova. That's gonna be 9-1, and it seems like the only hope that they have left is now to play against Team Secret Academy, which is also gonna be a difficult matchup for them, unless of course they kind of tie up their shoelaces and start playing this a little bit more seriously. I would love to see Global Esports be a little more aggressive, man. With the amount of utility that they have, this shouldn't be the way that they're playing. They need to be a little more faster. They need to be a little more aggressive. Map control should be in their hand. They should be forcing Oasis to fight for map control, not the other way around.
Exactly, Oasis getting way too much space and a lot of respect as well. Like, currently, the Yoru and ISO can just walk out whenever they feel like it. That should not be the case. Like, Oasis should be struggling for every square inch of the map. Every step forward they take has to be burdened with a lot of utility, which they lack. G Academy, though, I haven't seen them use the flashes or the breach util properly so far. I haven't even seen any Teo guided salvos forcing a player of Oasis out of position. Look at how aggressively they're playing. They're pushing A and C. Most of the times, teams decide to play one of these areas aggressively. Like, if Zeus is opping over here on A lobby, all their players on C would hold side. But no, they've got one in C, Cubby, and this guy is over here. I don't think they'll check this one. Present walks as if he's in a garden, and he gets promptly shot in the face.
One enemy remaining.
Paranoia. This should be a chance for him.
He's gonna jump in with a shorty. He's gonna jump in with a shorty. And now they're playing around with him. Smoker. Good for just the one. Astro jumps with a classic, and that's gonna burst him straight down.
Last round
And
before
this
the
is
switch.
getting a very, very bad taste in the mouth for a lot of people watching this, I'm pretty sure. But it is a learning curve. It is a learning opportunity. While they've made a whole lot of mistakes here, G should be having a better playstyle with this composition, in my opinion at least. I feel like this should give them a little bit of an understanding as to how to come to the next map, because I feel like this is too far gone.
Destabilizing.
Sladam gonna join up his teammates on C as he probably picks up one of their players. The Armageddon's gonna clear up one, but Astro and the Omen dodge it. Maki both, they're gonna hold on to that. Sladam gets one of them. Ryzen, while he's able to get one trade, his teammates fall one by one towards that C-long position. Again, no duality of control here. Nobody seemed to come and try to force the fight towards Garage to try and maybe force them off of position. Maki would have definitely been taken out if he made that TP towards the left bottom corner of the C side, if somebody had come in from Garage and just taken him out. And that's going to be 11-1.
This is almost too painful to watch. It's like a pack of cards in a hurricane. They just come crumbling down. And G Academy, I think they're not utilizing the strength of their composition.
Yeah.
The strength of their composition is to burn all the ground and basically play a Flores lava simulator. And Oasis, if all of utility that G possess, if it is used properly, Oasis Gaming should not have a place to set their foot on into the site. But So far, forget about the sites. Oasis Gaming can pick up fights wherever they want, whenever they
This
want.
is going pretty well.
Yeah, and like Iso just said, this is going pretty well for them.
Very well for them.
Yeah, and now they're gonna just slow things down on their attack, it seems, because they want to kind of establish where can they peak for a little bit of a free kill. Smoker all alone between B, Garage, and C, by the way, as Global Esports going on a bit of a triple flank on their own.
Over there.
UV and the two initiators will try to take him in control. The Sheer take the first point of contact into the C side.
Yeah. Undercut use, and basically all of the site has been cleared out. So the plant will go through, and it's going to be a tricky 5v5 retake. To stop this flank, Oasis have placed their Sova on a big flank. He's going to come in from grass behind G Academy, who are just trying to filter into the double doors. But Marky and Zeus will lay them to rest.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah,
Marky just continues to win every frag, man.
Yeah, everyone's winning every frag, by the way. It's not like Tesseract is the only one, but I think that's because he's not really seen anybody, has he? Tesseract's not actually seen anybody almost the entire map so far, and that's why even when you pull up the scorecard, he's on 5. I think he's 6-4. I'm not sure what his number is, but that's because he's not seen anybody, and he's won some of the duels that he's gotten at least. But this has to be changed very quickly. Global Esports Academy cannot let this run down the way it has. 12-1, soon to be 13-1 by the looks of it. They're gonna force buy, of course, but to what avail? Once again, fighting outside A is the case. Now the duelist seems to be outside of B with a Marshall, while they try to establish A control with the breach, and Teho, nobody to capitalize upon it. A little questionable there from GE. They leave Smoker alone here, trying to kind of give out a fake sense of control, but Oasis are not deterred by this at all.
Yeah, Oasis do not care. They don't give a hoot. They're gonna disrespect this Vice wall, and the Vice himself has been spotted. They know where Smokey is.
Wall trip.
Just jump spotting across shot. In the moment, they don't even trigger it themselves. They use a clone for it. This again will give G a false sense of security. And as Oasis to stack up outside of A long, G have also called in their players. The rotations have arrived. Cavalry is present here. The Marshal is on duty. So that straight to the smoke. He gets two. How does he kill Smokey without even seeing on me? Astro invades the smoke only to be greeted by Yuvi's bullet to the brain. But all of that, unfortunately, will not result in anything going in the favor of GE Academy. And it's all up to little boy now. He's going to have to be a big man if he wants to get these frags, but it's a very tall task, and he doesn't have a head on his shoulders to carry this task forward.
Well, yeah, that that just happened,
painful,
and
no?
that was painful. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm pretty sure I know what most of the people watching this are commenting or feeling as well. Trust me, it's just as bad to kind of sit here and watch that happen as well. I'm still gonna give GE another game, another benefit of doubt for them to kind of prove themselves. It cannot be worse than this. I'm pretty sure. I know that they're gonna do better. Hopefully, if it's another map, for the love of God, please take this map out of the veto. Give us something else. Give me a Lotus. Give me a Fracture. Give me anything of that sort. I'll take it. But for now, the 13-1, pretty tight loss here for Global Esports, as they're gonna have to kind of learn from this very quickly, because their next game is gonna be in less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights, which honestly are a little one-sided over here because only Oasis have their
Oasis
players
highlights.
in these highlights. Oasis highlights, man. That teleport round from
Marky.
I believe Marky, when he just
Marky, yeah.
No, not Marky.
No, it was Zeus.
It was Zeus, right?
Zeus,
Zeus
yeah,
who teleported in towards the A side. I think
back
that was
of
the
A
round
side,
that
yeah.
broke GE, and he went unchecked on that teleport. Plus, there were so many instances where Kiba was caught with a knife out in his hand, and I just noticed that in the highlights that this is like the third time. He's gonna die like this again, like right here. So yeah, plenty of
KYHC.
opportunities where GE gave away. KYHC, man, knife out in hand. That's a very commonly used phrase on all the Universe watch parties. I never thought that I would use it in Fight Night as well, and that too with this frequency.
I mean, it is what it is. Unfortunately, I'm just gonna, you know what? It's on the team and the coach now to kind of reel back from this game, go in. The mistakes will be looked at later, but right now they need to focus on keeping themselves alive, because I feel like at this point in time, yes, Oasis are in a good spot, but Global Esports need a very solid win against Team Secret to make it to the final, because the round differential already is against them by a humongous margin.
Yeah, a massive margin. 12 whole rounds between them and their closest opponent. My God, the scorecard is even more grim. Not a single player of Global Esports on double digits. Two first bloods on one of our players, but that's about all she wrote. And I'm pretty sure that even when we got those two first bloods, we weren't able to convert those rounds. The only player who was able to somewhat contribute to the scoreline was Lil Boy, and that too was because he got an unwarranted triple kill from the mid window area. If it wasn't for that, I don't think we would have got that one round as well. So at least it's not 13-0.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's kind of, hey, that's very, that's very, honestly,
Very
hard to
pessimistic.
think. Very pessimistic. Like, yeah, never mind. I'm not even okay. Let's just move on. We've got Secret up ahead coming against GE, and this is a matchup that is also going to be, of course, difficult for them. We're going to have a look at the Veto in a bit to see what exactly is GE's battleground against Secret. I hope it's not Haven. Clearly, it is not at all the playstyle that their comp supports. A lot of things that I feel like GE could have done differently. I feel like even if the players would have just thought for a second, you know what, maybe we turn up the pace for 2 rounds, right? Do what we did in the pistol, because pistol was the only round where I felt like they kind of hit that peak pacing straight, and then they kind of just dipped down. It almost looked like they were scared to take fights against them, and I don't want that to be seen from our players. They have the capability, they have the aim. Mentality is what kind of drew them out of this game, in my opinion. Like you said, that Zeus TP round kind of broke their back, and now I just want them to kind of focus on what their comp entails and what they can do with it.
Yeah, the comp that GE was using right now was more of an execute based one, but they were trying to go for all these contacts. So, yeah, kind of not supported over here. Either way, I hope that Global Esports Academy is able to fix this in the next game, which will be on your screens after a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Team Secret Academy versus Global Esports Academy.
LABB, who we running with? Yeah, 2233, I'm on 10 again. Yeah, state your name. Big been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in. Yeah, flex, I just wanna win. Yeah, LABB, who we running with? Yeah, 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell him, Cialis flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, did it like the Porsches coming in. Yeah, flex, I just wanna win. Yeah, LABB, who we running with? Yeah, 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in. Yeah, flex, I just wanna win. Yeah, LABB, who we running with? Yeah, 2233, I'm on 10. Yeah. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side, I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Yeah. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell it, most of y'all is flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10, yeah.
And thing I did earlier about Haven not coming back up again, it has creeped its way into my brain one last time, it seems, as maybe the veto might point in that direction as told by my producer. But we'll have a look at the veto. We definitely will. I'm going to see what again has been taken in here, as Global Esports Academy now are going up against Team Secrets Academy, who just came off of a win, and now Global Esports, to stay alive in some fashion or form, need to beat Secret, and they need a little bit of a margin while doing that as well.
Yeah, because if you beat Secret with a very close scoreline, you still probably might not make it, because at the end of the day, this will go down to the round differential if all the teams beat each other once.
Yeah.
And over there, it's going to be difficult. So let's take a look at the map, Veto. And is the cursed map of Haven going to be here again? Yes, indeed, it is. Universe?
Yeah.
How are you feeling about it this time around?
No.
Do you think
No.
there will be any improvement?
Just,
No?
no. Just no.
Refusing to answer my question entirely. Okay, cool. That kind of tells me all I need to know about your sentiments of this map. Yeah, I mean, I'm not particularly a Haven hater, but after watching that previous game, I do believe that all your ranting is justified. So yeah, I really hope that G Academy find a way to reinvent themselves, pick up the pieces, motivate themselves, and just play to their own win condition. Their own win condition remains to be that the breach layer composition can just carpet bomb an entire site and make all your opponents a little uncomfortable, make them lose their footing.
Yeah.
I did not see any sort of that pressure in the previous game.
I mean, I would accept the fact that they might go for a difference in composition here. Maybe if they're not feeling confident in just a map difference, add in, or a little bit more, something a little more smoother that allows you to kind of not have to depend on so much util. Maybe you play a little bit on your aim and kind of focus on that, because you've not been able to take duels as strongly, because I feel like they're kind of thinking, okay, I need to put this, I need to put this, I need to do that, I need to do that. A lot of util coming into play here. I won't be opposed to the fact that they probably add in the second duelist here, if at all you want to, and Smokers played that in the past as well. I won't mind that, but I think that they're gonna try and kind of meld this composition into a workable stance, which by the looks of it in the first try itself, in my opinion, looked very good, but the playstyle did not match it at all. So we're going to wait and see what their composition is going to be looking like. Are they going to continue with the same? The agent select will come on in a couple of minutes. As Crips, I want to ask you, what do you feel like? Do you think this time is going to be any different, or are Secret going to do a similar run over?
I do believe that Global Esports will need to change something, but I think Secret still have a pretty good advantage. But I cannot disagree with what you said over there. Maybe they are a little too preoccupied with what utility to use, and then because of that, they fail to think about the aiming aspect of the game. But even with all the thinking that they're doing, I did not see too much utility pressure being put onto Oasis. So I doubt that even with all the thinking, GE Academy will be able to place the utility properly, if at all the current momentum continues. And if that's the case, then unfortunately Secret Academy will have absolutely no trouble mopping up this mess. They have a very similar composition to what Oasis brought to the table. The Yoru ISO comes through again, except this time there's no Viper, there's an Omen, which is in the hands of a Plix. So yeah, this is going to be quite a difficult team to take on.
Yeah,
especially now that G Academy have not changed their roster at all.
Yeah, and considering that the Viper's not there, it's going to be a single controller Omen. It makes things a little bit more difficult for them, in my opinion, because now they have an extra flash to kind of play around with. And on top of that, it's another teleporting menace that they're going to have to be worried about, right? So a lot of things that have to be wondered about here. And the rounds already start, by the way. And as they start the round, Secrets actually lost to their players. It seems like we're a little late to the action here. But Global Esports are already heading to their first pistol round win. And they're going to take it, all right? Okay. You know what? I'll take it, man. If they're going to win rounds like this, and if you don't see the first 20 seconds, I'm all good with it.
Yeah, you don't want to see how they won. You just need to know they won. And there's a saying in Hindi, it goes something along the lines of neki or pooch pooch. It basically means that why are you questioning a good thing?
Yeah, why fix something that's not broken?
I mean, it was quite broken as per what we saw in the previous game, but G did find a way to fix it. They crunch Team Secret all the way towards the bottom of C, and there was a push out all the way from A and even C main, so quite a lot of aggression from G Academy right off the bat.
Right there.
Little boy gonna hold down that C side all by himself, and he's got a lot of attention coming his way. Now, there's a bit of sound being given here, and they know that this is gonna be happening. Flash comes through. He's gonna miss that. Recon will reveal him, but this outlaw gonna be good for one. Yubi gets away as well. Little boy needs to be good for at least one more. He's struggling to connect his bullets. Has to reload, has support here. Yubi gets another. NDG's found two somehow. Finesse has made it a possible round. Picks up a weapon
and he's actually got a bit of space to play with. UV is practically a bullet away from death. Kibo's the only one he needs to worry about. And this is going to be a bit of treacherous situation here for Global Esports. And look at this. Oh, he might just find him on the flank. But Kibo instantly repositions. This is the caster's curse that I wanted. Repositioning when you know that danger is coming from the other side. I'm pretty sure Kibo can hear me. Yeah, just go towards spawn, play together, forget the spike, let him plant.
30 seconds left.
He's also checking the camera to make sure that G aren't cornering him by circling around him again. And that was a good decision by G. If Kibo continues staying over there, he would have been shot in the back, but they decided to stay together. And while Viness gets the spike and the space that he needs to plant, time is running out, so he's going to have to stick it soon. But he actually still calls the bluff. He goes to challenge UV, and UV is up for the task.
Yeah, the Outlaw works wonders, but unfortunately, Global Esports losing 3 players in that bout. I don't know how NDG managed to get away with 2 there, by the way. He just spammed down Ryzen and Little Boy right in front of them. Both of them having weapons, mind you. And he got them both with a classic in a very unorthodox fashion. 2-0. Good start for Global Esports Academy compared to what was the previous game. Of course, already better than what was the previous game. So, waste not, want not as we move on for the reserve round of their bonus.
UV doesn't overstay his welcome. Tips out of there when the moment is right. Oh, Prodigy stunned. Can he actually be taken out by the guided salvo? No, the guided salvos are not thrown upon him. I don't think that he was aware about the stun that he connected with special. But Lil Boy, he's been spammed to death. He gets that tag. Bulldog does work in his favor, but he's down to 22 HP now, and Prodigy has the perfect opportunity to get a couple more kills. Double tap about to expire, but he taps Kibo to death. A body shot should be able to finish the job onto Ryzen, but Yui comes into his rescue. And just like that, the man advantage has been neutralized once again.
Yeah, good job by G here, but both of them are pretty low. UV is the only one with any kind of health. The flash clears of close corner, but they still don't know that a Plex is here. That smoke's gonna give him a little bit of a space to play with. And UV just manages to get away. He's gonna check spawn. Smoke has been detected. And UV is in a bit of an open space here, but unfortunately for him, time is not his friend. Ryzen's gonna have to come in and close in. He's got salvos to clear out backside to help UV for this fight. And this could be Ryzen playing it perfectly. Unfortunately, a Plex turns around. UV finds one. Here's one up close. Fights the fight, not gonna win it out. Ryzen's gonna lose his fight, even though he's looking in the right direction. UV brought it close enough, but unfortunately, not gonna be able to cross the finish line. A great round though. A lot of economical damage onto Team Secret's Academy here, as they drop 4 weapons. And something I didn't expect, because I thought that once they got that kill on the back of sight, Secret should have been able to overpower them, but UV at the right time comes in, finds his teammate a little bit of support, and makes it a very, very good round, honestly, for Global Esports, even though they lost it.
Yeah, that was a pretty decent round, and already I can see Global Esports improving. They have double the amount of rounds that they did last game, so I'm already quite happy about it, but I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch. UV absolutely not chickening out of this fight, and he gets punished, finally. I mean, he's been pushing that Outlaw down and shot since quite a few rounds now, so it's about time that Team Secret Academy picked up on it.
Ryzen just gonna take a little bit of stroll with his drone. I think he's pretty much spotted Viness there. He's gonna get away, actually. He completely gives up B. This is an interesting gamble from Global Esports here to completely let go of that B cavity. And it's given Viness so much. By the way, he can go anywhere on the map right now. He's got so much space to play with. He can go C, he can go garage, he can go into their spawn, and nobody would bat an eye. And they're not even looking at the flank that often. The only thing that they've got right now, Lil Boy on C long. And he knows now this is a C hit. He's going to call out to his teammates. They should probably rotate in now. And he's going to have to just try and stay alive there as long as he possibly can. And that's a good first pick from him.
Yeah, but Nizzy was aware about the possibility that there could be someone C long, and that's why they stick the spike, but they plant it safe. And because they don't have long control, they're gonna fight aggressively towards CT, only to find not a single player from C over there. Yes! He takes one, Ryzen are caught off guard, but now Kibo, he's been revealed, and now everybody from Secret must be aware that we are on the backstab. timing for the flicks doesn't work out. People still watching window. The Bulldog and NDG just tickles a little bit of damage onto Smoke.
Shut
but
up and let
Kibo
me
Lil Boy
work.
bring it back. Lovely flick to save the day.
Wow, okay, there we go. That was quite a round from Kibo, holding down the fourth there, getting two trades back to back, one towards the mid of B window, and then finding another one towards garage window. Now I'm just gonna let replay Crips do his monologue while we go back. I'm back, we go. Yeah, yeah, okay. Honestly, that was a great round from Kibo, and he's one away from his Rolling Thunder as well. Yuvi's already got his ultimate. Ryzen's 2 away from the Armageddon. And it seems like starting on defense seems to have helped them a lot more than the attacking side.
Indeed.
Scanning ahead.
Well, let's see how much of this momentum can they keep up. Secret have used the brick control smoke, which is just adjacent to the sheer wall that has been placed down by GE. Meanwhile, GE has also re-cleared the entirety of C-Long, only noticing a tripwire over there and nothing else. So this should give GE the confirmation that a site hit is imminent. But it seems like GE is quite confident about their retakes, and they're not going to play on site unless this wall gets triggered. There you go. It's been triggered. Rotations from GE drawn in. And this now leaves a gap in B, which I hope is being covered by somebody. That somebody's going to be Lil Boy.
Yeah, he is watching the opening just in case somebody decides to lock in. But no, Secret want a full force commit this A side. Kibo's got a stun. That stun is absolutely perfect. But unfortunately for him, NDG is able to connect onto his head. Smoker jumping around, keeping himself alive. Lil Boy's here to get one trade back. It has to be Smoker, but he does not deliver. 3 versus 2 here. And Global Esports Academy, a round that should have been very easily theirs, is now having to be force fought for. And UV with his knives, hoping to shine. Do they check the corners? Big question. They do. Ryzen gets one. UV dashes in. Up drops. Gets the one. No, he doesn't. Ryzen needs to trade off here. And the ult expensed by Prodigy just in case Viness is not able to take him out.
Yeah, Team Secret used that kill contract as an insurance policy of sorts, hoping to secure the win, even though they didn't really have much of an advantage after they lost their first player. Eplex with the Stinger could have caused massive amounts of damage in that sort of a position, and GE have been punished because of not checking corners in the previous game, so this time they have done their due diligence, and it seems like all the unforced errors have been fixed. But it's not like Secret have done much to force these errors out of GE Academy, so their metal hasn't been properly tested just yet.
Bit of a hold here from Secret to kind of just wait for Global Esports to make their play, and it's gonna be mostly towards that C side. That tripwire has been detected, and I think it should be broken as quickly as possible to make Secret wary of the fact that there could be a flank. But UV is gonna just hold that, so Secret don't really need to worry about that C flank. I feel like priority in terms of you know, making them feel confused should be breaking that C hit, C tripwire. But it seems like no, NBG is gonna break Lil Boy's life.
Fake teleport.
Aftershocks to keep them at bay, and Secret Academy have been repelled away. But GE looking to pick up these fights as Secret falls back. The A-shot fight might not work for them. A flash for a flash. UV defense garage. He needs to step up more, otherwise this area will leak through. Ryzen has arrived on scene, and all the GE Academy players who were fighting on A at one point have fallen back. At this point, I do believe the Cypher should be able to clear them.
No!
Oh no! A little too greedy. Tries to go and pick up the gun, but hey, at least he ends up spotting the spike. But unfortunately, the moment the remaining members of GE arrive on scene, the moment they try to get near the spike, the Omen teleports away.
Yeah,
and they can't even go for the flank properly. Nizi should be able to intercept them.
Yeah, he's got a good spot. He's gonna definitely get both of them. Yeah, just 2 taps. Pretty simple and light work for Nizi here. Getting a little antsy, a little greedy for the weapon. That should have held on for another second, maybe even switched to his secondary, Ryzen. And that calls in for a timeout. Definitely, Ruby's not happy with the fact that we've given away 2 rounds in that fashion. And Global Esports had good control, good momentum at the beginning. Unfortunately, a KOIHC throws it away.
Indeed. Tactical timeout. What do you think G will fix in this tactical timeout, if at all there is something to fix? Because so far, the way they are crunching Team Secret is kind of working, but Secret I mean, if they find a way to wiggle out of that crunch, then G are basically done for. They're revealing their cards a little too early in the round, I believe.
I'm gonna say that once you get that C tripwire broken, that's gonna constantly keep one player of Secret, constantly worried about that back line. They see it. If they've seen it 4 rounds, by the way, and they haven't broken it. And
Yeah.
I feel like now is the time where you start creating that kind of a disruption for them. Because as long as that tripwire is alive there, they don't give any attention to that C side, right? And I feel like they should be able to do that really well. But it seems like they're going to go after this timeout for an aggressive A control, which I feel I myself expected as soon as the timeout was called in. But do Secret expect it? Kind of feels like it. They're on the boundary of that A side. It might be a fight that they're keen to take. Oh, with an ult as well. All right.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. And based on the information that Nizzy provides to his Sova, he's going to use his ultimate and try to laser down the players of G Academy, but not a single one of those laser connects. Only UV takes a little bit of damage. But hey, at least this Dimensional Drift should have figured out that there's a lot of people from G present over here. If VSA still decide to be adamant and continue pushing over here, they will be walking into a trap. And they promptly disengage.
It seemed a little expensive for Team Secret to kind of just use that Yoru ult to get A main control and kind of force them back. Quite a bit on the back of it as well. And now they're going to head on towards other parts of the map as Garage seems to be explored by the Sova. And that is, of course, going to let them trigger out that sheer wall. Now that's going to draw in so much more from Global Esports. But they're not actually, you know what? They're not moving. They're going to let B still be empty. Smoker's gotten C deep control once again. And Secret now have to face a fully defended A side from Global Esports.
The gap on B still exists, so if at all Secret can find it, it should be good. Nizzy hoping to push back the Vice over here. Smoke is struggling a little. The jump shot from the Classic finally gets the job done, and with that, the C side has been liberated. Prodigy looking to pick off a couple of rotators. He must have heard Ryzen, and the guided salvo should tell him exactly where the Theo is. Rolling Thunder is great, but right behind them is Prodigy.
Oh, well done.
Yeah, but Prodigy taken care of. The fourth line is perfect. I really thought Keeper would have been punished over there. Fourth line in hand, I thought he would be destroyed by Nizzy, but he pulls through in time.
This is what I was expecting to see. Smoker shouldn't have really gone for the little curious peek. He should have just held his angle, but Ryzen's Armageddon followed by the salvo, by the way, to put in towards default plant side. It pushed a Plix twice and then a breach ultimate to make sure that close up and the planter are both affected. So even when he's planting, it was just 5 seconds left, 5 plus a couple of milliseconds, and he had to either stick it or die. Well done from Global Esports to kind of expense those two ultimates in a really good spot. And they're going to have the 4th round in their hand.
Yeah, but imagine what would have happened if the Theo did not stop moving while he was trying to put his ultimate down. Like, you noticed how Prodigy was just outside of B, and he heard the Theo move across. He stopped in his tracks, used his utility, and then continued moving. But if he continued moving while, as most Theos do, continue moving while you're using your utility, he would have been shot down immediately, and then there would have been no Armageddon, no extra source of pressure onto Secret Academy, and they could have planted safer. So just the tiny things that, result in the win for G Academy over here. But a win is a win nonetheless, and they've taken the lead once again, even though it's just a 1-round lead.
Yeah, a little bit of a tech pause here. It seems like we have UV probably disconnected. Not sure, he is sitting still in spawn. So we're going to have to wait for a couple of seconds here before we start the game. But Secret, they're not too shy from taking these fights. They're absolutely on board with giving Global Esports what they want in terms of, taking these fights. But unfortunately, in the last round, the only thing was time. It did give them an opening that so much commitment towards the A side was ready to be made, only because that Smoker unfortunately couldn't win his fight towards C, was the fact that they ran all the way back and kind of had to give up on what they already had outside of A, right? So time could be something that Global Esports could play with around here, but I don't think that C push is going to work anymore for them.
Yeah, but they're still gonna try it. So I hope that G is up for the task and they're able to defend it stalwartly.
Blocking vision.
Lil Boy's been probably jump spotted across. It's a tiny bit of damage. Gate Crash destroyed, but behind this contingency, Secret are trying to flood inside, and Prodigy's been double peaked by UV and Ryzen. They both promptly taken down. Both in the middle of the side to give them some breathing room, but Nizzy will choke them to death. Lil Boy still strong towards the backside, but the footwork from Aplex is just a little too much for him to deal with. It's all up to Smokey now. It's a stinger in a dream.
Spike planted.
And his first attack will be onto Viness. Yeah, he's holding a lovely off angle by the Outlaw. Shoulder.
Oops. No one to interrogate.
Spots him out, takes him pretty easy. Does not want to upgrade to the Vandal, it seems. He's going to hold on to that Outlaw because he knows that Global Esports are going to be on a bit of a rescinded buy. They won't have armors to help them withstand this Outlaw anymore. So he's going to keep on abusing that Outlaw as much as he can. And it seems like Global Esports once again changing their setup outside of B this time. Want to kind of take an aggressive bit of control. Does have a stinger here, UV, so I feel like he's going to go for an aggressive dash and push towards that window. And he's got Kibo to help him out. And there he goes. He's going to take that control. Window's completely clean. Outside A is what he's heard, and he's just going to instantly fall back. Should have maybe broken the trip. He did see and hear it. And here we are, the A side. It's going to be
being contested. G have already made a massive stack over here, and if Secret are wary about this, they will be extremely careful about moving across. And yeah, with this pick, all the information that Secret required is available to them. They know that most of the G Academy players are present over here, so they give away the footsteps of falling back, but they don't show that they are going towards B Link just yet. A site is completely vacant, and if Secret decide to pour in now, they will get the plant for free. Yeah, and they've discovered it. It's free real estate, boys. It's a free plant.
Yeah, he can take an open plant if he wants to, NDG. But he's going to go for that main plant because that's where he feels comfortable. The flank, the tripwire would have helped so much if they would have broken it earlier. UV could have just taken one shot at it. But now they know the flank's coming. Stun. Not going to do anything to Nizzy. Going to get away from that spot. That's it. That's going to give Global Esports a little bit of space to occupy, but not too much. UV, another smoke, pops out of it. Trying to play with that stinger at long range. Not going to help him out. And there comes the cavalry. They're going to fight for this long side. Unfortunately, the Vandals are just a little too strong for them to take control.
Last player standing.
Nah, it's not happening.
Okay, they're dead. Take what's useful.
Well then, for Secret Academy, decent enough for G Academy considering they showed you quite a lot of movement in this round. A stack on the A side, then they give it up and they try to go for the massive flank. So I like the fact that G are at least experimenting in rounds where they don't have proper weaponry. I would rather have them push out mid and have them try something new just to make sure they have information about what Secret defaulting looks like. And that's the kind of information you can only really acquire in eco rounds where you don't have much to lose. You can't take those risks in buy rounds, but it seems like G is going to take that risk nonetheless. They're going to make a triple push out of B. View is just going to extend a little forward while Kibo was holding a flash in his hand, I believe, in case UV required it. But now that they've discovered that nobody from Secret is really towards mid, they're gonna go back to guarding C and A respectively. Jump spot, info acquired. They only spotted the Cypher. Not enough information to call a bluff yet, not enough information to figure out if it's a fake or no. But even though Secret are really pushing closer and closer to the A side, while they've used the shear up, while they've broken the razor vines, the spike is still not present over here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he can bring it up in a second because they do have the Omanal, which is, of course, he's gonna get it done here. Never mind, they don't even need to expense that because Viness is just gonna run it straight, deliver it, and parcel delivered from the Cypher as the A side now is going to be planted. They do have a steel garden, mind you, Global Esports, and it could be very, very effective in this spot. But they're gonna catch him. He does dispense the ult off right before he goes down though. Smoker's gonna help his team, and Yuvi's gonna make the most use of it. He knows he needs to run in. 3 for Yuvi, looking for 4, finds the 4th, and all for the ace as one little ultimate is being made use of by this 16-year-old who will absolutely make sure that his fallen comrade's health does not go in vain.
You should have seen your faces.
And he avenges his fallen brother. You might be kidnapped into the ISO's realm. You might make sure that all of your enemies have no weapons to deal with. And even after all of that, your sacrifice will not go in vain. That's the assurity that UV brings to the table. And Ace definitely will help boost his morale up. Especially after that last game where G Academy were kind of taught a massive lesson about map control. This certainly will reinforce their beliefs and will give them some confidence going forward. But the battle is not even half over yet. They're going toe-to-toe with Team Secret, but there's quite a lot of work yet to be done. And this Dimensional Drift spots out almost everybody. 3 players spotted. And with this information, Secret are moving towards Garage. They are hoping to beat them to the punch and race them to the seaside, but nope. They actually send 3 of their players in Garage, but only 1 of them stays over there. Everyone else is already trying to trigger the A wall.
And they're actually running
at this point,
back to it.
Yeah, and at this point, GE are rotating quite a lot. They've placed both their duelists in positions where they are in prime position to punish all these lurks and all these rotations. But wait, Lil Boy has slipped past them, and he can hear them come back. He might just be able to get them both over here. First strike done, second over here. Netflix isn't quite out of trouble. He turns around and gets the shot on the finesse as well. Finally, it's Netflix's paranoia that helped him beat the punch. But Prodigy being all the way in defensive spawn was something that we would have never expected in a million years.
Really, really unfortunate there. Both teams kind of in a bit of a haphazard position. Prodigy so deep into enemy lines and Lil Boy in between all of that chaos. He was surrounded by 4. Still managed to get 2. It is a 3v3 doable, but Nizzy will go unchecked. Here go the 2 initiators. Do they check the corners? Is the question. Bison does spot 1, but it's not going to be good enough because Prodigy will be standing strong. 6-5, and
Last round
Secret will definitely not go this half with their rounds being in the deficit corner.
And we've seen this kind of a gameplay, this kind of a game plan from Oasis before, where they stopped their attack midway and then continued doing the same thing. Secret have done something similar. This is the prime strength of the ISO Yoru composition. You get both of your duelists into such power positions. You can cut off rotations from anywhere. Yeah, now it's a bit funny that Lil Boy and the ISO both just kind of went past each other, and they both were basically kind of undetected for a bit. But this spot line is amazing. 3 players get stunned. Ryzen blows up Nizzy with his missiles. And Vines has been caught in the special delivery as well. He uses the cyber cage just to keep himself alive for a bit. But UV Ryzen falls. And DG disrespects the cyber cage and pushes through by himself.
Again, man, it's the same. It's the same thing that I saw in the previous round. Smoker, okay, let's just focus on him for now. He's got a Bucky playing around the smoke, thankfully put by Lil Boy earlier on in this round. And it's a 1v2. Then they know he's there and they're gonna just run away from here. And it's a smart choice to make. Couple of Vandals to pick up from. Gonna choose one of them. And he's gonna go on the flank all the way to C as well. And I was gonna say that once again, once that smoke, they got the 2 first picks towards A long. The problem was they went to get those weapons. They got a little greedy there. They were not confident in the fact that they could hold on to their sheriffs and fight that round. And that's exactly when Secret came on to kind of just force the fight and spam through that smoke, giving them no opportunity to stay alive. And now even these 2 last players know exactly where Smoker is.
Yeah, Smoker has a lot of util to deal with. The camera, he can already hear it. Has to break that first, and then he has to figure out where these players would be. Because the spike is planted all the way for the backside, he now has to worry about someone going around him as well, and Baby coming in from behind him from Garage. Destroyed. Flash destroyed. He's just gonna stick it. They try to peek. The players are throwing in their bodies just now, but the time has long gone.
Oh, that was so close.
Way. Oh, but they played it to perfection. They knew exactly when they should fight, when they shouldn't. And even letting him go for the half defuse in that kind of a situation requires cojones.
Out of charges.
Yeah, it was pretty gutsy of them to kind of just not double swing that as soon as they heard the tap there. 7-5. Secret do make up for a bit of that deficiency that they had in the early stage of this first half. And it's a commendable turnaround here of rounds. And as you can see on the scoreboard as well, everybody's been chipping in. And on the side of Global Esports, Smoker's not been having the greatest of games. The 2 kills that he got in the final round there were his second and third of the entire game so far. So he needs a little bit of a boost from his teammates to kind of help him play this game better. But as long as his teammates are able to keep pushing on the way they have been, it's not going to be too much trouble even if he finishes with 0 kills in the second half. All they need is a win here.
Contact play up towards mid. Here come all Neutral. UV already inside the smoke. Do they expect him to be here? Yeah, the classic burst doesn't really do much for him. And the A-Link area has already leaked. It are pouring in, and it's all up to Lil Boy. Runs out of bullets at the worst possible time.
I'm not sure why UV is the only one in that smoke when it's almost a given that there would be multiple people coming in through there. I feel like another player should have been sitting in the other corner of that smoke to kind of make it an even battle, but yeah, I'm not completely convinced by that. I feel like UV could have been given a little more support because he's the one who's been fragging, right? And if you're able to give him a bit of a platform to stand on as a teammate, you should be enabling him to get you more of these, round-winning kills. Unfortunate, but another little bit of a correction from Global Esports to make as we head into round number 13. Am I correct? Is my math wrong? 12, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Not number 14.
14.
Yeah, forgive me.
It's okay. Not a big fan of math either. I am a big fan of people getting killed by utility without even being spotted by their enemies, but Vinez just walks past the missiles. He was stunned there for a second, and I thought, yeah, this is finally the round where G get a kill with the guided salvo. They've already done it once. Can they make it happen again? NDG clearing mid, doesn't see anyone. They should be positive because G haven't really given away too much information, but they've gathered quite a lot of information. They've figured out where the Omen would be. They have a faint idea of where the Cypher Util is placed, but yeah, when it matters the most, they don't check for the tripwire. Prodigy could have had another kill with the X-ray over there, but they all just go towards the link, and he's gonna have a massive amount of work to do. He just fires away, ignoring the orbs. NDG comes through from behind. He was ignored at first. They didn't clear him while they were going in towards a link, but Smoke is kind of trapped. He's gone out like a rat, and he's gonna have a lot of players heading towards him. Breaks his ankles as he lands on the ground, and then Finesse breaks his skull as well.
A little too much parkour there for my liking in Valorant, at least. I've got already a little bit of a parkour course that I can't really complete in the range. Didn't want to see one here. Should have just gone for the fight there. Smoker, instead of escaping away. Maybe take out a weapon or two. But hey, it is what it is. They try to take that alien control. Unfortunately for them, got surrounded by 2 different angles. Kibo's the only one who took that first swing. The other players were just a little too far behind, kind of jump behind. 9-5 now. Team Secret Academy slowly closing the door on Global Esports' hope for getting into that final, which already seems too far away. And now Global Esports hoping to execute that A side in their buy round. As the drone will detect Nizzy, and he's going to get away as soon as he's stunned. And he's gone too far behind. The A side's been opened up. UV's going to call it out to his teammate, and the plant will be secured without any problems.
Yeah, but the moment they tap, they're going to send in undercuts and shock darts to instantly assassinate Kibo. That should have been confirmed death right there. Kibo survives that one encounter, lives to tell the tale another day. Yeah, these spams won't work. Yeah, he can use the kill contract, but he's actually going to use the contingency to go in first, but the guided salvo delay them even further. This is good. Now, all the util the Team Secret have is slowly burning away, and they're not able to capitalize on it. Lil Boy strikes first, twice into the crossfire, able to hold them over here, and the 4th line is nearly perfect. Gets the stun onto Viness, and Flex can't really do much. Global Esports Academy finally showing how this composition is supposed to be used.
Yeah, much better here from Global Esports, and especially that guided salvo that held them on.
And it seems like they weren't really too keen on letting Prodigy go in for that with the Guardian because they knew that it's going to be difficult. But it is what it is. And once again, Team Secret Academy will move on further with a buy round now. And Viness still holding on to a judge in his hand. Did have it in the previous round as well. As GE looking for a bit of a spread approach now. UV's going to take a little bit of a poke towards C as everybody else just holding on outside of Garage and A. And it seems like that smoke that's been put on pretty deep is a fake calling that UV's already kind of noted down because he knows that if this smoke's come out that early, there's definitely nobody pushing it through. We should take C now. One camera, that's all that is, and one in towards Garage.
You want
Spot
to find
one,
it?
the turnaround comes in, and there is also a Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, the Cosmic Divide should make sure that nobody from Secret can actually just spam them. But you can obviously pick your enemies up into your kill contract realm. You be taken out, instant mana advantage secured.
Contract complete.
But is there any post-plant neutral that G can actually use to hold them back? The moment this Cosmic Divide expires, a barrage of flashes is going to rain down upon GE. And a counter flash is there from Kipo. Still getting all the frags. And Kipo is just overwhelmed by the amount of players on his screen.
Too much to handle, a lot of flashes. The Omen Paranoia coupled with the Yoru flashes as well. Not to mention, you've got an absolute beast in the form of Prodigy coming in with a shield first, taking the first contact for everything that you can fire on him. And the fact that he took out UV even before he could see the light of day on that seaside.
Universe, and now I'm starting to get a little scared now.
Now I've been scared since like 4 or 5 rounds ago, man.
If it's a competition, I've been scared since the day began, but hey, let's not get there. That's just my constant anxiety. But the reason I'm scared is Secret are starting to inch closer and closer to the double-digit mark, while GE just broke their economy. They're relegated to Stingers again, and there's a pretty good chance that they will be forced to relinquish this round to Secret as well.
Spike planted.
With struggling economy, not so much to work with, there's a chance that Secret will get 11. G will have to struggle once again. But they're all playing on site now rather than playing all the way from long.
Yeah.
They know they don't have weapons. That paranoia is big. It should blind at least 2-3 people. And Lizzie's also raining flashes upon them. He finally pops out open. And he gets triple peek, but only Ryzen is able to get one frag to his name. Lil Boy and his Stinger doing wonders. But Kipo has been pulled into the bullets of NDG. The stream of lead aimed straight towards his skull will net Team Secret Academy the 11th.
Not this. Yeah, that Euroworld was far too valuable for them, giving so much information. I feel like just to kind of, counter that, maybe Global Esports, considering that they have Stingers on their hands, maybe play in that CT smoke, and the minute you hear that Euroworld kind of just pop out with a flash or a stun, and you also had the Rolling Thunder, by the way. Again, a missed opportunity in my opinion, where you have Stingers, you have shorter duration, shorter distance fighting weapons. You can take aggressive control when you have a Rolling Thunder on your hand, and you know that there's a Yoru ult on the other side. I would have really loved for them to go in a more proactive zone where they sit in that CT smoke. The minute they hear that Yoru ult, kind of burst out with flashes and with that Rolling Thunder, and let the players UV and Lil Boy who've been fragging out so far do their magic.
Exactly. Like the moment that Yoru World pops, everybody on Secret will get ready to throw in their util based on whatever they see on the Yoru World. Like you saw that the moment they spotted out all these players hiding behind the default box, the Paranoia came out and hit like some 3 people.
Yeah.
And if that wasn't enough, Nizzy used up both of his flashes before he even popped out of his ult. So yeah, basically whatever opportunity GE had, it was taken away from them. All the angles that they were holding, they were forced to give up those angles and then play a little more passively. And the moment the Yoru World is popped, you wouldn't expect somebody to have that gun out, right?
Yeah.
At the same time, Secret Academy would have been taken off guard if GE decided to use your strategy over here. Pop out of the smoke and take the fight to them rather than wait for Secret to start the retake. Yeah, sometimes it helps take the initiative. But this time it's Secret taking the initiative. They pick Ryzen off, and that's a massive Hunter's Fury right off the bat.
Yeah, D's immediate reaction. We head towards C. We're not going to waste any time. UV's going to take
bit of space, but here's Nizzy. He's not afraid of anything. He's just running out, flashing and dashing. Yuvi's good for one, but he's not gonna get more. Nizzy dodges the gun, and he's standing strong for one after the other. And here comes the other duelist to end things off. 6-12, and it seems like Global Esports might just be saying goodnight.
If you were saving your energy for the end, this is
Yeah, they're tucked in tight, and they can't go any further in this fight night. That is definitely painful. There was a glimmer of hope there, Universe. At least at the start of the first half, I thought that GE can go toe-to-toe. They can go band for band against the Secret Academy, but at this point, the difference is night and day. Smokey is not having a good game. At least Kibo and Ryzen have recovered to some extent. Even they didn't have a lot of frags to begin with. The problem remains this massive 6-round deficit, and once again, GE don't have much money to work with. At least Yuba can whip out the blades, but everyone else will be relinquished to just stingers and bulldogs. Nice flash, but unfortunately nobody gets caught over here. Prodigy doesn't break the razor vine on purpose. He stays here, holds his ground because he knows the smoke will fade anytime soon and he should be able to take some pot shots at them. But because he hasn't seen anyone, they know that G Academy are just faking. One flash, one razor vine, but no bodies
And they're
thrown.
re-clearing as well.
They're re-clearing it as well. Secret know for a fact that this garage is fake. Oh, and they were aware about the possibility of someone overseeing it. And the little boy gets taken down, and Nizzy, at least that is something that works in their favor. Tries to go in for a flash, but NDG has positioned himself, and Smokey has no idea. The spike's been cut
Nobody
loose.
takes short. Oh man,
And this is so unfortunate. G Academy have the site, but now they have to go ahead and recover the spike, which is going to be a very tall task.
30 seconds left.
Nice stun. NDG should die. There was an aftershock thrown on towards him as well, but he takes down Ryzen before he bites the dust.
No, Yubi!
Come on, man. The trigger discipline doesn't help him at all.
Yeah,
and even if Kibo loses this fight, there's going to be blades waiting for him on the other side.
Okay, now he's playing with him. He's just toying with him.
Defenders win.
And that's the
I
end.
knew your every move.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Sad watching
this is going to be the end of Global Esports in Fight Night. Unfortunately, as Team Secret find the momentum once again in a very difficult and honestly strategy, deficient attacking side of Global Esports, who clearly haven't figured out how to kind of, use and get more done with this composition that they have. It's so much utility on their hands, and somehow the side that they're supposed to be more proficient on seems to be the one that they struggle more.
Exactly right. When you see a Breach and Theo composition, you would expect it to be very, very dominant on the attacking side, but that was just simply not the case. They were lacking a lot of firepower on the attack side, not just in this match, but even in the previous game. So yeah, at least from these two matches of Global Esports Academy, we've figured out that their Haven has certain strengths and weaknesses. Their defense is more or less fine, but their attack side needs a lot of work, and that was quite palpable in both these games.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to take quite the bit of work here, but Global Esports, let's have a look at the highlights, shall we, of both these teams. There were some good moments from our boys as well. They did really have quite the burst of energy in that first half. Lil Boy, UV, both stepping up really well. UV especially, he was taking a lot of matters into his own hands, trying to get the good fight going. Unfortunately for him, the second half just crumbled upon itself. Kibo as well, in that first half, once again, had so many multi-kill rounds. He was driving the team from the front, being a great leader alongside Ryzen, but just not good enough to shut down a little. And that little moment that right there that we saw, getting greedy for a weapon because you want to get the better weapon to fight better, I'm not against it, but it's happened thrice in this game, by the way, from different players.
Exactly. I was about to say that this is not the only time it happened, but every other time that we saw Global Esports make a mistake, it wasn't just because of weapon greed. It was also because sometimes they failed to check angles, and even if they had information, GE just did not really use that information to its fullest extent. There were so many instances where they could tell that there's a flank coming in. That ace from UE was lovely, by the way. But yeah, you can't rely on these heroics too much. Even in this round, Little Boy got a lovely double kill, which should have helped G convert the round, but Secret still found a way to get back into the round.
Yeah. It's just not, what you would expect to see from a team that's got so much util to exploit on the attacking side. G clearly have work. Rubies has to kind of, shape these boys into place. Maybe consider the fact that the utility is kind of holding them back from taking these fights at opportunistic times, or either change up the play style, kind of start forcing them to be a little more aggressive, take control towards spawn regions when you have the utility to allow you to do so, or you've got the ultimates which are so strong to allow you to do so. Yeah, I'm just hoping that moments like these don't happen again. But ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Oasis Gaming versus Team Secret Academy in that final now. Best of 3, and that's going to be quite the banger as well. Even if Global Esports are not going to be sticking around, it is going to be a good learning situation for them, as now they're going to go back to the drawing board, see how they can work around this Haven comp, or how they can change their play style around Haven. And yeah, 60-13 is what she wrote.
Smokey not having the best of time over here. I mean, most of the time his utility placement was not that bad, but yeah, he just simply cannot hold on to the side when push comes to shove and when he's getting rushed by 3 people. Kibo utility usage was much better this game as compared to the last round, but only in the first half. In the second half, again, I saw that whatever util that you guys are using, it was just simply not enough. There was a round where I believe it was the last round where Kibo dropped a flash in towards Grudge and Smokey dropped a Razorvine, but immediately Secret tried to reclear that and they figured out that G is just selling a fake. So yeah, your fakes need to be a lot more convincing. Maybe take some sales lessons from Jordan Belfort. You really need to commit bodies to the fake if you want to sell it.
I'm also going to point out once again that one thing that I really feel like could have helped them in that first half as well. Every time you got that C control, maybe 3-4 times, breaking that Cypher tripwire does so much for your team, because they're going to start spreading out a lot more, right? One man's definitely committed to that little spot there while the rest of them try to explore other avenues. That could have helped them as well. Small things here and there. I agree that sitting there will help you get a frag, but we saw that didn't happen in Smoka. And then after every round after that, they had to give up that C control, because now every time Secret had somebody there, and they were exploiting the fact that they knew Global Esports was not going to sit here. We're going to go take C every time. So that little fear needs to be instilled in Secret as well. And it's gone through the way it has, and we're going to have to now wait for a best of 3 that's going to come our way. The veto is currently being decided as well, and we're going to see what is going to unravel in that final of this fight night.
Yeah. Now, the final of this fight night will have Team Secret Academy going up against Oasis Gaming. Secret have already won one game before, but in this best of 3, it's going to be a fresh start. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We will be back with the finals of Fight Night right after the short break.
Ay, coming in, yeah, flex. I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in, yeah, flex. I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's Off the rapping, keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell emotionless, flawless, broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's an since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again, okay, alright. Coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10, yeah. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side, I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes, I'm mixing. I know I've been missing, I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Yeah. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, big been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell emotionless, flawless, broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's an since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again, okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10, yeah. They got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection. I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection. I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who lying for nothing. I see that we different. You riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places. I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother. I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty. She bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate. So hand me the money. I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Yeah. Ay, coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell him, Cialis, flawless, broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10, yeah. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection. I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection. I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who lying for nothing. I see that we different. You riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and doubt on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Yeah. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell him, Oasis, flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10, yeah. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on.
Yeah, Oasis versus Secret Academy is gonna be a good game because we've already seen these teams face each other in Icebox, and
Yeah.
over there, Oasis displayed this whole stop and start kind of approach where they would take map control on either side. They were able to get a lot of their people get into lurk positions, and it wasn't just like one guy getting the gaps every time. So
Yeah.
many of their different members were taking up this task, and they were able to find plenty of chinks in the armor of Secret Academy, but they weren't able to fully exploit those chinks. So I hope that this time all the opportunities that they manufacture, they are able to fully exploit them and give us a lovely game. Of course, Oasis versus Team Secret Academy. While we've witnessed one of these games, we saw that their entire approach when they were facing Global Esports Academy was a bit different. So I want to see how these guys will adapt to the final game, which is going to be a best of three. And speaking of the best of three, let's take a look at all the maps that we'll be witnessing today.
Yep. All right. Okay. We've got Lotus, Icebox once again, and of course that damned Haven following me to my grave. It seems we're gonna have that unfortunately still sit in place. As I'm hoping that whichever team this is just finishes it off in the first two. I don't just take it 2-0. I don't care who it is. It's gonna be a Secret Academy or Oasis. Just take it, man. Just take the first two, and just let's just not see that wretched map once again.
Wow, okay. I clearly don't harbor as much hate towards Haven as you do. There was a point where I used to hate Fracture, but I think I've grown somewhat fond of it now. I still hate playing it, but I love casting Fracture. Unfortunately, Oasis have banned that. I'm actually also happy that Ascent has been taken out of the picture. It's a little too monotonous to cast right now. The only time Ascent becomes interesting is when someone picks up a Vele or someone picks up a new comp that we haven't really seen. But Lotus has a lot of scope for innovation. I mean, we've seen all kinds of all sorts of compositions work over here. Double Sentinel, double Controller, double Initiator. People have used double Duelist, all sorts of things on Lotus. And
Yeah.
I think across Pacific, we are quite a creative region. But the real innovators are VCT China teams. Those guys have done quite a lot of experiments on Lotus. So I'm hoping that we get to see at least a fraction of it over here.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to wait and find out. Oasis and Secret are both ready to go and to take the crown of the winner of Fight Night. We're gonna see who's gonna be, of course, taking it. Secret did win the first round of bout between these two. Can Oasis punch back to take another one in their bag? Is gonna be the question. We will find out in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen, as both the teams are getting ready, and we should be heading into Lotus any second now. Agent Select right around the corner. But Crips, what do you feel? Do you think Secret continue the winning streak, or is it going to be Oasis?
I do believe that Secret can take the win over here. They look like a much more well-rounded team, especially since the second map is Icebox. We know that Secret are pretty strong on it, and the one strategy that Oasis was using on Icebox has been already made redundant. So I do believe that Secret have the potential to bring it back and just clean up this entire series 2-0. Although if it does go to a third map, I wouldn't really be surprised since Oasis do look slightly strong on any map that involves three sides, whether it's Haven or whether it's Lotus.
Well, we're gonna have to find out then. Lotus is just about around the corner. How is this gonna be any different from what we've seen in the first map of Icebox? I'm excited about the composition, especially. Are they gonna go for a more neon focused or more raise focused approach here? Because we did see the neon on Prodigy on Icebox, so I feel like he might step into that direction generally here as well, because I think the speed really helps him out, especially given that he is a player I feel who can hone the neon better than he can the raise.
I do believe that they will throw a curveball and give us something completely unexpected, perhaps the likes of an ISO or a Yoru composition as well. So, yeah, let's not theory craft any further. Let's take a look at the agents that these teams will select. The last time Secret Academy played on Lotus, they picked up the Raze and the ISO, and they've done that exact same thing this time as well. The only difference being, last time they used Sova and Cypher as well. I believe that was also against Talon Academy. So this time they've gone for a slightly different approach. Instead of an Omen, they've taken a Viper, and instead of a Sova, they've taken the Fade. On the other hand, Secret Academy going for I would have said almost a standard Lotus composition. The only exception over here being the Deadlock.
Yeah, I'm still not convinced by Oasis, though. They have a single controller Viper on a 3-sided map, which I'm not completely opposed to because the Viper wall does provide cover. Like you can see, it's across B and A fully. It covers and gives so much, space to play with, and also the fact that the orb can be self-sustained on C. So I'm not completely against it, but we're gonna have to see and find out how this single controller Viper is gonna work. Yeah. We will be beginning very shortly, ladies and gentlemen, as it seems like there is an aggression being put to the test towards the A side. We do have the deadlock here, and I feel like that gravity net's going to set up a little bit of that neon stun and let them just get through in and let Prodigy do his work.
Yeah, I would have really loved to see some Gravnet and Raze combinations as well, but unfortunately Secret don't really have that kind of a comp. So I guess I will now have to pin my hopes on seeing the Seize Nade combo from Oasis when the time comes. That being said, I do think that the composition for Oasis is a lot more well-rounded than that of Team Secret. Like, they don't have anything for information. They don't even have an info-based Sentinel, nor do they have an info-based Initiator. Their approach over here is that they're just gonna smoke off all the possible fighting points, deny information with their, with their smokes, and then get into the site uncontested, hopefully, where they should then be able to stall out Oasis for even longer using their deadlock utility.
I was just looking at that, and I completely, was talking about Oasis being on the defensive side of how that wall would work. But now they're on the attack, actually, and I'm now going to be putting it on the other side of the way, where I'm concerned the fact that these guys, they cannot progress into any site without that Viper being alive, which means that the Viper has to stay alive no matter where they go.
Yeah, and that's just a lot of undue pressure, because then all the potential lurks that you could have had as, let's say, an Omen somehow, those will just simply not be possible. So yeah, double controller on either side should help them take things a little more easily.
Okay, am I an idiot? Because I really thought we were seeing a single controller Viper on one side. Nah, forget anything I said. Forget everything I said in the last 30 seconds. Just ignore it.
Just like Zeus ignored Viness over here.
Yeah,
those are... Yeah, I really thought Tesseract should be able to get that trade, but Viness is just a little too sharp. And that's the spike down outside of the seaside area. Marky is hoping to catch somebody off guard, but he forces the issue against Prodigy, and Prodigy's like, nope, I know you don't want to fight over here. You're just trying to bait me into an unnecessary battle. He was stunned, he was gravnated, there were missiles around him, and then if that's not enough, if 3 different agents throwing utility at him is not enough, all 3 of those agents decide to walk out of the smoke and pump his guts full of lead. Oh, nice shot. Finally, Vanessa's killing spree has been put to a halt, but planting the spike still seems to be a very difficult task.
Yeah, Secret seemed to be covered from every angle. That push out from Oasis towards C should have been able to take out Viness after his first, but somehow he just stood his ground and took out 2. And that's gonna be round number 1. The pistol going the way of Secret. Good start for them, as they have a Marshal on Prodigy, and he's constantly oh my god, okay, that kid's got a little impatience. He wants to just keep on going, taking these fights. We did have the Marshal being spotted. I'm not sure if it was spotted or heard, but Viness once again eating a little bit of the heat of the pressure here. 4 players at the moment present outside of C. The smoke's gonna hold them off for a little while longer. Tesseract does have one Prowler to try and maybe initiate a fight here, but it needs to be with all 4 of them jumping out through that smoke and taking the fight together. Unfortunately for them, the Marshal's already made its way.
Oh my god, how is Prodigy alive? I really thought he should have been killed by now. And what the Marshal cannot finish, the Spectres will. They pop out of the smoke. Secret take the fight to Oasis. And Astro is just overwhelmed. Too many targets on his screen. And Secret Academy get 2 rounds in a rather clean fashion, losing only 1 player in each of them. This should help them farm up for the bonus round quite a lot.
Yeah, and
it is going to be, them to just kind of set up Prodigy once again towards that ace side. And he does have a Vandal, so he's going to feel confident. Still a little difficult because he does have regenerative shield. That's not too bad in my opinion. But it seems like Oasis are not too keen on giving him what he wants outside of the ace side. Just the one over there. It was, of course, the Viper, and he's going to have to hide behind that smoke as the jump spots from Viness coming in towards C. And once again, Oasis is keen on breaking that Viper hold on that C side. That's where their attention seems to keep on moving in the first 3 rounds.
And even though Oasis should have the stronger weaponry here, they're still being very careful. They don't want to walk into any sort of a trap. Okay, Prowler detects Finesse. They know there's a Spectre around the bend area. There's not much other util that they can use to flush him out of there. Maybe the season nade combo could finally work, but Oasis have discovered that Secret have 2 players stationed outside of A rubble. So this should mean that other sides of the other parts of the map are somewhat weak. And now that Astro's been dealt with, they must know for a fact that this has to be a lurker. They all send it in. Viness kind of stunned. Zeus also struggles a bit to kill him, but NDG slips past him, pulls out the special literally at the worst time possible, so he's been taken down, and it's back to a 3v2. Prodigy, what is that swing? That was a lovely shot, and Secret keep the advantage.
Yeah, they most certainly do. Prodigy once again proving to be that one little incision point that is needed by Secret to just get into the side immediately. But Viness did well holding his own hand there. Got one for his troubles, and then instantly was enough to kind of allow Nizzy and Prodigy to get in there and support his teammates. So far, it is, of course, Secret continuing their dominance from the first game that they had. And they've put them on a bye now. All Sheriffs and all half armors across the board for Oasis here. Spot comes in, and that's a really good reveal there. Viness, lucky to be alive, gets away. A lot of util thrown his way. And he's going to be still able to get one, and he gets away at 15 HP.
Bro.
That is criminal.
Bro, he's a cat. He's got 9 lives, and there's just nobody who can take him down. There were so many instances where he should have just died, but he lives to tell the tale, and he continues to fight. That's another one for Viness. NDG has also stepped into the fray, and that is a big mowdown. Oasis completely destroyed.
Okay, it's been 4 rounds, and it seems like the only place we're going is C. Maybe we try other avenues, because this Viper's not getting out of this place anytime soon. You're not able to kill him. You're not able to, even if you kill him, by the time you do kill him, there's 3 others who come in and instantly take his spot. So Viness is having quite the one, and they've actually awarded him being 1 away from the Viper's pit, by the way. NDG is 1 away as well from his Armageddon. So this is just alt farming at the moment for Viness.
It's farming ult ops, and speaking of ults, NDG is quite close to the Armageddon.
And there he is.
And yeah, because oh my god! He doesn't even have to be on site. He's just playing deathmatch right now.
Again on C. What's with that obsession outside C, man? And with no info as well, you're just gonna try and keep that on. And bye-bye. Okay, Armageddon committed for 1 player.
Armageddon and the Annihilation, by the way.
Yeah, quite the bit as well. Interesting. It seems like they just want to kind of absolutely push them to the ground. Yeah, they want to rub the wound. And look at that. Zeus is very clearly upset, I'm pretty sure, and so is the entire team. They need a timeout here, because that was a massacre outside B main and also C.
Yeah, I mean, the B main, understandable, right? Those ultimates, you can't really avoid them, especially given the way they are placed. Their death warrants were basically signed the moments the ultimates were activated. There's no way to dodge them. But Viness, there's no way he should have been able to get away with so much. That was just straight up cold-blooded murder, and he went unpunished not once, not twice, thrice.
4.
And he's playing in
4 times. Nah, it's been 5 times. The one time he did die, he still got 1. 4 times he's gotten out of there, by the way, with multi-kills.
Yeah, multi-kills, yeah.
And this time, he actually went aggressive, took a better position.
Exactly.
And took 3 out, because those guys just didn't bother trying to find out if somebody's behind boxes.
And that position near boxes, it's called a one and an angle because you're supposed to get one, and then you're done. Then you get traded out. But he stays there, holds his ground, and he gets 3. And it's not even like he's playing an escape character like a Chamber or a Yoru that you can just play in these cheeky spots, get one, and get out of there. No, he has no escape. He's fully committed to this fight. He's tucked in tight. He's locked in.
Well, the locking in also needs to come in from Oasis after this timeout because they have taken it before an eco. Pretty sure that... Yeah, never mind. There's another... Okay, it seems like they're not shy to use their ultimates no matter what round it is here, Secret. Finesse is gonna completely cut off that C side. The door's been opened just in case. Give a little bit of a fake, but nah, they're not gonna hold it down because look how much control they have outside this B side. Secret's gonna send out Prodigy. Does spot one. Slatham's gonna go in for the repick, jump pick, and he's gonna take in a bit of damage. Stun comes his way. He's gonna dodge. No, but he's not gonna dodge. A sliding Prodigy coming.
Yeah, Prodigy is showing us exactly why he's named that. Living up to his name, living up to his potential. While this plant is going down on C, Tesseract has snuck past the Viper's pit somehow. I have no idea how. My only question is, can he get to the side in time to make an impact? If he can, yes, he will be taking care of mines, but Maki has to hold his ground. The showstopper goes through, but Zeus cannot really do much, and Maki's been killed as well. Oh, Astro, he has to go big. He goes berserk, and the last player is just a little too far away. Tesseract, considering investing the Nightfall, but there's just no way he can stop the
stun as well. The Sonic sensor placed at the perfect position. This is honestly the kind of stuff I do when I'm playing Deadlock, right? Towards the main side, usually when they don't take main and the teams just focus on taking 3, that main side is really helpful for retakes because they eventually come all the way around. It's just Deadlock's such a powerful character. All things considered, I would consider Deadlock an initiator and a retake specialist, but for holding flanks, absolutely not. Like, do not even consider this agent. But somehow they're confident on the fact that they can hold on to these lines, even having Deadlock as a single sentinel, which is impressive because of the aggression that they're constantly taking control towards that A side. And again, for the 6th time in 7 rounds, it seems like Oasis seem to keep on getting attracted to that C side.
Yeah, they are kind of attracted to that C side, aren't they? Once again, the spike favoring that side. But they're not completely committing to the C side just yet. They're still trying to lurk up towards B and A, hoping to find an early pick. But Secret are just not giving them anything. Prodigy's holding the angle, and the moment he makes contact, there's going to be a paranoia that gets sent through. Doesn't really result in a kill, but they've once again managed to repel Oasis away from rubble. Yeah. And just in case there's going to be any stragglers, any lurkers towards B, they will have to break this wall in order to get through.
Look at how confident Secret are about leaving C completely empty. They couldn't care more. Couldn't care less, forgive me. Finally, the ult goes through and it's a complete waste. Although it does give them the side, it's a waste in terms of nobody being tagged and nothing in terms of pressure. Because Secret are ready with their retake as well. Backside is completely open, and this retake is on the back of hopefully Maki not retake, forgive me, this attack. MG gets a trade, Astro gets one back. Steel Garden's gonna keep them busy, and Tesseract is gonna keep things alive for his team. 3 versus 2.
Yeah, but they lost the Viper's Pit. The Steel Garden only nets them 2 kills. They don't have the man advantage anymore. But the moment I say that, Viness turns through. And despite all the ultimates, despite all their efforts, Secret are able to persevere and get this round as well.
Is it surprising to you that GE ended up doing better against Secret than they did against Oasis, considering how they're getting pummeled now?
I was hoping I don't answer that question. This seems more like a rhetorical question because, like, it doesn't make sense anymore, you know?
Yeah, I know. But I can't help but think about my team. Of course, they need to improve. So I'm just thinking about that. Seemed like it was just the attacking half. Yeah. Never mind.
That's all we have.
Never mind.
Gravenet doesn't really catch anyone, so Tesseract is still able to push through.
Barrier deployed.
And Oasis have, I think for the first time in this entire game, shuffled the rubble control away from Secret Academy.
That's because they didn't actually try for it.
Yeah.
And they've lost
Never
Zeus
mind.
completely alone. Oh, the check! Prodigy! No!
No! No. Okay, yeah, that's absolutely disgusting. I think we should
Have a moment of silence for our fallen brethren over there.
Yeah, just take a minute, but it seems like Tesseract
enemy
doesn't want.
remaining.
Yeah, never mind. I think we can just...
Spike down A.
Sorry, who was the one who got abused like that? I don't know.
Astro.
Astro? Yeah. F in the chat for Astro, man.
Astronomically bad in that spray. But then again, I don't know whether I should criticize Astro in that situation or
30
commend
seconds
Prodigy.
left.
It's just a neon thing in it.
Just neon things, man. He can recover the spike with the ult, but then he's kind of trapped on A if he does that. There's a chance
Interesting that he actually
goes, gets it. I thought
what? Okay, that's an unnecessary waste of an ult in my opinion. I feel like at least the fact that you hide, plant safe, right? Oh my god, yeah, that is so horrendous to watch and even worse to be a victim of.
Yeah, that's gonna take some therapy to get over. And Prodigy, having done that, he's feeling hot. He wants to go again, and he's ready to rumble. Even Zeus is gonna face him off. Fast in already to get in towards rubble. Haunt does discover him, but there's no util to flush him out of that position, so he continues holding his ground. AP, he gets up on top, and now Prodigy peeks along with him. These guys are playing in tandem. And the one round Oasis are able to take rubble control away from Secret. Secret respond in kind by punching them in the face on that exact same spot.
Yeah, Secret's gonna clear off all of B main. It is stopped in the tracks, but Slatham just goes out for a solo peek here, and it seems like Marky's gonna try and do the same. He just wants to keep his opportunities alive, but Vinesse comes in, takes him out. Astro's the only one left. They're not going to check this corner. No, they are. Absolutely, they are. 9-0, and it seems like this is going to be a very quick Lotus map.
Unless Oasis are able to activate the Blind Field Curse, which I do not believe in, but somehow, for the sake of entertainment, I am mentioning that Oasis can put up a fight. They do have the Viper's Pit, and they've had it in their back pocket since quite a while now. So if they can get the plant, they should at least be able to put the pit down, spread their poison, spread their wings, hopefully, and get one round on the back at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty clear why this is Secret's map pick as well, right? Like, they clearly have a map that they have a plan on, they have control on, and they are just absolutely abusing the fact that they can just keep taking whatever part of the map they want as control and abusing what they want. Vinesse, this time with an AWP, by the way, as a Viper, not something you see every day, is going to have to be pushed back. The Prowler just to confirm, and Tesseract's just going to slowly creep up and hope that they don't get caught out by this AWP once again, but it seems like they might be. Somebody's going to crawl up towards Mound. Are they? 3, 2, 1. Nope, nobody's going to crawl up. We're just having a little bit of peek. Our observers playing with us as... we do have a Nightfall, and Astro's gonna be found out outside of A main. Prodigy's caught out, and he will be taken out.
I think he didn't want to go ahead of that ball. He just wanted to bait it out. So yeah, the movement kind of messed up over there, but Eplix makes up for what his fallen teammate couldn't. There's no way he gets double peak like that, and he wins both these fights. The Armageddon leaves just a tiny pixel of space which Slatham will fit into. Snugged, tucked in tight. Can't take that fight as he's now locked in the C-Mount area. There's no way back.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, and guess what? There's also a sonic sensor right outside of B. So even if they choose to go there, they've got an Omen waiting for them to just welcome them with a stunned hand. Vinesse gonna let him cross by as NDG is holding on the farther corner of this C cavity.
He's gonna peek back once again. Oh, I think he spotted him. Not
10
sure.
seconds left.
But save is the call here, and Tesseract's a little too close to the danger here. No, Tesseract, not like this. Still does get one. I can live with that. And Slatham's just gonna have to survive outside of B now.
They brought weapons made
It's
of
not
metal.
like Oasis
To
had the
kill-
best of money, but now that they have to save all of these guns, they will find themselves facing that economic penalty of saving. At least they carry that one weapon forward.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah. Did you just call it the father corner?
The farther. F-A-R-T-H-E-R. F-A-R. Why would you call it the father corner? What?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, whose daddy are you missing right now? But
Okay, you've got some issues, man.
yeah, you confused me there for a second. But hey, I'm all the doubts cleared out. No more questions in my mind. Plenty of questions in Oasis' mind about how did they deal with this kind of a situation. Double digits already for Secret Academy, and plenty of ultimates now also available at their disposal.
Oh, Slatham's stuck.
Oh, he's locked in here. An ultimate over here, an annihilation could really just ruin his day. It's a pretty rare miss from Prodigy.
Yeah, but they've kind
The
of
movement in accuracy got the
crawled
better of him.
in. He will get another shot, I'm here pretty sure. But the wall and the off's gonna... Oh, never mind. He connects it either
Never
way.
mind.
And that Viper Uter's gone to absolutely nothing.
Hey, they still have Omen. One smoke remaining on him at the very least. I'm not sure about if he has both smokes or not. But they actually lock themselves out in an attempt to go towards B-Link, and they don't look towards B-Link, and they get shot from there. Slatham, finally from B main, has been able to alleviate some pressure, but the spike is dropped in this very awkward corner. Zeus finally is able to recover the spike, and it seems like for the first time, Oasis have advantage in this kind of a round.
Yeah.
They might just be able to put up their first on the board.
Prodigy. I'm not gonna wait around too long here. Picks up the Phantom.
Wait.
wants to-
The Vice Wall wasn't triggered?
I'm not sure. I think it was. No, you actually said it was. Both of them get taken down as well. Each on their own 1v1s. Couldn't hold on. And finally, Oasis put a round on the board. If anything, I would say... You know what? No, I'm going to wait for it. I'm going to wait for the game to end to say that.
It's okay. You can say it.
No.
unless you believe that your caster's curse will ruin it or something.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Get rid of the superstition. It's 2025.
Nah, you know what? I'm just gonna wait.
Okay, cool. To each his own. Oh, Zeus. He was dominating in the first game, wasn't he?
Both games.
He was at 30 frags and 17 deaths in the first game of Icebox, and now he's sitting at just 2 frags in the entire first half.
Prodigy getting a little greedy there, going so far out, expecting not 2 players to come and kind of take that angle. And that's the op drop, by the way, which is retrievable for this round. And considering that it is something that could help them, maybe, if at all. Nobody goes to pick it up. Nope, they don't much care for it. And they're going to stack on B and C. C is going to be cleared as the drone is going to completely clear off that C side. That's going to cause NDG to instantly tell his teammates, maybe we should slowly start moving towards A, guys. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Smokes come down. Oasis are taking a little bit of a slow approach towards that A side. Might be detrimental for them unless they choose to kind of break the door and go towards B as a pivot. Oh, which is already broken, never mind.
Door is broken, yeah, door is broken, and you've got Slatham trying to lurk up towards B main. So there's a distinct possibility they just lock this area out and go. Yeah, they've set this own smoke, and usually this is the kind of smoke you put down if you want to pivot towards B. So the pivot is successful. You should be able to plant as well without many problems.
That's like
Viper Spit deployed.
Good Viper Spit as well.
But there is an annihilation which can clear out the Viper Spits. They still need to be careful about this one.
Oh, they caught him! They caught the one guy they needed, and he's been broken out of his chains, though. Zeus takes out NDG, in fact. And that's going to throw a lot of problems into Secret's camp. Finesse does go out. Gonna get one. Nizzy gets one back as well. A Plix makes it double. Triple indeed, forgive me. 2 versus 2. A Sentinel and a Smoker up against another duo of the same kind. Slatham's gonna flash. Misses his connects his shot. It's all on the one and only a Plix, and he will go down to a shorty from Slatham's hand. A clutch much needed as a 10-2 half is gonna be against them, and a humongous cliff to climb if they want to get back into this game.
Yeah, just a 2-round recovery from Team Oasis in the end. And it all comes down to that 1v2 clutch from Slavdom. He's been lurking outside of B for a very long time, and it's about time that he uses all the information he's gathered over the course of those 10 rounds and puts it to good use. They drew out the rotations from Secret Academy quite successfully, made them come towards stairs, towards the A side in hopes of stalling them, but then they just pivot towards B. And this round, it was like 10 rounds in the making. There were so many failed B take attempts, so many failed C mount attempts. And finally, the results pay off. But is it too little, too late? We'll find out, as Oasis must win the pistol round to keep their momentum going. Oh, that's a massive ping onto Astro already. They reinforced it. They're actually playing inside the smoke.
Yeah, they are. And Prodigy is kind of keen on challenging them right here. Okay! A double burst and there's nothing you can do about it. Nizzy will go down though, but the C side's opened up and that's gonna completely funnel them in. Except for the fact that they still have a Viper outside of A lurking for that late fight. Prodigy didn't need to push that smoke. Gives up a man advantage, and that's unfortunate. Viness has to come back now, and for his lucky days, he's got Tesseract right in front of him for a free kill, and he will take him out. That's the initiator gone, the flanks taken care of. Now they can play from the main side with a triple peek, and that's going to be no problem whatsoever. Drone clears out Waterfall, and this should absolutely confirm the fact that these guys are in from CT.
Yeah, they're in from CT. Even the paranoia has been detected. You know where Zeus was already, and now even Marky's been spotted. They're hoping that the smoke will give them just a tiny bit of cover, but Marky's getting sent upon. Guided salvos, bullets spam towards him. Nothing can keep him close to the spike, and finally, Viness puts him out of his misery. Lovely round by Secret Academy. Such methodical play, clearing out every single spot of the map, every potential retake avenue. Oh, that was a... Can't exactly call that a collateral, but my classic don't do that.
Yeah, neither does mine. Seems like it's only Prodigy that he just takes one burst and he's able to kill two of those. Lucky for him, both of them were low.
Yeah, they were low, sure, but it wasn't like it's a collateral, right? The burst of the classic bullets, it's 3 bullets bursted. And all of them went towards their enemy who weren't exactly lined up. They weren't exactly in for a collateral, so yeah, that's probably the best ever classic shot that you would have witnessed. At least that's the best one I've seen in 2025. If you have any other cool classic moments, do send them over to me. Especially if you've got some with the GE Classic. But Phantoms already in the second round. I would have expected Bulldogs and Stingers, but not Phantoms. So it looks like Secret don't want to leave anything to chance. They go in for a full commitment. All money spent. That's a very well-timed TP. Marky gets away from danger. He would have been cleared in just a couple of seconds if he stayed there.
Yeah, but there is still a lot of pressure coming his way. The wall's covered off CT. Prodigy is going to trigger the wall, and now they're going to wait. The Razor Wine's also going to be completely taken off here. As Oasis in a lot of trouble. Slaton's trying to ease up that, but he's only got 6 bullets, and it seems like that's enough. NDG gets one, and they want to fight this crossfire. They know it's going to be difficult because the minute they peek off towards B-Link, Marky's going to pop out of that smoke. So they're going to wait for both these smokes to kind of just move away and Viness to do his thing. Viness does not find the fight, but his teammates will get everything done. And Astro, mid-reload, tries to peek for some reason. Maybe looking to pick up that weapon towards win, but he did have only a ghost, so never mind. 12-2, and Team Secret Academy are heading into Icebox with quite the victory.
Yeah, and Secret Academy had quite a lot of expensive weapons. They had the Phantom and the Vandal. Both of them were taken away. But Oasis, man, they lost an opportunity which they should have no business wondering. Like, they had Secret trapped. 2 Stingers inside B-Link, and then Marky waiting to pop outside the smoke. That should be a death sentence. But somehow Secret avoided. They are able to make it through the map point. Marky hasn't been detected yet. The Prowler does a good enough job of distracting Prodigy, but Prodigy still gets the frag onto Marky nonetheless.
Again! How many times are we
Tesseract gets greedy!
Oh, man.
Hey, we've seen that from G Academy, and I expect Oasis to do the same mistakes.
Yeah,
of Viness. He spots out the one on pit, and Astra good for a headshot, unfortunately not to confirm a kill. Two remaining players behind a wall and behind a completely stacked ace side. There's nothing they can do to break this out. Flash not good enough, does not blind anybody. Zeus good for two, but it's all they're gonna get in number of kills and number of rounds as well. Secret with a dominating victory on their map pick of Flores.
Yeah, and after what we saw on Icebox in the first game of the day, I thought that Oasis versus Secret Academy would be a much closer affair. That was completely subverted. My expectations were somewhere over here, but now they are out of the ballpark.
Well,
and I don't know how to react to this kind of a situation because I didn't expect a 13-2 scoreline.
I mean, I feel like, of course, the fact that, you know, Secret are hailing from a region that has been, you know, pretty strong. And of course, we've seen these players. I've seen Prodigy be really well. NDG's played on a higher level as well before. It's just that you would expect them to do well, and they are doing well, but 13-2 is a bit of a scoreline after that Icebox, just like you said, wouldn't expect it. But we are heading back into that same map once again, right? So it is likely to follow suit. I'm not going to say the same level of dominance, but I'm going to say follow suit as to what happened in the first map, right? Let's have a look at the highlights, though. Team Secret highlights coming in your way, ladies.
Yeah, once again, we are forced to call it one particular team having their highlights. We saw this, we said the same thing when we saw GE play last game.
Yeah.
But yeah, Secret quite dominant in this game. Prodigy was swinging left and right, man. This guy was getting so many kills that he was not supposed to get. Even Viness, for that matter, stayed alive on Seaside way longer than he should have. And then every now and then we had just breakout star performance runs like these where there was just no way he could have done anything wrong. That ultimate trap round with the Annihilation and the Armageddon, I felt like it was a bit unnecessary. They could have won that round even without the usage of the ultimates. But yeah, this is a little painful to watch. And I think after this, Prodigy started feeling himself. After that, the way Prodigy picked up these fights, it was like he was a whole different person.
Yeah.
The confidence was on another level after he got that kind of a kill
So
onto
quick
Astro.
on the flank, so fast to, you know, just get in and get out of places with a kill in between those, you know, gaps as well. He was playing phenomenally in that entire map. And he had great support from Viness as well, who was honestly doing really great work in that first 7 rounds to just hold on to that Seaside. And it was not even like it was a difficult one, right? It was not like he was holding on to dear life. It was almost simple for him to kind of just stand there, get multi-kills, and just work it all out. It was Secret's game top to bottom for every player.
Yeah, for every player, everybody was just firing on all cylinders. Speaking of firing on all cylinders, it seems like Zeus could not really find his spark in this game. He was such a dominant force in the first game. He was a whirlwind, literally living up to his name. He behaved like a god with 30 bombs and deaths, which were almost half the number of kills that he had. Where is that guy now? Let's take a look at the scorecard. There was a point when Zeus was sitting at just 2 frags. I want to see how many he got by the time the match ended.
I think he's probably on 8. No, he's on 6. Never mind.
6.
And look at the other side of the scoreboard. Everybody contributing together. 16, 14, 16, 13, 11. Dude, there was a while for I think it was for the first maybe 6, maybe 7 rounds. Plex was only on 1 death for like 7, 8 rounds in a row. And that's also because he did not see anybody, and anybody who he did see, he was instantly shutting them down.
Yeah, it's just a whole different level. I wish I could point out more about what was going wrong for Oasis, but there are just a lot of things that will keep stacking up on top of each other.
Yeah.
So not gonna get into all of that. I think the overall theme that I would like to just touch upon over here is that Oasis, the same problems they were facing in Icebox, we saw a glimpse of that over here where they were trying to rotate a little too much in between the sites while they were on attack. But at least in Icebox, the one thing that was working for them was that, you know, they were able to get a couple of their members to lurk in and get some amount of map control before they start rotating and start going to another site. Over here, they did not have any of that. There was no basis on which they would rotate. There was no basis on which they would call off a site hit and re-hit somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah, that structure seemed to be quite lacking over here.
Yeah, it was pretty clear. Now let's see how things change up or shape up on Icebox, because I feel like Oasis will come in with a little bit of a twist, maybe a little bit change. The push and pull, push and stop method is probably going to be used for sure, but I don't think they're going to throw in that much emphasis on it. Maybe a little bit more mid control, because Secret themselves were on their defense, particularly, were not that keen on taking control of it that often. And even on their attack, like you mentioned, right? They were going A multiple times. They were taking B. Mid was kind of left open on most occasions. And the one time that they did, 2 times that they did try to take mid, it wasn't the cleanest of takes, even though they won it. So we're going to have to find out what Icebox is going to look like, and if Oasis are going to change anything in terms of play style, because I feel like the composition, not a problem. They're going to stick to the same. And yeah, we will get to see that in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, Icebox should be up and ready in just a couple of minutes, ladies and gentlemen. The last game was actually quite nice. Although given the fact that we've already seen a very close Icebox game between Secret and Oasis,
Yeah.
I didn't expect Lotus to be this one-sided. So strategy-wise, I do believe that Oasis will find a way to somehow put their start and stop method to proper work, and if not, maybe they can fine-tune it and maybe get a couple of tweaks going, so those macros can be adjusted. But if you're losing your duels like the way you were in this time, in the map of Lotus, there is no way you're recovering from this kind of a loss, because Viness was just simply unslayable in many situations. There were several rounds where Prodigy was able to get a lot of swings which he ideally would not do in any other situation. So yeah, a lot of things going wrong for Oasis, which were completely mechanical failures. So yeah, I really hope that they're able to fix that and give us a good, nice fight on the map of Icebox, which we will head to after a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with map number 2.
Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. A phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Yeah. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, big been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of been dope, he just napping. Jackson's Off the rapping, keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you ask it. Don't gotta sell emotion, y'all is flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches coming in. Yeah, flex, I just wanna win. Yeah, LABB, who we running with. Yeah, 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah, LABB, who we running with, yeah, 2233, I'm on 10, 10, 10, yeah. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you
as we are heading into what could be the final map of today's fight night matches. The grand finals has already seen quite a slump from one side as Oasis Gaming took a beating 13-2 on their opponent's map pick of Lotus. Now we're heading into their own icebox once again, and it seems like things are going to remain the same in terms of the compositions. Let's head into the agent select in a second as we will find out if there's going to be any changes, but as far as I know, there shouldn't be because yeah, there isn't anything. We've got 2 Vipers for some reason, but I'm pretty sure that's just a bug. We'll get that fixed, no problem. As we will be watching a lot of these players from Oasis try and get things into their own hands. It seems like Zeus, of course, does love this map of Icebox. He does feel comfortable on it. Let's see how he's going to maneuver it again. Is there going to be another 30 bomb? But this time, is it going to prove to be valuable?
I hope it is valuable. I hope Zeus can find the 30 bomb again. There is a tiny bit of adjustment. They picked up a Killjoy this time, which is nice. They did not possess a Sentinel in the previous game. And that led to quite a lot of problems because Secret were able to get in towards the kitchen area quite often uncontested. So this time that Killjoy should hopefully get them a little bit more mid-control. But Secret don't need mid-control for now. They've just kept a Blix towards the backside, and they're going to continue moving in towards the A side by themselves. 410 already acquired. They're just waiting for this Viper Wall to drop, and the moment it does, Prodigy makes contact. Nizzy is holding a crouched up angle. He's expecting Oasis members to come double peek out of this area. But so far, all the fights are just being denied. They're just waiting for this wall to go down once again. But the flash could be nice, and it's actually perfect. Blinds up so many people. Oasis get a plethora of kills. It's just NDG who's able to get one, and that too can be a consolation frag at best. Ooh. Finesse dinks the Jet before she falls back, but Zeus, he survives to live another day. That's Rack hoping to force the issue once again, and they're getting full sent in. Marky with SEAL Team 6 action gets onto the zip line and gets in his opponent's faces.
That was quite the round from Oasis, getting aggressive and getting up front, taking the flash straight to their opponent's face and finding a 3K there. I like it. That's exactly what you need from Oasis right now. Not letting Secret take the pace, dictate the the way the game's supposed to be played, or sitting in the backlines and waiting for them to come to you. Rather, you go in, give them the heat, give them the fight. That's what they've done securely to find themselves the first round.
Nice little lineup. Should go somewhere around Snowman if I'm not wrong. Yep, just a little outside of it. Doesn't detect many people. contact play? Question mark? Question mark? The alarm bot gives away their position. And the one-way smoke makes everybody vulnerable. Marky has himself a lovely frag highlight. Triple kill to destroy the majority of Secret Academy. And this should help Oasis establish a 2-round lead.
Placing swamp
Well,
grenade.
Astro probably gonna go and get both. No, it's gonna be Zeus to get both of them. I thought Astro's gonna be managing to do that, but they've picked up a couple of weapons. Only the one drop. Marky, he had a Vandal that's been taken up as well. As second round here secured. Pretty simple and easy for Oasis, and they've got good economy in terms of weapons that they've carried on, right? So it's actually a a round that they can fight in pretty aggressively.
Don't worry.
Finally a buy round for the Secret Academy, and this should help them put up a round on the board.
Scanning ahead.
Turret down.
Good recon. Wait, does that recon actually go off? Does Marky get picked off by a spam?
I think so. Zeus does trade it back, but Aplix makes it a little bit easier. Does make sure that Zeus cannot escape from there. Tesseract with the outlaw spots one, and now he's gonna call out that okay, we need to go towards the B side immediately. That's why we heard this entire conundrum. Does he connect the shot is the question. Here come the salvos. Tesseract, he's gonna shoot it through, gets one, and the nade connects. One bullet was all he needed, and that was a perfect setup to take out the planter and not spike in open grounds.
Yeah. You'll have to wait for the Viper Wall fuel to regenerate for you to pick it back up. Or alternatively, you can send Vine on a lovely flank mission. Will this mission be successful? We're not really sure yet because it seems like nobody from Oasis is really checking him. But the moment Tesseract turns around, he's been accounted for. And now Slatham knows where the last guy
30
is.
seconds left.
Snake bite to make sure that nobody can push backside.
Oh,
But
I like
Aplix
this.
is taking the high ground. I like this as well. Slatham wouldn't expect him to be here, but he's actually gone so far back. Aplix is now starting to worry where his nemesis could be. Slatham giving him a lot of respect, but Aplix will eventually have to tap the spike.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, he's going to take an upper plant as well. That's actually a good place for him to be. Unless, of course, he hears him. Flex is going to go around the roses and play with a little bit of positioning here. But that knife is really good. But does he expect he's on top, though? That's the question.
Exactly. It could mean anything. It just means that he's somewhere in the vicinity. So at least Latham doesn't need to clear yellow and everything. But he's still paranoid about him being on top. The flash doesn't really do much. He's moving towards him. Slatham calls the bluff. And Aplix falls. Buy round denied. And Oasis get the bonus.
Well, Oasis, strong start on Icebox here. They seem to want to take this all the way to Haven. Although I absolutely hate that map, I will watch these two play it because it seems like they would give us something to watch up. Absolutely. 3-0 here, and Flatham going to be very happy with the fact that he is able to clutch that out. And Team Secret Academy might be forced to a timeout if at all the next buy round doesn't go their way. It is an eco for the moment, and Tesseract's going to make good use of that with that outlaw still in his hands.
That
Here.
can be quite devastating for Zeus. Oh, Nizzy challenging Tesseract. It's a sniper-sniper battle. Marky just walks up and assassinates Vines. That's B-side liberated, but Prodigy has done the same on A. 1-for-1 frag, it's a 4v4, and Prodigy slides across with the relay bolt. Slatham destroyed.
No!
Classic dinks him again, but Prodigy continues his reign of terror.
That's so unlikely. Prodigy getting free with the Sheriff there. 1 by 1, by the way. Nobody supporting each other for some reason.
Yeah, true.
And Oasis now in dire straits. They've got so much to do here. So many angles to watch out for. Recons coming their way. Marky has to wait for Astro to do his work, but Prodigy standing strong. 6 HP, and this man wants the ace. He's gonna have to depend on his teammate, and it's all good because Aplix does the job that's needed for the team to get the round. It doesn't matter if Prodigy gets the ace or not.
Exactly. They needed this round quite a lot and they pull it off. They failed to secure the buy round, but somehow losing the buy round and now winning the Thrifty does them much more of a favor, because Oasis will have much weaker economy now. Surprisingly, is Secret Academy with better weaponry. Oasis will have to relinquish themselves to light shields at best. They can perhaps afford 1 or 2 Phantoms and Vandals, but most of them will require some sort of a downgrade. Stingers, Bulldogs, whatever they can afford, whatever money they can buy. Never expected that he will get peaked from such an angle. And he was really counting on Prodigy to provide him some cover.
Yeah, Prodigy does get a trade back, so that's good enough for him. And he's already taken over the A side, by the way. And Deslax just kind of slowly crawled in, and they're not going to expect this. Deslax actually in a great position, but his bullets out and missing every single shot there. Unfortunately, he's going to give himself up. And that's in a 1v... So, I was going to say 1v3, I was going to 3v4. They do have the Viper's ultimate, by the way, which could prove to be useful if they get into the site. But getting in is going to be the main question, because Prodigy is here holding on.
Prodigy. He's taken up that fight against Astro. Gets back out. Slatham takes the bait. He falls. How much longer can Astro hold his ground? Apparently not even for a second longer. And that's the 4th kill for him.
Fight till the end. No matter
2 quadra kills back to back for Prodigy.
Go, go, go.
Yeah, he's already picking up the pace. He knows that Zeus did the same thing in the first game. He's gonna have to kind of, you know, up and on and do more. He wants the 30k now. He's already got 8 out of those in 2 rounds. Had a few before as well. 3 and 2 now. Team Secret slowly feeling the confidence, as you can see.
Area.
Zeus, aggressive, but keen to fall back. The knife's gonna allow him 1-for-1. NDG does get the trade, but here's Tesseract, who will just about miss the timing. Marky will not, though. Find the sliding Prodigy alongside a walking NDG, and connected, or probably one of our observers is connected. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Okay, folks. Clearly, something that wasn't supposed to happen is happening. Up to some mischief, maybe.
Yeah.
But
okay, we're back. No, we're back. We're back.
Okay. Just a bit of technical glitch over there, but it seems like we didn't miss much. It was a 4v2 and we expected Oasis to win, and they did win. They lost 1 player in the process, but overall, the storyline doesn't change, so it's not like we missed too much.
Yeah, we didn't really did, because it's just a 4th round for Oasis, which was, of course, considering the circumstances of that round, that it was a 4v2, had to go that exact way. Clears out the main side, nothing to be found, because everybody from Secret were heading into B. Oh, back we are again. Okay, we're heading into B, and now Zeus is holding on to that. The rotation's already called in pretty quickly, as Secret now losing 1. Plex is gone. That means the Viper wall cover that they have.
It seems like it's not just the Viper wall cover, but even the screens that will be covered with something undesirable. Oh, okay. Oasis won that round somehow.
Am I tripping, or does it say 6 and 6 on the scoreline? I've never seen that before.
It says 0-6 and 0-6. I've never seen 6 written in that format. I've never seen an extra 0 ahead of it. Valorant is showing me things which I've never seen before. Yeah, see, now that's more like it.
Yeah, and
I did not know that there was a 0 coded into that area.
Well, Secret have taken in a timeout here just to kind of reconfigure their thoughts and play it on a little bit more slowly. Needs to be careful, because they've got so much working on this map that they've done before that the Oasis are now counteracting. But that was on the defensive side, by the way. TSA did have a better half half side, and that's where they won. Because Oasis were making most of their mistakes on the attacking side, and this time it had flipped the switch. So we're gonna have to wait and see how far Secret can pull this off. Maybe getting a 7-5. I mean, with them getting the 5 rounds and Oasis getting 7 would be the best case scenario for them in this kind of situation. They've got 4 ultimates as well, and all of them pretty strong at that. To counter them, there is a null command, but yeah, we're gonna have to find out.
Gotta go.
Nowhere to run! Requesting manual reset.
Wow, that's a bunch of kills for Secret. Flurry of frags. Astro tries to bring it back, and that is a good recovery. But the NDG trade comes through instantly, and it's all up to Zeus now. This op should be able to get at least 1 frag at the very least, but he's been spotted by the drone. Does anybody offer him a fight at all?
Yeah.
Nizi. Wow. I did not think he could actually see his body from there, but Nizi, even though he was low, goes ahead, tries to challenge the op, and actually ends up doing quite a lot of damage. So this should force Zeus back and force him to save this weapon.
Yeah, they turned up the pace here a little bit, Secret Academy, and they instantly found value out of it. And it seems like they might want to keep doing that because
Not ready yet.
the pace change is something that Oasis are ready to give up the site for. They came in for the retake over there, mid-plant, and wanted to deny any sort of resistances, and it didn't really work out because they were all just ready and waiting for them. And now they do have a Viper's Pit here, Oasis, to kind of shut off that A side completely. Maybe they're going for... No, they're not going to go for that. They're going to go and shut off the B side, unless, of course, Marky doesn't really want to go for that sort of a play.
Here.
Go, go, go.
5-3, and it seems like the deficit is closing in. Gap closing in. It's actually Tesseract on top this time. Zeus opping from bottom of rafters.
Yikes.
Ooh! Zeus lands the first shot. They should be pre-firing towards the right-hand side now, but Tesseract, having revealed his position towards 410, they're actually hoping that they try to peek Tesseract, and in that process, Zeus will be able to get a couple of shots in.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this op is going to be very problematic. The Armageddon should be able to get Zeus out of that position. The guided salvo 2 forces Slatham to peek, but they dodge the flash, and Secret get all the frags. Zeus still continuing to push the envelope. This op is just a little too invasive. But I want to see it invade this Viper's Pit. They should finally put the screws to Oasis, and Zeus is just unstoppable. Drops down with the shorty. Whips out the double battle and gets that frag. And it's just a Plix now. He's going to play a lovely game of hide and seek with Marky already getting on top of him with the zipline.
And the snake fight gets one perfectly timed, but Zeus jumping once again with that shorty is going to secure the round. He's done it before, he's doing it again. Love the icebox, and he's going to keep on dominating. Those op shots absolutely clean as anything. Just hitting on the edges of their character models, and he's still connecting them so well.
And it's not just the shots, it's also the timing where he picks up this fight. Like, he knows that nobody from nobody from Secret will be checking his particular angle. So he just peeks at that time, gets a shot, and then decides to re-engage when the time is right and wins all of those engagements. That's just perfection. And yeah, you're right, it seems like he's an ice-cold killer, activating only on Icebox. He did not have this much success in Haven. But when the situation calls for it, he picks up the pace, he picks up the pieces, and right now, he is doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, Prodigy's gotten the B side though in his hands. Astro's gonna have to kind of concede it. The jump peek, the slide, but Slatham says, no, you don't.
Oh. Doesn't really tag anyone, but the lockdown should keep these guys at bay. Secret Academy should be able to take their positions towards yellow again. Can Zeus strike? Lovely shot onto Nizzy. Astro also makes his work just a tad bit easier by killing the kill onto a Plex. Finally putting his killing spree to an end. But that guy at salvo, it kills Astro. He was trying to go for a half-defuse stick. Marky calls the bluff, and NDG, while fading away, puts a bullet in his brain. I really thought that they should be able to stick this one.
Yeah, but the guided salvo saves the day here after getting these 2 frags there. And Viness did so much work to just take out Zeus. The fact that he was able to take out Zeus there was the big winning factor, because that gave NDG a little bit more confidence, because he was able to take out the diffuser and then the one pushing up forward. Really well done, NDG. Clutch that out once again. I think that's a 3rd clutch for him today, 4th maybe, I'm not sure. But even though he's had a lower sense of games in the previous 2, he's picked up in this one. That clutch is only going to prepare him to feel a little better to take on more fights. Secret, once again, not shying away from this ace side and delving into pressure. You have a drone, but Slatham wants to take a peek out. Sees nobody, they know he's close, and that's going to just slowly push him back. Considering that nobody's on the A side, I've not seen anybody, guys. Zeus, still jumping for info. Nothing's going to be given to him.
Here.
I'm surprised that the Oasis are also trying to take up the ante towards mid. Like, sure, they've got the turret placed over there, but the Viper smoke can actually let them slip past, and that's exactly why Marky over here has taken a very aggro position. It's a 2-3 split for Secret Academy now. Dagger doesn't detect anybody. That's nice. Secret concealing all this information, while their contact feed comes in closer and closer, and Zeus finally has been discovered. Prodigy kills Tesseract, no more backup available for him, and he's only got 2 blades to his name.
30 seconds
2 blades,
left.
2 targets. But wait a second, they get Prodigy to park under the A main rafters, and everybody else is falling back. And look at the amount of map control Secret Academy have. They've got not just the B side, but they have Hut.
Yeah, and Viness is definitely not expected here.
Deficient.
He's going to take out Astro, and that's
10
going to be the end of the
seconds
round. Zeus might come on the
Spike
flank.
planted.
Slatham's coming in from mid, but Plix is here waiting and ready in an off angle. Beautifully played. Nizzy's heard him. And Zeus, as much as you can do with these 2 blades, my friend, you've got a knife coming your way as well. And it's going to stab you in the back.
Oasis might still
Last
have the
round
lead,
in the half.
but mentally, Secret Academy is ahead.
Yeah, very clearly. To go for a knife, even when you've been, on the lower end of the stick so far, is pretty easy showcase of the fact that you're gonna, be coming back into this game with a stronger hand. And Secret just 1 round away from actually securing this half to probably the best case scenario. They were 5-2 down, and to make it 6-6 is actually wonderful for them, all things considered.
I know, right? And Oasis have more of a old standard meta comp, but Secret with those guided salvos, they can make quite a lot of setups difficult for Oasis in the next half. Look at that. Secret have abused this position to no end. Secret did abuse jail a lot, and that's why they're like, okay, you know what? Oasis might try to go for the same thing, so let's just do our due diligence and be careful. Oh no, Astro gets detected by the recon, and he gets spammed to oblivion.
Spike planted.
Prodigy, great stun, keeps Tesseract off his mark for a second. But they've got a steel gun coming their way. And Tesseract's the only one who's been caught out by it, but they cannot go into the side without him having his weapon in his hands, because it is 3v5. And Armageddon's gonna come their way in a second. Drone detects 2. Saturn's gonna take a Prodigy, and now here comes the Armageddon, as well as followed by the guided salvo. But before that, they've got Zazer Wines, a couple of flashes. They're going for salvos. Zeus has taken out 1 more. This is actually getting a little too dangerous. The guided salvos now will help them out. And here comes the ultimate. Time's too far gone. And as long as you have a Teho alive with an ultimate, you can never win a round on defense.
Yeah, that was just absolutely no way. And there's so much post-on duty that they have available. The Theo, guided salvos, and the Armageddon, plus the Viper snake bites, plus the Sova shock darts. Like, sure, even if they're not alive, it adds like a lot of pressure, and Secret Academy knew that once they get the spike down, it's nearly impossible to defuse it. Although Oasis have shown us a couple of good retakes. Going into the second half, I'm not sure if Oasis will be able to hold on to their own ground, because they too have quite a lot of mollies technically, but none of them are as convenient as a Theo guided salvo.
Yeah, exactly. So much guided missiles just heading your way or stopping you from doing any sort of menacing stuff around that spike.
Plus, I'm pretty sure that.
One second. Oh, I thought Slatham was 1 HP. It showed to me on my screen
Yeah,
it was 1 HP.
that happens. He was probably no clipping around and got hit with the good old get stuck in a wall kind of bug. No problem though. Back to full HP, but look at that. Early aggression from Secret, already dealt with Prodigy.
Shot down.
Taken out, but Nizi has already climbed up over here. That's a lovely angle for a Sova to take. Nobody would have expected him there. But in retaliation, Oasis not just get all the kills towards A, but also get the plant on B. Marky is literally inside spawn.
Yeah, it's all on Viness though. It's in the 1v2 and a little too far away from the action. Viness will not probably expect Zeus to be on top of this angle, but he was told that one was hunted here, so it is a possibility for him to check. He is off close, and the timing misses him. Zeus gets past him, tap comes through, he's being baited in, and the jump around only to get killed by Zeus. 7-6, and Oasis will find both pistols go their way.
Yeah, that's a lovely stat to have your way. Not just the pistols, but also the follow-up after the pistols. So far, Oasis, they've only lost like one thrifty round, in which they lost all their momentum in the previous game. But I really hope that they're able to carry on with the pistol momentum that they've worked so hard to acquire. Yeah, but that being said, Secret are not afraid of a fight. Look how deep they pushed in towards the A side within the first 10-20 seconds of the round.
Yeah. Oh,
they're doing the same again.
Very close to getting a kill. Unfortunately, the range was not in his favor. 26 HP Zeus able to survive there. And Viness is probably just looking to kind of get that one frag out of this. Maybe be able to take out Zeus because he will dash onto yellow. And now they know he's here as well. Zeus has to be a little bit careful. They know that B side's going to be heavily stacked. And they instantly call it away. Prodigy takes out the turret. And now he's called down for the rotation to go back towards A.
And this forces Oasis to burn one more cloud burst, hoping to cover their retreat towards the A side, which isn't fully clear, by the way. Secret have arrived on scene. NDG dodges the dagger so he can throw in his guided salvo and deny the spike plant. Slatham forced to re-peek, reposition. Viness tries to fight him at the same time, but Astro is being a lovely bodyguard. Yeah, these Guardians are singing for the side of Oasis, and they've secured 2 rounds in a row. Good way to maintain your economy over here.
Yeah,
and now that you have Bulldogs and Guardians other than Stingers and whatnot, you should be able to gain quite a lot of advantage even in the bonus round when you're up against Phantoms and Vandals.
Yeah, I thought it was going to get a little messy there. I really thought Secret would have gotten in, maybe dropped a couple of weapons. But good on Marky and Astro to hold on to the ground there and getting their frags. Really well done. 8-6, and this is definitely a doable run for Oasis, but it seems like Secret want to go on a bit of a mission outside of A, and those salvos will help him do that. Prodigy is going to get the op, get back instantly. Recon has actually detected 3 players outside of A, and look at how deep that's allowing the Vice to push up towards mid. He was holding on to that smoke. We'll make sure that nobody's crossed into that wall, nobody's triggering that wall just yet, as the entirety of Oasis is still sticking to that A side.
Oh, lovely shot, Prodigy. Just stalwartly stays over there to pick up that fight boldly. And now he's repositioned towards Fridge. If he's going to play over here, right on the edge of this Viper wall, he might just be able to get a kill onto Astro, but he's a little wiser than that. Viness also good for just one trade, and we are back at 3v3.
Yeah. A deep position in mid over there for a Plix, and he's going to have information when they run past. They are going to check for the backstab while they know that nobody's going to be there. There should be a runabout towards that B site. they're just gonna walk. That's actually smart from them because they
30
don't
seconds
know
left.
if anybody's actually towards mid listening to their sound cues. Because Oasis themselves have done this before, haven't they? Now he's heard it. Applix, unfortunately, a little too far gone for them to stop the plant. Laser Wine's not available at all because, of course, the Vice is not there. But the guy itself is going to stop them. 10 seconds. A little bit of chunk of damage here. And the plant will just go down.
Oh my god. Imagine if the planter went down at the last second. The other two wouldn't even need to fight. But Nizzy and Applix, they are ready to fight indeed. Zeus already quite low on HP.
Oh, he's not even going to speak. He's not going to peek. He just let it stick.
Oh my god. That's rough to watch. But then again, we kind of expected Secret Academy to win, considering this was their buy round, and for Oasis it was just a bonus. But even then, this is not the way I expected Secret to get the win. I thought they would have some sort of a fight, a little more say in this round.
Now we wait. Let's kill. Last placed.
Well, this is it. The buy round that could decide this game. Oasis, they need this one, but Prodigy is heading on a different direction this time around. He has a guided salvo allowing him to destroy it, but he has been detected, so they know that this is happening. Instantly, Oasis reaction. We're going to take the A side by force, and we are going to get the plant down as quickly as possible. The guided salvos are not going to be there for another 35 seconds or so. So this is actually a good position for them to be in.
5v5. There's still the Hunter's Fury on Oasis to buy some more time, but if Prodigy keeps hitting shots like that, there won't be much left. And Prodigy continues his reign of terror. Tink comes through.
What?
Oh my goodness! This guy is skating to finish. Tesak will throw out his Hunter's Fury. Doesn't tag anyone, and now he's getting desperate. And as he tries to stick it, will pay for it with his life. And Marky's flank has finally come through. He was just trying to buy enough time to let Marky get into position.
No more to oppose us.
That was a great round from Tesseract once again. Prodigy hitting crazy shots, sliding out once again, finding his mark. But unfortunately for him, his teammate who got that first hit by the Sova ultimate should have tried to avoid the second one. I'm pretty sure he could have. He had more than enough time. But I think he was worried about the time of the spike. I'm not sure what it was. Or he probably thought that the Hunter's Fury just kind of expired out.
Yeah, but the Hunter's Fury is the only thing that actually let them the win. It was the only insurance policy that Oasis had. If it wasn't for that, then Prodigy probably would have been able to shoot everyone in the head and just get a clean win. This time, once again, Secret Academy don't really have the best of weaponry. And Oasis are aware about that. That's why they're just holding very passively, defaulting, hoping that they don't walk into a stack.
Toxin screen down.
Just playing with the toxin screen, just putting it up, putting it down again and again.
Yeah, mid is right now being very keenly watched by Oasis. Marky did spot out Viness, and he's going to just kind of play around tubes now. That wall, forgive me, the tube is going to be taken out as well. Viness will go down. Marky got curious, and he was right to do so as well. B is going to be clear. The spike's going to travel that way. No, it's actually a fake. And that's pulled off so much from the side of Secret Academy. You can see it. A is completely left open. Sounds are going to be given in though. You can hear NDG slowly probably hearing all of this happening on the A side. And Prodigy running straight down mid to try and get as quickly as he possibly can to that A side.
As fast as a nimble little feet can carry him, but the moment he tries to tap it, the guided salvo, it doesn't just push him back, it actually nets him the kill. But at least Zeus is able to take one down. My god, Astro, what was that? Oh my boy. Producer, my friend, hit the replay button. Hit it now. I want to see that again. That was nasty.
Yeah, collateral just on the right side, and he just sits it right into place. Really well done first. And yeah, there it is. Very satisfying when you get a double kill like that. Well done. 10 and 7, and they're feeling the confidence here, Oasis. And they've got 2 ultimates to execute this A side once again. They could just straight up go in here, and they don't have any sort of trouble actually getting a value out of it. Because that Killjoy ultimate will not be broken unless the guided salvos and a shock dart is coupled along with it, and it seems like they will be able to avoid it. Instead, though, Secret prioritized the ultimate of the Sova. Hunter's Fury is going to allow them to make sure that the Killjoy ultimate does not do much. They've got so much A control, though.
Yeah, they get him the orb, and now they've taken all these aggressive positions near jail, which Secret love to take. I'm actually surprised Oasis is giving them all this respect. They're holding all the way back in spawn, literally expecting somebody to get up towards the high ground and come fighting them. We've seen Nizzy do it before. They're expecting him to pull off a repeat again. But it's a double repeat from Secret. 2 out of cubes. The Outlaw doesn't really get them much, but at least it pushes Secret Academy back.
It doesn't actually break the Killjoy turret either, and that's still standing strong. And they're taking A now. Marky is going to hold on to that midline once again, a little deeper this time. And it seems like we've got only one thing holding on to that A side, and that is that Hunter's Fury, which should be activated any second now. Or are they actually going to let it slide? Yes, they are. What is Prodigy doing in between all this? He still gets one and he will get traded out. But that's a kill that will be revived. Once detained, he's going to hold on for more. The Hunter's Fury not going to do anything. Marky finds 2. And the Hunter's Fury, while it does manage to find 1, NDG is planning for a comeback, which is not going to work. 11-7. Really scrappy round here from Team Secret. Not sure what Prodigy was trying to do when he had an ultimate on hand that could have changed the round. They didn't even try to break the Killjoy ultimate for some reason.
Yeah, they got a little too greedy over there. They saved the Hunter's Fury hoping to get kills rather than break the Killjoy ult. And then they dive inside the lockdown hoping that, you know, by overstaying their welcome, they would probably catch a couple of players of Oasis off guard. That heavily backfired for them. Plus the fact that NDG wasn't even looking in the right general direction. You know, Marky was able to get so close. Tricky discipline to not shoot Vinesse right away. Wait for the Hunter's Fury to go online and then execute that Sova up in his face. That is just brutal to look at.
Well, this timeout's going to be very important for Team Secret to get themselves back on track. Otherwise, this one round's going to dictate the entire game here. And we're going to head into Haven pretty quickly. Viper Spit available. Pretty good win condition if you ask me on either sides of this map. And that Steel Garden could be a good counter to it. But it depends whether or not Secret want to play on a retake gameplay. Or do they want to kind of just aggress and force the issue once again. Mid being pointed out here once again by Oasis. And they want to be keen on constantly keeping that control if at all the wall's being placed. But no, this time it's Prodigy going in towards the tube side. He's not going to find much if he's not careful, because that turret is being closely stood by with that Viper and the Sova. This time, they're going to wait for Marky to come that way. Marky spots that there's no wall. He's going to go for the second peek. No, he's going to go through his own orb. No, he's actually... Nah, he's going to crawl back.
I am really worried about Prodigy right now. It's a battle of patience between him and Marky. They're both just staring daggers at each other. And neither of them is willing to budge first. Prodigy might expect some peaks right now, but Marky beats him to the punch. And he gets that frag. Oh, boy.
Well, as I'm having a sip of water, I can see that Vinesse is trying to re-clear the cavity that was just occupied by Prodigy, and it seems like the A side is a final call. Marky's taken out Vinesse, and this slowly is all pointing directions to Haven, ladies and gentlemen. Great flash to back up Zeus is dashing up, dropped in. Slavin's gotten one. Zeus gets one. It's a flawless round from side of Oasis as we finish off 12-7 now. And even though they've got 4 ultimates on their hands, Secret seem to just be faltering their own steps and finding these opening picks being in a little
open positions where they're not going to be able to trade off their own teammates. And Oasis will make the best use of it and head to Haven.
And what a way to recover this game. They just suffered a defeat on this same map a couple of hours ago. And instantly, they made a tiny change. Just the addition of a Sentinel, just the Killjoy added, and this makes a world of difference. And I speak about the Killjoy, it delivers yet again. Astro has picked off Prodigy. This time Prodigy was on top of Fridge, I believe, and he's just been shot in the face. Zeus extending, elevating. Leo Armageddon won't really do much, but NDG is able to hold his ground just a second longer. Just enough to get the kill onto Zeus. Vine's trying to be a little sneaky, hoping to get ahead of his opponents. But now the odds are stacked against Plex. This Viper will have to tread through this poisonous, treacherous territory. Tesseract comes ahead to greet him. Tickles him a little with just a single bullet. But yeah, the odds are still heavily stacked against Plex. Oh my god, Slatham's giving him another 1v1. And Astro finally brings it back home. 13-7. That's a revenge story, I would say.
Absolutely.
It's a good way to avenge whatever happened to you in the first game of Fight Night.
Yeah, really good to kind of just get back on Icebox and show why you picked the map once again, even though you lost it the first time. And this time, make it convincing as well. 13-7 is a pretty great scoreline for Oasis to get back into this game. All things considered that they lost the first Lotus map pretty heavily. Now we're heading into Haven, neutral territory between these two teams. We've seen it from both these teams so far. Yes, they've played similar comps, by the way. And we're going to see how this fares out against each other. It was against Global Esports earlier on. Now we see the Yoru ISO go up against each other in full force. Or are they going to change up this composition now that they're against a different opponent? We're going to find out. Let's head to the highlights and just have a look at how Oasis were able to outmaneuver that second half pretty well. First half, they were still in control the first bit of these rounds. They were 5-2 up. Let it come down to 6-6. That was a bit of a slump from them. But then the second half, they just picked up the pace and just did not stop.
Yeah, I mean, that early man advantage that they were able to get almost every single time in the first half nets them quite a big lead, which Secret were promptly able to bring back to some extent. A 7-5 after being down 5-2 is very, very respectable, and that led me to believe that perhaps Secret can end this series 2-0. But I was wrong. I was so wrong. Zeus found himself again. He kind of fell asleep on the map of Haven, but on Icebox, this guy is a stone cold killer, and he just continues killing. Yeah, of course, I have to give credit where it's due. Getting all the rounds which NDG was able to bring was indeed good, and even this knife thing, I thought it would give Secret all the confidence that they needed to get the map win. And I apologize. It was a 6-all half, not a 7-5.
Yeah.
So apologies for that. My brain kind of farted over there. But still, considering the lead that Oasis had, I was impressed by how Secret were able to bring it back to some extent and equalize the scoreline, only to then relinquish all the advantage that they had.
I would have loved to see a little bit more from Secret in terms of, the control that they were taking to be a little more solid. Every time it was just Prodigy, getting put in these positions where they were expecting, okay, you know what, Prodigy is going to go there. He's probably going to get one and come back, right? So I was hoping that towards the end, that wouldn't be the case, because Oasis were reading onto it pretty well. They were finding these nooks and corners where Prodigy was being pushed into, be it mid-tubes, be it towards A main. They never tried actually exploring that B main avenue as much as you would think. So that, I think, was a missed opportunity. But overall, Oasis read the game really well, did not do that push and pull tactic as much as you were thinking in the first time, and improved very significantly within just a 2-game gap. And now we head into the final map of Haven, which is going to decide who will be the winner of this Fight Night edition.
Exactly. It all comes down to Haven. Now, both these teams have defeated GE Academy on this map, but even though they both used a Yoru ISO composition, it almost did not feel the same when these guys played it. Oasis, they were a lot more heavy-hitting team with the Yoru ISO composition on Haven, whereas Secret seemed like they were defaulting quite a lot and they were getting a lot more map control in different parts of the map as well. So both these teams, while they share a somewhat similar composition, they don't bring the same play style to the table. Of course, you also have to consider the fact that one of these teams loves to use the Viper as a single controller on Haven, which a lot of people will frown upon. But hey, if it works for them, it does.
Yeah, it might just. We will find out how it all unravels on Haven, ladies and gentlemen, as we will be heading into the game pretty quickly. And yeah, you just saw it on the screen right there. It's already started. We will head into the agent select in just about a minute after everyone's confirmed with their agents. But I think there might be. I'm pretty sure we saw single controller Viper, right?
Again?
No, we saw it in the previous time they played against GE.
Yeah. We
Yeah,
did.
which is
There
a
was a single controller
very
Viper.
interesting pick on this map. But I guess we'll find out if they're going to continue with that, because if Oasis are going for that single controller Viper, I don't know if it's going to work out against Secret.
Yeah, it seems a bit dicey. I mean, it's not like we haven't seen Viper on Haven. We
Mhm.
have, but never as a single controller.
Yeah.
You've always seen Viper Omen, Viper Harbor. Loud was really favoring the Viper Harbor like a couple of years ago.
Mhm.
I believe you could still make that work if you know what the win condition is in that kind of a composition. But a single Viper seems iffy.
Yeah.
I think you'll probably have to like save your wall up until the time you actually need it.
Mhm.
Unlike most Vipers who just deploy the wall right at the start of the round, you will have to hold on to it and
Yeah.
also make sure that you somehow don't die. So then your team has to basically bodyguard you. A lot of things could go wrong with a single Viper composition, but let's see if they have actually gone for that or if they've picked up something else. Let's take a look at the agent selection and see what these guys have in store for us.
Yeah, let's head in. Haven's coming our way. What does this composition look like from both these teams? Are we going to continue with that Viper single controller? Let's find out. No, we aren't. Okay, we're
No.
going to change it up
Nice.
completely for that matter. Wait, they're going with Global Esports' comp almost. The only difference
Almost, yeah.
being that there's a Neon in place there and an Omen in place of an Astra.
Yeah, so that's pretty nice. The breach layer composition really just carpet bombs the entirety of the site, and that will make both retakes as well as executes quite nice. I would prefer the Omen over the Astra because I think the Paranoia offers a lot more value.
Yeah.
And well, Neon can do Neon things. Prodigy was really good on Neon, but I would love to see how he continues this reign of terror again. Yoru in the hands of Zeus. This can be quite the interesting affair. Although, yeah, this is quite a standard lineup. I saw Yoru. Any surprises? Do you expect anything?
Not really. Not really. I mean, I didn't expect them to kind of go for this comp, right? The Neon Sova, forgive me, Breach Teho comp. I thought they would stick to the same ISO Yoru, not a single Viper. I thought they would swap that out for an Omen, but it is what
Yeah.
we have to witness now. Can they use that comp to its best abilities? Because I'm not sure what they are. They starting on attack? No, they're starting. Yeah, they are starting on attack here. So it is going to be different for Secret, as they will be kind of going for that full send method, and it's right now seemingly going to be outside of the A side.
All right. And now we did see a couple of bold teleports from Zeus. Those gate crashes kind of destroyed GE Academy's momentum, especially on the A side retakes. I believe he might not be able to replicate those again. Although Prodigy was really kind of feeling himself in the previous game. His Neon gameplay was on point. So I believe Haven should be his playground. He should be able to dominate quite a lot. And as you can see, Slatham has disconnected, so we're kind of waiting for him to return before we start the game. Looks like we are not the only people who are having internet issues. You know, before we started this whole event today, Universe, I received a message from Airtel Care. They informed me that due to some technical issues, my internet will be down today from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay.
And I was like, no, I need to cast at that time. And luckily, I have a Hathaway connection as well, so I was able to cast
Nice.
But yeah, almost every Airtel user in the country is facing issues right now.
Really?
If not
I'm
the
not.
country,
I
at
have
least
Airtel right
almost
now.
every. Okay, then I guess it's every Airtel user in Maharashtra then.
Probably.
Probably. Yeah. But we keep complaining about internet issues, power issues, and all these infrastructural problems in India. But it's nice to see that we're not the only ones who have these kind of problems.
Yeah, yeah. Hopefully, Slatham can get past it quickly, so that we can get on to see who is going to be taking the W here today in fight night.
Yeah, Fight Night so far has been quite the learning experience for Global Academy, hasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the first one was a little bit of a beating, but the second one, I feel like they had some good moments. I feel like they had a bit of a learning curve. They did some, nice things that I really liked when they were on that pacey front of using their, agents. And I feel like even the fact that they were using the jet could have probably been swapped out for Neon. UV can play the Neon. I have seen him play the Neon before. He's pretty good at that agent as well. He can hone into the duelist role pretty well. Who he was up there for Envy, who also can play multiple agents. So I hope that if they're going to continue with that composition, if they are keen to kind of look into how the Neon could be fit into that, then it would honestly be a great comp for them to kind of exploit, just like how Secret have it right now.
Yeah. So let's see if Secret can actually continue dominating over here in this final, as we are about to start the final game of GE Fight Night. Secret Academy versus Oasis, battling it out in one final map. Let's get the show on the road. Secret Academy are going for a heavy A hit right off the bat. A shot presence, not just displayed, but even control acquired, and Tesseract has been able to draw first blood. That's Prodigy out.
Over there.
Slatham did spot one. Aftershock's gonna clear off that close angle. Flash is brilliant. The shield comes in to protect himself. Unfortunately, it's not good enough. Right through the smoke, NDG gets to, and that's gonna drop the spike, but it's good enough for a plant. Either way, it's 2v2 here. Zeus does get absolutely peeked upon, and that's instantly gonna throw their ways into that B side. Maybe even C. They might actually go all the way towards the C side. Yep, they will. Marky's gonna just have to wait and listen to the sound cues. As Vines, I was gonna say Vines, actually it's a pronunciation that we need to get familiarized with.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure if it's Vines or Vines, but I know for the fact that this guy is cracked. And yeah, the way he controls his frenzy is quite nice. I thought you would be quite proud of it.
Yeah, I am a frenzy, connoisseur. But recent times I've been a little bit more attracted to the Sheriff, particularly just because I have the Araxis Sheriff, So that just somehow that just makes my Sheriff shots hit better. You see, so.
I get it. You have money, you have disposable income to buy skins. Understandable.
Nah, it takes me to save about a month or two, man. Okay. So, yeah.
Okay, cool. Oh, but take a look at this. Tesseract giving up his life to the guided salvo. Yeah, that seems like a forced error to me. Probably a breach stun followed by the missiles. That's what got him killed in that sort of a position. But Vines has been able to deal with all the lurks. Marky was a bit too eager. Stepped out of window, thought he would be able to go all the way towards A lobby and potentially get a backstab early on, but Vines will secure the kill on him. And now there's an extremely late lurk in the form of this Yoru, but he won't be able to do much because Slatham and Astro have already been sent back to the lobby for the next round.
Yep. Zeus will take out the one flank holder, and that's going to be it, though, probably for him. Nizzy's coming here to kind of, blind him up, take him out. That's going to be him. Nizzy to clean up things as Secret start off just as strong as they did on map 1.
Go!
Strong start for Secret Academy, but Oasis have the buy now. I believe Secret Academy will have to play from garage and other positions where short range weapons can do quite a lot of damage, but it seems like they've also upgraded to a couple of phantoms. So yeah, it seems like they can pick up these fights regardless of where they go, and they've been favoring the A lobby quite a lot.
Flash place. Not ready yet. Retrieving flash.
Prodigy does have a Phantom. He's been spotted. A couple of warning shots from either side, and Zeus hoping to capitalize on that. What could be a bait, but Slatham, he's gonna still peek that. Oh, spot him once again. Zeus now gonna be tucked back in. Gonna fight that. Prodigy's ready. Wall up, just kind of escape out of there. Smoke down from the defensive side as well. The drone, flash, and there comes the stun. But Astro, still good for 2, stands his ground and says, no, you will not barge in here.
Not today. Paranoia finally sends him back, but when he falls back, Maki takes up the spot, and Astro goes back just long enough to recover from the Paranoia, and he's here again. Oasis stand their ground. And Secret Academy, no matter how much utility they throw at Oasis, it is just impossible to get them to fall back from Garage and relinquish this area.
Oasis, good first round. Although they lost quite a few weapons there, they did lose 3 players. We'll have money to reinvest with a couple of half armors across the board. Traps being set up for a setup towards Garage and C, but the Garage and B. But it seems like there's a heavy stack outside that C side. And instantly Astro capitalizing on that undercut, takes out 1. Not good for 2 though, but Maki and Zeus are here. They're gonna make light work of this. And after that flash, he gets away. 4v2. Secret Schindel down to 2 here, and they are just hoping that this C side now provides them some value. NDG, good to maybe pick up the orb if he wants to actually try this round with the Armageddon, but even if he loses his life, he's going to have it available for the next round. Winnes could pick it up, in my opinion. At least he'll have an ultimate for the next round.
Retrieving
Really think he should focus on picking up that orb, but never mind. They're just going to get away from here and go towards the A side, it seems.
Yeah, maximizing economic value, probably not their priority right now as they're looking for the round. They've still got plenty of time to work with and a vacant B site. They can at least get the plant on over here, and hopefully this should stabilize their economy going into the next round. Yeah, give that plant to Viness. If they both die, they'll have their ults. And Steel Guard and Armageddon are big ultimates to have, especially in the 4th round itself. Wait a second, they're not even going for a B plant. They're going to walk all the way towards A. This could get interesting.
Yeah, and no, they're actually gonna it's an A-link plant rather, and Viness is pretty deep in towards that A side. He's actually gonna bypass his time across, and NDG, he's just gonna kind of bait around for his opponent. Has the ultimate, by the way, the Armageddon, and time's constantly being bided by here. Viness has got a timing. He can just go right by them and find this on a good timing. Gets the first. The salvos are keeping the plant busy. Flash to come through is going to fake it off. Armageddon's coming his way. White swing, and the Armageddon works as well. Tesseract left all alone, and it's a 4v2 clutch from NDG and Viness. What an absolute masterclass.
Good.
And they did not even have to die in order to get their ults back. Viness still has the Steel Garden. They just shuffled around away from Oasis, which they had no business losing. And for a second, I was concerned about the massive flank that they're going on because they're not in position to stop the defuse from happening. They didn't have to stop it. They just had to delay it a little bit with the guided salvo, just in time to get Viness into position, and he's able to get everybody down. What a way to recover. Secret Academy. With this win, they haven't just broken Oasis' morale, but also their economy. And now they're breaking Zeus' skull. Had an escape card ready in form of the gate crash, but it doesn't do much. Tesseract responds in kind. Lovely one-tap. And now with the ultimate orb, he's got the Hunter's Fury. I think he's probably going to use it the moment Secret Academy pop that plant, the moment they tap that spike. Oh my god, Slatham!
Wow.
He's a machine, a killing machine at that. Finally, his killing spree has been put to an end, but they're tapping the spike, hoping to bait the Hunter's Fury out. It won't come out now.
Planted.
Kasak gonna go around his own spawn, takes a little bit of a world tour here, hoping that Astro can do something. Oh, that drone kind of gives away his spot, but Nizzy uses that distraction to perfection, and NDG's mark is right on point. 1 to 4, and Secret on the back of that 2v4 clutch, seemingly fired up.
Was it coincidental timing or was it just calculated distractions? The moment
I don't know
that
why the drone went back though, like it went forward and then he pulled it right back.
I know, right? I think he kind of got confused with the mechanics over there because like when you use the drone, he kind of throws it a little ahead. And when he throws it, it probably bumped into the wall, so he had to like pull it back a little before he drives it ahead. Again, I'm not gonna get into the micro over here, it doesn't really matter. What matters is the distraction freaking worked, and it worked like a charm.
Don't mess with me.
Revealed by the recon and get pre-fired. That's an early exit for Prodigy. He has been getting killed quite early on in this map. He hasn't really been able to make that same impact which he was making in Icebox.
Yeah, Vinesse pretty up close in front. I don't think that the cameras actually spotted him. Now it does. Tripwise a little away from him though. That's an interesting placement. Flash clears nothing. Another one from Nizzy here. They're playing on the extremities at the moment. As the Steel Garden,
that's a
massive ultimate to use as a pop fake. But he's waiting for his teammates to come up close. That's a heavy stack from Oasis on the A side as well, and they're still hoping to stick on to that instinct, but it's going to be wrong because the C side is not going to be made into Vinesse's fortress. Unless
but Astro's playing.
They found my wire.
Nice. I was concerned about Astro playing ahead of his own tripwire, but he's clearly gotten over that problem. NDG coming from Garage will be able to finally punish him, and that's what happens this way in a one and done spot.
Okay, Marky.
My God, Marky.
Stand your ground, take 2 down. Ask for Nova's permission. You are the king of the sea ground. Izzy, good for 1. Time not his friend. Playing around with the TP sounds here. Slavin's gonna take him out. That's gonna be number 2 for Oasis after quite a bit of a 3-round deficit that's gone across from them.
I do feel bad for Prodigy. This position that Astro was holding, it's a bit concerning to me because like he's put down these skill trips, but he's playing ahead of them. And sure, you might be able to win the first frag, but it kind of defeats the purpose of putting out tripwires like that. And the rotation from Oasis, even though it was a bit late, because like you kind of waited up until the last moment to get that thing going, still nets them somewhat of an advantage. But now all these ultimates are coming online. Take a look at that. Hunter's Fury and Dimension Drift available for Oasis. No escape for Zeus. He tries to TP out of there, but Prodigy has his number. Marky tries to continue fighting, and Astro is bringing the heat. Secret Academy have been destroyed in just a couple of seconds.
Spammed first and taken out later by Slathem. Really well done. The aggression shown here from Oasis was ready to counter whatever Secret would throw at them, and Prodigy calling in for a timeout here as Secret need to kind of slow down their thinking process and wait for a solution. 2 rounds only, by the way, given to Oasis, and it seems like even that is a bit of a prick in their, winning ways, and they just want to instantly stop the bleeding.
Yeah, hope they actually can stop the bleeding. Get the field doctors on board here. Get the medics, stitch it up. But yeah, Oasis, it seems like they just want to bring the heat, man. Every time they feel pressure, they just make a little push out of mid and win all these fights. Yeah, the B side has been kind of problematic for Oasis now, hasn't it? Because it looks a little iffy. They've lost 2v4 clutches on the B side, but now they pull off all these dominant round wins. Kind of makes you question whether they like fighting over here or not. And while we struggle with that question, Secret Academy hatch a plan to use all these 4 ultimates. Probably not in this round because like we don't have weaponry. But Prodigy has a judge, and you know what happens when a Neon rushes into your face with a judge.
Yeah. Well, let's see if that judge is going to be of any use. There's no tripwires at the moment being placed just yet because he's going to put a camera down first. Oh, never mind. Both tripwires are actually towards Garage's B side. Very, very close to danger here, but Prodigy just jumping around, clearing the entire site. There is a steel garden available, by the way, which should go on now, unless Zeus is gonna make short work of this. Yeah, he's gonna come out of the TP. I mean, his ultimate, and he's gonna get it on for 2. Astra's gonna jump straight in. That flash is good, but the ultimate keeping Nizzy alive. He's got a Phantom as well. All alone, so much to do, and nothing of value found. 4-4, Oasis handled that with perfection, all thanks to one beautiful Yoruwalt with all committed info.
Yeah, and one would have expected that Yoruwalts can't get you this much value because you need the breach stuns to follow up on the back of it. But Oasis don't need any of that. They make him put that ult down as a live owl drone, and then all their positions are just telegraphed out loud. Secret Academy can't really do much in that kind of a situation. 4 each. Let's see what happens now, as 4 ultimates are also available for Secret Academy.
Deep cam from Astro. This time he turns it around towards mid of Garage, which has already been broken. So no Cyphers consistently holding that Garage and Seaside. But this time, Secret Academy feel their tingles towards that A side. Tesseract actually clears nothing with that drone, so they might actually be keen to kind of push in and take more space here. And that's exactly what Zeus is doing. And he will be paying the price for that. All alone here, the TP hadn't gone too far as well. And that's the only one frag so far. Secret instantly quiet down everything even after that first commitment. And they seem to want to burst onto this with Prodigy and the Steel Guard.
No way!
One enemy remaining.
Bruh, you can't make mistakes like that. And even though Sladom kinda made us a little nervous in there for a second, Secret Academy are able to still pull through. Oh, but that came close, didn't it?
Yeah, this is...
Could have been a triple.
Yeah, very quick execute, well set, played, and they got through it. And also, given the fact that they still have 2 ultimates that could do another set play right now. And this time, they're exploring that towards the C side. Really well done as well. The reads are good. They know when the Cypher might be expanding his tripwire setup and when he might have it on that C side. This time, the AWP is here though. Zeus has to concede power. Stun comes through, and a Plix on the back of sight.
Yeah, he's fixed that ult. He continues to stay over there, but nobody has dealt with him just yet. The ISO ult is just beautiful. Stop Secret in their tracks before they can get anything done, and Nizzy is as blind as a bat. His wings clipped, and Oasis once again tie up the score. At this point, you gotta wonder if the Secret Academy need to start cycling their ults properly and account for counter ults that Oasis can also throw at them. Because, like, sure, the Rolling Thunder and everything could have netted you an advantage, but they didn't really do anything much. Didn't even give you a couple of frags. And Oasis also know when to start this retake. They basically hear the spike tap and they start to flood already.
Yeah, and they were good enough to find Sladom that ultimate, right? So the minute he found one, they knew that there's a player down. This is our time to just kind of shine and move in. Sladom, they're trying to break his shield here. And almost the Bucky takes on the shield. Brilliant first shot. Don't expect the second. Martin will go down either way. A lot of trades here, but it's still for the advantage of Team Secret Academy. And they've spotted out Zeus as well. Flash is good, but not good enough to take out Nizzy off his mark. Now they know that the flank is triggered. Nizzy, a little too keen on picking up that orb, will have to succumb to his injuries, as now Secret want a double swing, and that's gonna be really good for them. That double swing is almost impossible to break.
Yeah, lovely double swing. High and low taken to the absolute maximum. I also like the way that Armageddon used. Of course, I would have loved it even more if Secret used it in a way where it forces their enemies to come towards them rather than, you know, go away from them. But regardless, it nets them the win, so I'm happy with that. You don't often see an attacking sided op in the hands of a breach, but hey, even if it nets you that one frag, they'll take it. They'll take it any day. At least both the teams have decent economy going into the last round. The last two times these teams faced each other, someone or the other was struggling with money in the last round as well. Slatham once again mid-fight. This time he doesn't even need hit double tap. Just gets that frag early on, and that's a very important player taking off. No more backstab protection for you. Tesseract picks his timing, picks his fight so well, and he continues to stand his ground. They're peeking him one by one, and even Marky is there to back him up.
Flex looks up at the absolute wrong time. The bait from that teleport sound throws him off, and that's going to be NDG looking for a 1v5. Not going to be nearly close enough to take it on 6-6, and
Switching sides.
things are absolutely the same as they were when we started off.
Yeah, it's a 6-all. Both these games have been quite close, at least in the first half. Now we'll finally get to see exactly what this Yoru ISO composition is made of. It's designed to garner you a lot of map control, and it's about time Oasis start taking multiple ends on the map. So far, they were just bound to keep rotating every now and then wherever Secret would attack. So they were playing reactively in that sense, but whenever Oasis wanted to play proactively, they would actually end up pushing mid, and more often than not, it net them an advantage. I want to see if they can continue that trend in the second half as well. Pirate Salvo up close, making sure that nobody from Oasis can take that A lobby space, and they insert Prodigy into the smoke. Very forward positioning for a Neon to be in. Reliable to make sure nobody can follow up, and he makes a safe escape. Early man advantage for Secret Academy secured already.
Enemy down.
Oh wow, Sentinel battle. Astro dry challenges Viness, and he comes out on top.
Needs to be careful here. Plex will just about gets away. Zeus is gonna keep that B side intact. Paranoia is being exchanged here. Both teams have to just kind of hold on for a second. NDG very, very low here. A single spam bullet could take him out, and I think it's gonna come his way. No, the stun's gonna keep him healthy. He swings out, goes down. Prodigy comes out as well. Marky keeping things alive, and Tesseract will shut it down, only to lose his life to a Plex at the end. It seems like the timing that worked out on the way towards his spawn was just perfect as he got in the gap and found everybody on the back lines.
Yeah, but what a pinstripe of colors on the kill feed. Just a flurry of trades left, right, and center. After this early kill that Secret were able to acquire on A, I really thought they would have the advantage, but then that Cypher lone challenging the Vice over there, it was just supreme. Like, under normal circumstances, a dry peek like that would be frowned upon, but this time you were able to get your team the opening, so at least Oasis are able to get the plant. Unfortunately, that is not enough to secure the round.
Oasis, slow approach outside. Okay, yeah, there we go. Back we are. Slow approach outside of Garage in B this time. Gonna take a little bit of their time to kind of just scout out who's holding where. Viness is holding a pretty close up B angle, just holding for just in case anybody decides to push in. Zeus has been spotted and Zeus has been taken out. Simple as it is.
Yeah, dry peaks galore, and Oasis just keep doing that again and again. Finally, they've been accounted for and punished appropriately. 2 players of sheer wall, 2 players on the other side of it. While the spike continues to go up towards Garage. Prodigy, can he actually get this win? Marky's trying to teleport towards default, I presume? No, he goes on the other side of it. That's nice. Big Paranoia. Buys them just a little bit more space, but now a Plex has to come shining through, and he's got Secret backup. Nizzy and NDG also come in just in the nick of time. And once again, Oasis have been stopped in their tracks. The Garage push not really working for them.
Yeah.
And with that, we will be heading into Team Secret, holding on to their lead a little bit longer, at least for the fact that this is a buy round from Oasis, so they're going to have to try on that A side, and it seems like they're very keen on probably going for a fast push here.
A fast push that can be stopped in its tracks if Nizi decides to rip this. I was about to say Nizi can rip that fault line open and stop Oasis in their tracks, but Oasis have instantly decapitated him. And that's a crucial player down. Prodigy has just simply not been having a good time in Haven. What happened to the Jet? What happened to Zeus on the previous map is happening to Prodigy over here. It's like both the duelists take their turns having a bad game.
Oh, Vanessa. He's been tagged up here, going for an RNG spray down to the smoke, hoping for a miracle. Nothing really given to him, but Blix could get a miracle here. He's going to play up close and personal. Gets the one. Unfortunately, the teleport a little too far away from his judge's reach. And he's going to have to now depend on Vanessa to kind of make this work. A flash available. He could go for that peek here. He's just going to go for the flash. No, he's going to hold on still. Wait. I don't know why he didn't trigger it. He had the timing.
But that timing is gone, and now it's all up to NDG. He's got all the util, but he doesn't have nearly enough weaponry to make this one work. No high-low setup present, but the moment Astro spots NDG, I'm assuming the Sova will also peek at the exact same time. Never mind, Tesseract is the one to peek first. So, yeah, some, contact and swing principles being ignored by Oasis over here, but hey, as long as they can get the win, it's fine.
Yeah. Oasis still keeping hands on. 8 and 7. It's far from over this game. Feels like an overtime could be looming across our heads. No, rather ultimates being generated just yet. I wish I could just have a look at the scoreboard at the end of this round, hopefully, to have a look at what exactly the ultimate economy looks like. But a Blix with a Guardian, feeling confident here, feeling lucky. Just like the tab on Google that you usually see. Not going to connect the first. Instantly teleports away. Does not want to at all be in a risky zone. As the CN Garage attention that's being given to them is actually allowed Prodigy to come up so far ahead on A. And I'm not quite sure they checked this. No, that's actually going to. Yeah, that's a really good drone. Needs to get away instantly here. Has to concede space as NDG now clears out mid. And they're getting constantly information on every part of the map here, Secret.
Exactly, Secret are trying to re-clear everything, and that's gonna keep Oasis stationed all the way towards attacking spawn. They haven't made any headway in any part of the map. All they've done is display their positions on either end, on A as well as C. So that should keep Secret guessing for a couple more seconds. But now the full send comes through. Slatham has his kill contract, and you know he wants to pick a Plix back up. Plix gets the shot onto Zeus, but can he win up this duel? He does! With a Guardian that too! And he goes on unharmed. He returns to the realms and continues fighting. There's no way a Plix should be able to do all of that. Catches Tesseract off guard as well, man. He's on for an ace.
No way.
Brother, that is impressive as hell.
That's
wow.
crazy.
I really thought that, okay, sure, he might die in the kill contract because, you know, it's a Guardian versus a Vandal. That too, when the ISO has the double tap, he wins that fight. Okay, impressive. Surely he gets shot when he returns to the regular realm. No, he continues killing. And then he does it again. Quadra from this hero. And Plix has proven once and for all why he is a force to be reckoned with. That would have been lethal, no?
Yeah.
If they didn't dodge the fault line, that would be instant death with the guided salvo.
Yeah. Not going to be alive, but they're still going to re-clear that. They're not afraid of taking this A side. Slatham going to lead the charge with his shield on, but it's not going to last for long here because look at Secret. They're going to counter-take this space on towards A shot. They're slowly giving up control on towards A main, but Oasis not too keen on. They just have A main control. You just don't know what to do with it. It's like when I give my dog a bone and when he doesn't need it, he doesn't know what to do with it.
Oh no. Wait, they don't follow up behind him. I thought they should be able to kill him on the back of that relay bolt, but alright. Secret Academy don't want to get greedy. Look at the amount of headway Astro has made.
Pitiful.
Deep in garage, Plex wary of the fact that there's a gap over there which can be exploited, and he catches the timing. Another peek being offered to him. Tesseract inching
30
closer.
seconds left.
While Marky is alongside him. Zeus is hoping to sell a fake. Never mind. Spikes drop. All fakes will be rendered useless, but Marky has been able to get into the site. He should be able to plant it as well. And that's a TP on to C.
Oh, that's
One
unfortunate.
enemy
Zeus
remaining.
had he turned around half a second earlier, I think he would have been able to manage that kill. Marky though, 1v3, doable. We've seen so many Omens do it across entire. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, that's a class discuss right there. Actually, I don't even blame you. The odds were indeed stacked against him. It's a 1v3. And Secret Academy are starting to win all their fights, win all their duels. No matter where Oasis decide to default, no matter whether it's a full-blown execute, whether it's piece by piece area claim, slow creep up, it seems like they can just deal with everything.
Go, go, go.
Yeah.
Whether Oasis are defaulting or whether they're executing, Secret Academy have been able to maintain the pace of this game really well so far.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, Oasis were right outside of A so long, and then they realized, oh wait, they've got an Armageddon, guys. If we go A long, we're basically cooked. So they just take their way all the way back towards C, which is also a place that you would usually get cooked by an Armageddon, but they've known that NDG's not played here for quite some time, and Secret will already find the first pick thanks to a Plex, who, on the back of that heroic 4K with the Guardian round, even after coming back from one dimension to another, is now consistently putting up kill after kill to make sure. Yeah, this is what I was telling Global Esports Academy to do, right? The minute you see a tripwire, just break it, go back. Now they're worried about it. Either that or they have to constantly have to just go ahead and commit to C.
Exactly. Just get in their heads, even if you can't get into the site. Nizzy takes a tiny bit of damage from the laser, but here comes the Armageddon to keep them at bay. And this has bought Secret Academy enough space. Oh my god, they're all on his cave. Yeah, I swear to god. Like, Oasis have no space left to stand. If there's no missiles, there's a guided salvo. If there's no guided salvo, there's breach flashes, basically making the floor as lava. Oh god, there's literally no space left for Oasis to stand in towards the seaside, whether it's long or garage. They have to relinquish their round. Either give up your ground or give up their life.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, Marky's on 1 HP. He will have a little bit of shield replenished, but that's still one bullet. That's all he needs in his body to take him to the other world. But it seems like he's just going to go for the savior because he has no time, of course. And this time should be taken by Oasis to probably call out a
10
timeout.
seconds left.
Because they are struggling to keep their feet on the ground. Last round, I don't really blame them as much. As soon as Prodigy broke that tripwire, they were forced to commit to C because they knew that the flank would come through. And on top of everything, they had to face an Armageddon and then a Breach ultimate, not to mention a Plix's Paranoia and a Steel Garden on the back of that as well. So,
yeah, absolutely clobbered with the ultimates. Secret Academy don't want to keep anything in their back pockets. They don't want to hold on to these ultimates for too long. They just want to deploy them, get to double digits, and extend the lead as much as possible. Oasis have a steep uphill climb to make. While they've got the overdrive available, I am not sure if it will get them too much value since all the members of Oasis, they can hit their shots on the moving Neon. It's all the Theo and the Breach utility that's kind of overwhelming them. Prodigy going ahead with 3 members on mid. On the other hand, you've got Oasis still waiting on these positions, hoping that Secret Academy will come knocking on their doors, come pushing in. They want Secret Academy to aggress so that Oasis can punish this. Never mind, a lot of players have been spotted, so now NDG will relay that information to his team. The B defense has been bolstered up a little bit more.
Great salvos at the exact time to hold them off a little bit more. Special delivery as well.
just to make sure nobody's getting into this B side. And now they're gonna have to go in back towards garage. Prodigy's made his way here already. Clicks, hoping that Prodigy can keep him alive from the C long side, and he's cleared it off. Back towards B once again. The TP's coming through. Here we go. Zeus not gonna be able to stand for too long. NDG takes out 2 here. But Oasis make sure things work even shorter as Prodigy is running around with lightning bolts from his body, destroying Oasis. They should be 13-7 most likely, because I feel like the economy is now in shambles for Oasis.
Has to be. I mean, they didn't have much weaponry to begin with, but now they didn't even cause enough economic damage to Secret, and that should really put them against the ropes. Cornered, they call the tactical timeout. Burn through it one last time before Zeus can finally muster up a strategy to stop the Secret train from running them over. I like the approach that you go towards the B side. Sure, you might not be able to win the fights because obviously you don't have the weaponry, but Oasis just couldn't account for the fact that Secret Academy will pounce upon them the moment the spike is tapped. Like, they didn't even let Oasis get into post-man positions.
Yeah.
And Oasis tried taking backside control, but Secret were like, screw it, we're just gonna dive out of C-Link, clear out all the front of the side, and then play Ring Around the Rosies with you.
Yeah,
the only thing that's getting...
Yeah,
Prodigy, of course. I was about to say that the only thing getting tied around them while they're playing Ring Around the Roses is a noose. The noose just keeps getting tighter.
Yeah, Prodigy, of course, making it, even a little bit more, electrocuting as well, just to make sure that they don't really get out anywhere. So 12-7, and this is going to be probably the end of Oasis gaming here, as Prodigy seems to be looking for another 4K maybe. He's already on the prowl. They've cleared out mid. They know there's nobody here. And look at how deep he's gotten into enemy lines. He's very easily going to be able to find Astro here. Only if he turns around. But Astro just tap, and he gets 2. Maybe he will be delayed for another round.
Oh my lord. Lovely shot by Nizzy. Oasis do have the man advantage still, but all their players are kind of separated. You've got the Omen holding as an anti-flank to a J, but he's going to be a little late to the party, especially when the Plix has already won this party. And one would expect him to come from C-Link, from C-Long, but he's actually going to go towards Garage. Zeus has discovered the breach. Oh, Slatham. He gets picked up. It's going to be up to Zeus to somehow protect Slatham, but he wins this fight. When he returns, will he be shot down? Yes, he does. Nizzy will get the better of him. One more fault line available. He knows where Zeus is, but he can't dodge the paranoia, and now he's gonna be finally put to rest. And Oasis keep themselves alive for just one more round.
Yeah, that was a very risky round, honestly. Astro getting that 2K there when they pushed out of window was the round winner right there. Just 2 bullets, 2 taps, 2 kills. And that allowed them so much space to just get into that C side, because they knew that there's more around that mid area. That C should be open. And thanks to Slatham's ultimate, once again taking out Viness, makes it simple and easy. But this time, Prodigy's gonna be a bit of an anomaly as he has an AWP. And I don't think they're gonna expect this. Prodigy takes out Tesseract, and that's the initiator that could give them information straight down to the ground. They've got nothing more to work with except for the fact that maybe the Yoru clone can do something at best.
Yeah. I mean, even if you send in that Yoru clone, even if you walk all ahead as a Yoru clone by yourself, I don't think it's going to be enough to distract Secret Academy. They are locked in. They want to finish this game right here and now. Astro tries to go into a bit of a sneaky spot, but he's been discovered by the drone. Forced to fall back. He pretends to fall back, but then he peeks across the cyber cage and straight into Nizzy's crosshair.
And look at how split up they are as well, right? One's outside B who just died. And here's a wall that comes in. Great stun. Slatham's gonna get just stopped in his tracks, but that's allowed Zeus to actually get into garage. And they've left this completely open, by the way. They've got absolutely no idea. Plix has a bit of an inkling. He's called out to his teammate because so much attention being drawn in by Slatham definitely means that there's one.
Oh my god!
Lines, and there it is.
Yeah, Zeus's flank finally works out. And we were putting a lot of pressure on this man. We knew that he had to make a play, and he has made this play. But right now, time is running out, and Secret Academy are doing whatever it takes to delay the plant. Special delivery should stun Marky. Flashes dodge. Zeus has to get the hell out of dodge. Even Marky's trying to activate his ult and somehow get to a safe spot, but he won't. He stands his ground, continues to fight, and before he can teleport, Nizzy shoots him. 1v2. No utility left for Zeus. 90 HP and a dream, and the spike is planted for him. A high-low setup should be activated, and Secret put him to rest. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to announce the winner of Global Esports Fight Night. It is none other than Secret Academy.
Well, Team Secret Academy, well, okay, they're just playing around now. There we go. All right. Felt like maybe they wanted to extend it for another round. Nah, not going to be the case. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Secret Academy will be our winners for Fight Night, and they definitely deserved it considering the way that they played across every single match. Yes, that one icebox, a bit of a revenge. Oasis gave us hope, gave us a story to cling on to. Unfortunately, the second half of Haven was not to be the same. Yeah, I mean, we did say that Oasis could actually do well, considering that in the first half of Haven, they had decent amount of control over what Secret were doing. But then again, it came back to 6-6, and then it started flowing back down. So it was almost like they were inviting Secret to get back into the game, pushing them off a little bit again, and then coming back, and then absolutely just,
Yeah. So let's take a look at the highlights and the scorecards as well, because sure, Oasis, they gave us a little glimmer of hope in between. We really thought that they could potentially get that win, especially after that first half, like you pointed out. But I think in the second half, they were relying a little too much on frags, and there's not too much utility that they can use, which will force Secret to relinquish their ground. Unlike the compositional strength of the Breach and Teho setup, Oasis were just simply forced to play in positions where they did not have the upper hand, and there were plenty of occasions where Oasis members were not even in positions to trade each other out. Like there were instances where Slatom was using his ultimate, his skill contract, when there's nobody to cover his return. So situations like those kind of tell you that there are still some gaps in Oasis, which Team Secret were able to see, and they exploited those gaps really well.
Yeah, the last two rounds got a little, concerning, of course, when, a lurk towards Garage, a lurk towards B was so evenly exposed by Oasis. Zeus did it really well. Previous round was done as well. But in the end, the coverage from the team in terms of fighting straight these fights that they have in front of them. Unfortunately, Marky putting in his ultimate at that wrong time, Nizik catching him out. And then, of course, the last fight just not working out for Zeus because he did not have a great game. Overall, Oasis, it was a great fight. Thank you so much for joining us at Fight Night. Thank you, Team Secret, for joining us at Fight Night. It's been amazing, and hopefully we will see you again. And we will hope that Global Esports Academy can improve and do better the next time they come here and be worthy opponents to take you on and hopefully be in the final. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. That is all from us here at Global Esports. Do make sure to follow us and hit the subscribe button if you haven't. Hit the notification for all these future tournaments, Fight Night, and whatnot that might come your way. We got so much in the pipeline, and we are just going to hope that next week when we see our team at the VCD stage fight, they're going to take their dub and get into the playoffs. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Happy gaming. Good night.
It's more than just a skin. Crafted for precision for those who dare to rise above. This is the Global Esports VCT 2025 team capsule.
And it's calling, and it keeps on calling. So it's calling. You know when the calling's calling more.
It doesn't just sit in your hand. It becomes a part of you. When you wield this GE Classic, you wield the undying spirit of Global Esports.
You know when the calling's calling. And it keeps on calling. It's calling more. And it feels like I'm falling. You know
GE VCT 2025 team capsule. Available in-game in the Esports tab.
Hi everyone, we need to talk. I know a lot of you have been following our journey right from the beginning, even VCT के पहले से, but ये particular channel पे a lot of you have been here specifically for our VCT journey, whether it was through all the highs and especially all the lows. From season 1 up until now, we're in season 3. Firstly, thank you for being here and for all the love and support. On this channel, we have almost 50,000 subscribers with more than 13 million views and more than 1,400 videos posted just here on this channel. But let's be real, every time we lose, कोई ना कोई आके हमारे वीडियो पे कमेंट करके आता है शर्म नहीं आती, प्रैक्टिस कर लो, फूड व्लॉग्स कर लो, ये कर लो, वो कर लो, which really brings the morale of our players down. ये आपकी गलती नहीं है, गलती हमारी है. Because we love content, we love shooting content, we love sharing content, we love sharing our entire journey of everything that's happening with the team, with you guys. We want to be able to do more of it, not less. But every time we lose, हमारी टीम internally सोचती है यार should we upload this? भले कोई video was shot 2 months ago, as in a lot of our content we shoot it well in advance, we pace it out. So there's content that we've shot in the past and we upload it and people are like हाँ इसलिए हारे क्योंकि ये कर रहे हो, क्योंकि वो कर रहे हो और कर लो food vlogs. That's not what we want. We are doing all of this content because we want to share our journey and build up our players as personalities for all of you because we know them as very different people than what you see on server. इसलिए हम launch कर रहे हैं GEMS program. Not this GEMS. We are launching a members only program for all of you, where all the content, whether it's vlogs, whether it's behind the scenes, whether it's things that are happening in the players' lives, it could be player stories, mini vlogs, players have gone somewhere to try something new. We're going to put all of that into a members only program exclusively for you on this channel. So a lot of the stuff you will get early access, you will get behind the scenes, you'll even get conversations with the players, with the staff, updates from them. You'll get to see on this channel just behind the members only tab. We'll make sure that it's only for super fans. Baki jo content aa raha hai, everything that has been happening is going to continue happening. So if you don't want to become a member, that's absolutely fine. None of the content that you see on our channel will change. But for everyone else, you'll get to see never seen before content. You'll get early access to a lot of our announcements. You'll get behind the scenes. You'll get stuff that we would have normally either cut out of our edit or that was too long or was too spicy to leave into the final edit.
Is it too spicy? No?
You'll get to see a lot of stuff that we haven't shared before. We have two duelists on our team, okay? So you're gonna drop a bunch, everybody's gonna frag out Kelly, Lurk, sir. Not just of this season, we have पिछले 3 season का content that is also there. So we're also going to be posting a lot of throwback content. The reason being, we want you to feel more connected to our team. We want you all to see what we see. We want you all to get a behind the scenes look into what it's like being at Global Esports, as someone who is at Global Esports, not just watching our matches on stage, not just coming to our watch parties. All of that, you guys are already doing amazing. Thank you so much for the support. Please keep doing that. This is going to be a one-tier, one-stop shop for everything that you wish you could see, but we sometimes can't post on our main channel. So this is a place for that. If you want to join in, members only, all the details are there in the description. Plus, essentially is your all access pass to the team. And we want all of you to join in on this experiment and journey with us. You've been with us for a long time. Let's take this one step further together and try something new. Hit that join button now. क्या कर रहे हो? अभी तक देख रहे हो? Join now.